Hi everyone, Hayley Miller here from World VFX Day. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm here with you from a sunny London for a change. We have 10 amazing talks lined up for you, so don't go anywhere. And if you do have to go to a meeting, just leave us on in the background and come back to us whenever you can. Please also do share. So right now, please share to your LinkedIn or wherever else and encourage people to join us. We'd love all of your support. So we have, as I said, 10 amazing talks. We will be running for about 7 hours. So of course some of you will have to drop off, but the entire series of talks will be available a few days after this finishes. So if you do miss any, then please come back to our World VFX Day channel and catch up. But yes, any questions, comments, drop them in the live chat, and let's get things started. Hi everyone, welcome to our talk on the wonderful world of tech in visual effects and leadership roles. I am joined by some amazing women today, and without further ado, we've got lots of questions that we're hoping to get through. So I'm going to pass you straight over to, let's start with you, Rachel. Could you introduce yourself and let us know how you got into VFX?
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I'm a visual effects producer at Rising Sun Pictures, but I'm also based in New Zealand, so I work remotely from here. I got into visual effects some 20 odd years ago now and learning 3D. So I've come from a 3D background with Maya 2, I believe, way back when, and have spent 10 or so years as a freelance 3D artist working in advertising and motion graphics, and then moved over into film and TV producing, and now mainly work on sort of tech related projects, including machine learning.
Nice, interesting, thank you. Let's go to you next, Isabel.
Hi, I'm Isabel. I'm a workflow TD at Image Engine here in Vancouver, Canada. And I got into VFX, I guess my background is in engineering, and I always liked animation, like animated features. I remember Toy Story, being obsessed with learning how that was made when I was a kid. And one thing led to another, and I got into VFX from, looking for that. But as an engineer, I'm more in the coding side of things, and that's typically what I do.
Nice. And where in the world are you today?
Vancouver.
Vancouver. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you. Christina.
Hi, I'm Christina. I'm the general manager at Trixter. Trixter is based in Germany. I'm based in Berlin at the moment. Sister company was Image Engines. And I'm responsible for everything from the pitching phase up to the final pixel, and also looking into how can we include new technologies in the workflows that we're using. Because before joining Trixter, I did a lot of virtual production, and before doing this, I somehow came across virtual reality and mixed reality in 2010 and tried to see how we can use this for media and entertainment. That was quite a fun time as a blonde woman trying to do this in a very male industry.
Yes. And last but not least, Bamboo.
Hi, I'm Bamboo. I'm an effects supervisor at the DNEG Animation. So I got into this field because when I was in high school, I was big on comic and manga. I was drawing on my textbook all the time. I actually got detention a couple of times. So naturally, I went to art school, and then I learned animation, and then I went to San Francisco to learn VFX for my grad study, because I watched the first Pacific Rim, and I just got I just love the visual. I was amused how much the visual impact it impacted my heart basically. So I got into FX, and that bring me all the way here.
Yeah, nice. And where are you now?
Yeah, I'm in Montreal in Canada now.
Ah, lovely. Thank you, everyone. And I'm Hayley. I'm the founder of World VFX Day, and today I'm in LA. And the sun is out, so very happy about that. But it's nice to be able to speak to people from all around the world. So thank you for joining. Right, so let's get straight into the questions. Starting with a tough one, I guess, perhaps. What are the biggest creative tech challenges that you face or have faced in visual effects, and how do you or did you overcome them? Anybody want to take that one on?
I can start on that one. I think one of the biggest creative tech challenges is, well, introducing new workflows into the pipeline like that, because you've got quite a lot of legacy pipelines that are built up in studios, and trying to get new technology into the pipeline can be very tricky in changing how things are run. And I find that, and the huge amount of data management now, that the two biggest challenges that I sort of face regularly.
And the change management that comes along with that, and this is now like how to communicate to our colleagues how this can look like. This is a really challenging part, because a lot of code is the baby of some of the people who have done this, and this is quite a way to go.
Yeah, so getting buy-in from other departments or finance, perhaps.
Yeah, for research and development, about the time needed to work something out before you could implement it as well. That's always an unknown, and that can be a bit of a challenge, getting that into the pipeline.
Yeah.
Yeah, also like standardized technologies like USD, like that, it's quite a challenge if you want to implement it in your studio, because as you said, there's a lot of there's a pre-existing pipeline, right? So it's not an easy swap kind of thing. It takes a lot of time. Those are projects that take probably years to implement, kind of actually using USD at a studio, as an example of a technology that's become a standard, right? So it's definitely one of those challenges, because when you work with other vendors and you pass files, USD has become more the norm. So you kind of have to have something that works with it.
Yeah, from FX, it's a constantly battle between the compute power. It's like, because we want to just shorten as much as possible, but there's still, up to these days, really hard to get a real-time playback. And also, because I worked in feature animation, it's like how to get the technology with as art director as possible. Like for example, for FX, is like, I find that, we can do physical correction, correct the effects, and then we can do like a really realistic effects. But there's always the creative side, how to make it art directable, how to make it just with Garfield, when Garfield has multi-limbs.
And you're all from mixed sort of sized studios. Would you say it's easier working for a smaller studio to make changes than a larger studio? And is that because of this purely the size and the amount of people working there, or are there other factors to that?
Oh, I think a small studio can be more agile, but they can also still be stuck in sort of legacy pipelines. So I think I had a wonderful opportunity to start an entire pipeline at a gaming company called Rocketworks, and that was amazing, because we got in the latest Jira, the latest shot grid, it was called at the time, and all of the Perforce and everything, but it was the brand new ones out of the box, and so there was no legacy going in behind it. So it can be a factor of how long a studio has been running for.
Yeah, and I think it's also a matter of how much the people are willing to change, who are in charge of the change. So for example, we're having like a little sandbox on the side of the pipeline where we can try out certain things and then see how we implement these, so we can get the buy-in from the people before we actually roll it out, so that we have enough supporters that it's easier. I think this is totally scalable from a small company to a bigger one, but when you're smaller than we are, we're currently at Trickster at about 200 people. So if you're smaller than that, you can totally implement it also into a running system if it does not interfere with the projects going on. But yeah.
Yeah, that sounds really exciting to be able to work on the research side and trial and test different applications, which brings me on to my next question about software disruption, I guess, for want of a better word. I can think of a couple of things over the years that kind of really made an impact in our industry, such as Unreal and now AI, which everyone's talking about. What do you have any specific examples of what software or tech has sort of brought new challenges or positive angles to your role or your company in the last few years?
I mean, but I can, if I may.
Yeah.
Sorry. There is something when you said Unreal and AI. So first of all, it comes to my mind like it's often we're talking about the AI, and the AI takes away our jobs. Where I have to say there is no the AI, for at least from my understanding. So talking about a project, we had a project with a baby that was one of the main characters, and this baby obviously grows over the period of a film shoot. And in order to shoot for a longer period with children and toddlers and babies, you normally use twins to shoot with. And they don't look exactly the same, but similar. Plus, the film played in the end over 24 hours. So the baby's face had to be adapted. And there we have developed, or we had the chance to develop on a project even further our machine learning approaches, our machine learning models, homegrown, internally, offline, because this is for us at the moment the way to go in order not to scare any client off, that we're using any online tools that might interfere or be connected to any images or any sources from the internet. And this was really, really helpful because as a main character, it was used so often and we could automate certain processes. And this is something where also I assume I was never an artist. I was always on the production side, but I assume these repetitive processes, nobody is really keen on doing these, at least from what I heard. So taking off these processes and being more creative and overcome these little uncanny valleys on how is the mouse really looking when this baby wants to smile, and having this been done by an offline machine, I think this was something that really helped us on certain projects, as an example.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else want to?
Yeah, so...
Oh, Bambi. Yeah, Bambi, you were in first.
Like we talked about, we briefly mentioned about USD before. We actually gone through a really rough transition period for USD because DNAG is a pretty big company. So for imagine a big ship like Titanic, when they turn, it takes a long time to turn. But also big ship has the power to do more, do with the resource to push more. But when we actually landed on a smooth USD pipeline, all departments can work simultaneously together. The concept is just you don't really work on a dependency. It's not like before we have to wait for the upstream department to finish for when they get to FX. That's usually never enough time. So this allows us to start work ahead, and that when this used right, it did give a lot of power.
Thank you.
Yeah, not a new technology, but for example, at Image Engine we use Gaffer, which is an open source software which we created of quite a few years ago, and so a lot of our pipeline is based on that. And Gaffer is a lighting and rendering software, but it also allows to run dependency graphs of commands. And in some ways, what that has allowed us is to work on a lot of very similarly looking shots very efficiently. Right? So like it's allowed us to like scale the amount of work any one person can do without overloading them. They're essentially doing the same amount of work, but their throughput is bigger, right? So it's disrupting in the sense of yeah, like the artist can focus on the creative aspect and no longer like the automation part is taking care of the bulk of the like the throughput, right?
Thank you. And I guess, oh, sorry, Christina.
No, all fine.
No,
all
no.
fine.
Okay. Oh,
No,
sorry.
it was me. I was just going to say like that. One of Isabella's points is that the accessibility that we have now is amazing. Like Blender is free and anyone can, you know, download it and get into it along with Unreal. You know, this is something that we didn't when I started, you know, with Maya, it cost so much money and you had to get that light and you know, so now the kids these days they can be like, oh, I'm going to go Blender and make the donut, and they get to try this out. So I think that is amazing, like development within the industry is just that accessibility for anyone to have a go and to start using the work. And spell check and coding is one of my most favorite things because my spelling is terrible.
That's a really important point, just the accessibility, and I think that ties into a question that I wanted to ask, which was, you know, we talked about just before we started recording about how it's important to have representation as part of that sort of inspiration to get into this industry. I guess that accessibility to software will inspire people to get into the industry as well. But you're all in senior positions, and I was wondering, when you started, did you see many women in senior positions at the time, or have you seen a change as you've progressed in your own roles?
I think we all agree. Have you seen many women when we started? No.
No.
Are there more? Yes. And that's so good. What I also like is or at least our counterparts, when I'm also going to the studios, there are also more and more female, and that's so cool because we're sharing similar experience on different levels, and this is great. I mean, when I started back then, the only female person in a leadership position was rather trying to get me out of the company than in, because back then it was more about I'm the only woman in the company, so I'm surviving, not because I'm amazing, and I will not doubt that this person is amazing, but the outstanding thing was she's female and not she's great. And this has changed, and the perception of this has changed a lot, but also not enough. I was just on a discussion where we decided on who needs to take a lead on a certain discussion for the VFX funding, blah, blah, blah. And then I was the only female person in the room, and the other male person said to me, yeah, I think, and they didn't mean it bad, I think not in a bad way, because these are really nice people, but elderly men, and they said, oh, we think this should be diverse, so Christina should do it. And this somehow hurt it, because they didn't say it because I'm good in my job, I might have something to say, oh no, this should be diverse, and I'm so diverse, I'm just female. So this is somehow something that needs to come slowly with a change, but I think we're on a good way to get there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's encouraging to hear that you see more women in your day-to-day. But yeah, even, you know, I was at an event the other day, and I was assumed to be the partner of someone that I was
oh no.
I was like, yes, because that's the only option that I could possibly be. It was quite funny now that I think about it, but at the time it was you know, quite annoying. But yeah. Who else has had something similar when you're in the room?
I mean, I was the only girl in my class, and when I started, I was like, there are always very few of us, and there's even at one point that they're joking about like, girls in FX are eye candies, and
Oh, no.
and I mean, I was flattered also, but it's definitely more difficult because you don't see the role model. But especially for me, like this is my second language. I'm a minority woman. It's just it creates so much more difficulties. But I'm really happy I'm at this position right now. Literally, I had this conversation with one of my friends. She's like, she's about to give birth to her second child, and then she's saying it's like she doesn't think she should go for a higher position, and I was like, that shouldn't stop you. That there's tons of way to figuring that out. I think I can only like I'm in this position, so someone can say that to a friend like that. If it's a male, it's like if I don't think a man, just from a friend perspective, would have gone that far to encourage a fellow female artist.
Mm.
May
Yeah,
I
thank you.
ask a question?
Please.
I'm totally interested if I experienced that it got easier for me the higher my position was, because then people didn't start doubting me that much. Was it the same for everybody else? Still, like, of course, it might also have been the time that the perspective has changed, but it's also like, so encouraging to work on it, and the longer you're in the industry, the better it will get, hopefully.
Yeah, how have your perspectives changed as you've become more senior in your role? Do you feel like you get more respect, or is it because maybe you're more confident now in what you're doing? I don't know if you've ever suffered from imposter syndrome. It was a big topic for us last year. Literally everyone put their hands up to say that they've experienced it or still experiencing it, even when you're super senior. So how's your own sort of confidence evolved during the years?
I can talk a little bit to this. When I first started studying, in a class of 20, there were only ever 1 or 2 females, and that's like in 3D and 3D design. And so it was very much a standard that you love VFX, so you're doing it, and you love 3D. So, and it was just a sort of, I think I just sort of accepted that as the norm and expected that all the way through. But as I got to, positions where I was working on set as VFX producer, and then being in the room, like production, there's always a woman in production, and then that sort of organizing. But you'd be in a room with all of the soups and on-set, supervisor, and I'd be the only woman, and everyone else in the room would be male, like talking about these things. And it's like, being in that situation, having that realization that, I had one amazing data wrangler who I would try and push through, be like, oh, you've got to, you could do more. You could, you're fantastic at your job. But she didn't necessarily want to go into a more senior position at that time. And then it just sort of carries on now. And, in gaming, there's a bit more diversification and more women across the gaming industry, I've found, and it's more sort of acceptable to be technical and female in gaming roles. And the thing that I'd love to champion going forward is just seeing women, and as a CG supervisor, there's I hardly see any woman in that role, and VFX soups within companies, there's not enough of those in pushing them through. And I'd love to, that's what I champion at the moment, is just making that awareness, and I'd love to build those pathways for it just to be normal, and to have that diversity across the range.
Yeah,
but I'm now far more
100%.
confident in talking to that than I was 10 years ago.
Yeah. And there's more research out now. There hasn't been anything recent that I found, but Women in Animation funded a report, Invisible in VFX, and it found that there were less than 3% of women in senior roles. I think that was specifically in supervisor roles. So I'm not sure what that number is today. And then, as you mentioned, gaming, there was a report out last year that even though there's more women players, makes up about half of players online. They made up under 23% of the games sector, but I think that was specifically for the UK. So it's interesting to see these stats. But yeah, there's clearly still more to be done.
Yeah.
And I think that those numbers are even less for women of color.
I was gonna say I've been in some ways lucky that like the professors I've had or mentors in the industry have always been very encouraging to, like, you know, push me forward, but at the same time I've definitely seen a few, you know, like cliques or like kind of male groups that aren't not necessarily as open. But I think it's improving. Like coming from engineering and like coding, there's, you know, like few females in those areas typically, but I feel like it's improving.
Yeah.
And we're, you know, we're being heard. So I think that's a good thing.
Yeah. Thank you.
I
Anyone else?
I think the biggest challenge I have so far actually is from myself, because I always doubt myself, and it's also tied with the background, right? So, like for example, at home, dad is always the authority figure, so it's like make me kind of naturally a little bit more intimidated towards men than women. So when I speak up, I always feel like I still need to take a deep breath. But I definitely think it's getting better. It's getting better with experience. It's getting better with our time, because right now compared to 10 years ago, the climate is definitely better. So I think I have a really good feeling about the future. Stay optimistic.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that. That's definitely nice to hear. We've got quite a few other questions to get through, so I might have to skip a couple because I know you're all very busy women. But I'm coming back to tech for a second. It's constantly evolving. It's probably one of the biggest areas that's just evolving almost daily, it feels like. How do you keep up with that evolution? Do you have regular training at work? Do you take it on yourself to develop yourself? Or are there sort of institutions that you're part of or anything like that helps you just keep on top of what's happening? Or do you even need to? Is it easier just to concentrate on what you're focused on at the moment, because it's just impossible to keep up?
Sorry, I typically follow a lot of, you know, RSS, like I have an RSS feed and I follow a lot of like tech related journals and design related magazines or what have you. I'm like, well, within Vancouver, I know quite a few people within the gaming industry, as well as like mixed reality, and I belong to some of those chats. So like I hear from other, you know, similar industries, and like we share kind of information or articles. There's also all of the various conferences that happen, like SIGGRAPH, DigiPro, but the also more like FMX, or like the more like different countries. While I don't necessarily go to them, I definitely follow what's going on, what is being said, and like some whatever technologies are being talked about. That's kind of a big thing. It's definitely on my own time. Just if you want to say that I'm a nerd because I read the Python like language, new feature is like, yep, but that's what I use for work. So I kind of need to know how it works, right? So I do sometimes within work, like if we're evaluating, some tooling or something, then we definitely need to get somewhat familiar with it before we can vouch for it or not for our internal use.
Yeah.
And then more from my personal kind of learning, I don't know, for example, I picked up a couple of like master classes about Houdini or something as I would like to know how to do particle effects. So I just kind of like pick up a few classes and try that out. And that's
the awesome thing about our industry. There's so many people just doing this for free. There's so many resources online where you can just learn practically everything you need to know about VFX. It's amazing. I've worked in different industries, and this is the one where it's just, you can find out anything about anything. I love it. Anyone else?
I mean, that's,
Yeah.
please go ahead.
Sorry. Speaking about Houdini, it's constantly running jokes between FX artists, like how Houdini update every half year, and every half year is a different software. It's just so I've learned to focus. Basically, we joke about it, so we're not gonna keep up, but we do, because we focus on what we do. So that's how I deal with it. I'll just deal with it when we get to that when we get to the point we need to learn. And that, like we just said, it's always there's always a resource to learn. So for me, I just focus on what I'm doing is my way to keep up with the trend, because what I'm doing is gonna bring me to the newest trend.
But that what you said, adding on this, I think what's totally crucial, I mean, most of us are working remote, so we have a lot of chats, and having there also a group that just deals with new technology, because everybody is a little bit more nerdy on one or the other thing, and sharing this in this internal chat group is great. Plus, we're also doing tutorials for each other, also to have a better understanding what the heck is going on in comp when you're working in lighting. I mean, you obviously have an understanding, but getting there deeper into this helps a lot. And also for myself, encouraging, use your network, read what your fellow people on. I really like LinkedIn, therefore it's just it points you to certain articles, to things. And I also follow some WhatsApp group like Starting Pixel and stuff for virtual production. So it's really sometimes helpful. It's you have to filter because it's a lot, but after a certain time, I think you get the filter of what you find useful. But I think most important was for me always the personal connection, talking to people, getting this over the finish line. Yeah,
I'm like that with the Total Magpie on LinkedIn, finding sort of those new techs, and when, especially with the SIGGRAPH white papers coming out about what, all that research is, and then I'll just be so click happy about going through and through. And then I think the most important step is then giving that nugget of gold that you find after a little bit of research to someone to sort of vet it or implement it, and saying, hey, have you seen this? It was and just making, because being in production, it's kind of just the information role of getting these new things and seeing. It's always interesting to see what is picked up. It's whether or not the team go, oh, that's interesting, or they go, no, Rachel, that's that's way left. But yeah.
I'm always on LinkedIn. So let's talk to any viewers now that want to get into VFX, whether it's on the creative side or tech side, but maybe they haven't specifically studied in the field yet. I mean, you're all in senior positions, you all have different backgrounds. Is this the career path that you had planned for yourself? Did it organically evolve? And sort of what advice would you have for anyone watching today thinking, I really want to get into VFX, but I have these skills that I don't think I don't know, are going to be useful in VFX. Christina, could we?
Absolutely. I studied nothing with film. I studied musical and economics. So far away from, and I pretended I want to become an actress. Guess what? It didn't work out, but that's also okay the way it was. But this was basically the way where I got into the media entertainment industry. So while I was studying, I was on set at broadcast, German broadcast. It's a different experience, very old school. And then I made my way through research organizations to the visual effects industry, just because that was the chance to explore more with virtual reality and mixed reality back then. And then I made my way up there from the basic office coffee machine to now GM. With some steps, not always in the same company, but going to the left and the right. And honestly, this is what I can recommend. I do not necessarily need, I mean, it's great to have, especially when you're an artist and need to have some knowledge on a certain software. It's of course beneficial when you have studied this, because then you have a certain base knowledge. But on the other hand, if you start as a runner, as an admin person in a VFX studio, you have the chance, at least I assume in all of the studios we're working in, to try out certain things, to look here and to be there, to look into how do things work in pipeline, just sitting half a day beside someone, not sure if you understand much of it, but you can find out if this is my thing, or production, or animation, and then we can totally take it from there. I think we, at least in Germany, our market is so empty. We need so many skilled people, and we're happy to skill people up and work with them. So use the chance to enter the industry. Write just a letter, hey, I'm open for a position at your studio. I don't have the background, but I want to. And this is the willingness to get into the industry and to work your way through. Is, from my perspective, so much more worse than a diploma when you're not giving much, not using, because we're recording, so not using mean words, when you just think you have a diploma and then you're a senior artist. Willingness, motivation, and then I'm sure we'll find a position for you somewhere around the world.
Love it. Thank you.
Yeah, from the kind of like coding engineering side, like actually my first job in the industry, I guess I was hired because I could code, although I didn't know any Python. And I had delved a little bit into using Maya as an artist. I had taken a class on like Maya, so I was slightly aware of some of the concepts, or some of, at least one of the solvers that are used in the industry. And while I didn't know any Python, I had kind of shown that I could do some coding. So that was and the willingness, to get into the industry. I was a student volunteer at SIGGRAPH in 2014, and like a couple of other conferences here in Vancouver, and that definitely showed my employer then that I was definitely willing to, to commit, to learn, and that got my step, like my foot in the door, and I had to scramble to learn the basics of Python and the syntax, but then within the job itself, I learned most of what I know today, right? Like, I guess I do apply some of the, knowledge I learned in university, but in reality, a lot of what I do, I learned by doing it. I do know a few people that came from like software engineering, or like had nothing to do with VFX, and that were kind of tired of their job that was very mundane, or like very the same, and were interested in, like, always like film, or like you always like something with regards to VFX typically, and they interviewed, and by teaching themselves, Maya or Houdini for like a month, not even like not a lot necessarily, but just enough to kind of understand some of it, they got into the industry, and they're really good at, in pipeline, because they really have the technical knowledge and the methodology and the aptitude to like learn more. So
thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, my son's just had to pick his subjects, like going into upper high school, and so he's been talking to me about my career, and is like, how did you know what you wanted to do? Because looking back, it looks like I've gone like on these very strategic steps all the way forward, but in reality, it was like I went to art school, and then out of art school, I spent some time traveling, and then at the time picked up a short course in, I think like the first Lightwave. It was like a night school thing, and like got in, but I had studied photography, so it's about sort of digital filmmaking. And then being back in New Zealand, it's a very small industry, so there's not the huge options of going into big VFX houses. Like, I mean, we have Weta, but that's one place, and I live in Auckland, and it's sort of, yeah, there wasn't remote then, but and so the steps where I've gone from studying to doing 3D freelance to then teaching the course that I studied, and then going into on-set VFX production. So it looks like all of these strategic steps, when all of it was just sort of completely at the time random, like, oh, that's the next role. Like going into gaming was just an opportunity that came up, and I just took it. So it's really interesting to know, the looking back at what you've done to what might happen, and just being open to those opportunities that takes you on different paths is quite exciting. But it's always based, I mean, for me, it's always been based about learning and learning new things, and that's the thing I like the most about visual effects, is that it constantly changes, and so you're always always kept interested, and it doesn't ever get boring. That's for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so much pressure, I think, as when you're younger, to know what you want to do, and yeah, that just wasn't the case for me. But yeah, Bamboo, how about you?
Yeah, I have this theory. Actually, my mom always say that it's like, if you do things for 10,000 hours, if you practice something for 10,000 hours, you become master of it. So 10,000 hours, if you counted it 40 hours a week, that's roughly about 7 years, which if kind of fits, like, usually someone, like, if they started and 7 years later they become a senior artist if they're in an artist role. And so I think when I started, I started learning everybody's background story. I find that people like me, I went to study animation and study FX and become an FX artist, actually are the minority. I have friends, they come from banking, they used to be a professional skateboarder, or they used to have a band, and then it doesn't work out after the age of 30. You have to find new careers, like all sort of different avenues that somehow they all come to this. And I was in my career, I have encountered 4 retired circus display artists. So there's I find like it's interesting. So it's just a wonder, like, for me, it's like what drives me now is I wonder what I can do next. So if like the 10,000 hours rule still applies, I still have at least 20 years of professional life. If I want, I can switch my career twice in that 20 years. So I also want to mention, if any of the viewers are women that's Mandarin speaking, I'm actually running a mentorship for whoever want to get into this field. So I run a mentorship program for Mandarin speaking women who wants to come. So just hit me up on LinkedIn, and I would love to answer any questions.
That's amazing. Is that a specific group, or does it have a website or anything like that, or was it just reach out to you for now?
There is a website, but I'm not sure if I can if I can just share the information on the spot here. But yeah, just reach me on LinkedIn. It's the same.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. We'll share it in the chat as well. Well, we've massively run over, but I just wanted to talk to you all forever, and I've still got so many questions. But yeah, I obviously want to let you go and get on with your wonderful jobs and give you your time back. But we'll stick around just quickly after we stop recording. But for now, Rachel, Isabel, Christina, and Bamboo, thank you so much for your time today. We hope that it's inspired any of our viewers today. Please leave some chats, leave some questions, and we'll get back to you. But thank you for joining us today. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi everyone, welcome to our talk. We are going to be discussing some important UK employment law changes that are happened, or about to happen. And I have the lovely Emma Bibby with me today. Emma, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you so much for having me. It's really happy to be a part of it.
I'm glad you could be here. And full disclosure, I'm really here just as a person that you can talk at, because I know that you have a long list of things that you'd like to get through. But if I think of any questions along the way, then I will drop those in. And any viewers, please, with questions, please drop them into the live chat and we'll get back to you as soon as we can. But even if you're viewing this from outside of the UK, you'll probably find it very useful as well. And you can follow up with a local HR professional wherever you are in the world. So without further ado, we will get started. So Emma, actually, did you want to just give us a quick overview of what you've been up to in the last few years?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm currently a HR consultant, primarily focusing in the creative and entertainment fields. I've been doing that now since last summer. Before that, I was previously at Access Studios. Before that went under, and thoroughly enjoyed my time there. It was great to be a part of this industry. And before that, I was within the advertising and media agencies, all in London, and apart from my role at Access. So have been doing this now for about 20 years. I mean, full disclosure, I am not a lawyer. I would love to be, at least like the salary of a lawyer, but I'm not that smart and intelligent. So anything that I tell you is just, probably a bit more straightforward and simple, and to kind of help people understand, both employees and employers, maybe how it affects them or why it's important, especially for our industry, and even more important for women, as this is for International Women's Day.
Yes, thank you. And if we have some time, we did briefly talk about just touching on some advice for anyone that's been made redundant or gone through something similar to Access. Obviously, we had some more terrible industry news recently, so I'm sure there's a lot of people that are keen to get some advice on that if we can, or we'll follow up after the chat as well. So yeah, so Emma, where would you like to start in this wonderful world of HR and employment law?
Well, I know, not the most gripping of topics. I'm sure I've seen your schedule and it looks amazing. So I hope this isn't a bit of a dud one, but I think it's important nonetheless. If I think of the
theme for International Women's Day of Accelerate Action, and really trying to have this sense of urgency in addressing the systemic barriers to gender equality. I mean, I don't know about you, but I feel like every day you wake up and you read something or see something, and it feels like it's getting harder and harder to be a woman in this world, and therefore in the industries that we work in. I think if you look to our friends in the US and the overturning of Roe versus Wade a few years ago, to the new president very recently cutting back or completely cutting out DE&I programs that are there to protect people from marginalized backgrounds, of which women are one of those. I think if you look at Iraq, they lowered the age of consent to the age of 9 last year. Guatemala has one of the highest femicide rates in the world. Our neighbours in France last year, with the horrendous case of Dominique Pellicotte last year, like, these are shocking headlines that as women it's very hard to read, see and comprehend. And it's no different here in the UK. We have a state of national emergency. I was reading against violence against women and girls, and actually the previous company I worked at, we managed one of the campaigns for this. And something like 2 million women every year are a victim of violence. I think that's 1 in 12, and that's just what gets reported. We have a 13% gender pay gap here in the UK, but in our industry, in VFX, I think it starts at 25. It's somewhere between 25 and 33, depending on, I think, on the metrics in the company that you're looking at. And then I think in 2022, 97% of women said that they had been a victim of sexual harassment. And in 2023, that was 3 out of 5 women had been a victim of harassment at work. So I think that there's a lot of the changes that have come, that are being proposed or have come in, are, the government, really, the new government, are really trying to address some of these issues. Obviously, for the UK. And one of the ones that was brought in last year in October was the changes to the sexual harassment at work. Obviously, this is, doesn't just affect women; it protects anyone of any identifying gender. But given the stats that I just said there, obviously women are going to be, the majority of cases are against women. And the law changed here that you have to have a preventative action now. It's not just addressing an issue when it comes up. It is really about employers showing that they've put steps in place to prevent any risk of sexual harassment in the workplace. So it covers your employees, it covers any applicants or anyone who's coming in for an interview, any contractors, freelancers, apprentices, you name it. Anybody who you employ, an employer has a responsibility to put steps in place to prevent any sexual harassment at work. And employers are responsible for the actions of their employees, as well as there's a third-party harassment duty as well. So you're not, as an employer, I have to get this right, you're not responsible for the action that took place. You're not liable for the action that took place, but as an employer, you are liable, and you could be sued if you have been seen not to put preventative steps in place. So especially for people in our industry, people do go on shoots, you are at client and industry events where people are, there might be alcohol, there might be lone or late night working with third parties, with clients, with other vendors. So it's quite a big one. I think it's a good one. Definitely, I think it helps. I think it's definitely a good step change in the law. And I think if when we're looking at sexual harassment, it's not just around the act, it's how a person has created a hostile environment, even if it wasn't intended. So the law is definitely tightened up on this. And I think as an employer, documentation is key here. Again, not gripping. No one gets out of bed in the morning to do documentation and policies. But if something goes wrong, you can, be very sure that it will keep you up at night. So the Equality and Human Rights Committee have got 8 steps in place. And as an employer, if you follow this, it's, if you Google it, it definitely comes up, these 8 steps that they've put in place. And if you follow this, you will largely be, very covered as an employer in doing your right, then doing your bit that you have to do to protect your employees. But one of, one of them is having an anti-sexual harassment policy in place. 2 is making sure that your employees actually do know about this, and you've checked in to see if they know that there is this policy in place. They know how and who to report any incidences to, and as an employer, you've assessed any risks in the workplace and how to mitigate those. So very boring. I don't know if you've ever done a risk assessment, like a health and safety one. I remember doing this in COVID and being like, what is this? But it is a very comprehensive document, and you now have to do this for any instance of sexual harassment. So as long as you've got that, that's the trickiest piece of the pie, is doing the risk assessment. But if you have that in place, it definitely covers you a lot, and it provides a good framework to show people, your employees and vendors and third parties, the steps that you've taken to assess that risk and prevent anything, and the follow-up and who's responsible for it, which is really important. So that will largely cover you. And I think the law is good as well, in that there are reasonable measures, and it has to take into account your workforce, the industry you're in, and there's the other nuances around that too. But it is a good piece of legislation that came in last year. And I think there's definitely there's tons of information online to help employers with this as well.
Yeah, that's really nice. It's an added protection level for employees. I was just wondering, for freelancers, do they have the same protection if they're not direct employees? Yep. They have the same.
Yes, they do. Yeah, it covers any freelancers and any contractors.
That's great to know.
Yes, the way it should be. I mean, and this industry, the entertainment industry, it's rife with stories, because the high profile ones always come out in the press. But I think the nature of the work as well. There's a lot of people who can be put at risk, and this industry is built, with loads of freelancers. So it's really great that they're protected.
So good. And I have another question. I'm sure I know of a couple of studios that are quite small, and they don't yet have a HR function or much to do with internal comms. So if someone doesn't have a HR department they can go to, what could be another step?
So if you ACAS have tons of information on this, and they've got all the templates that you can download. There's also, there's loads of free resources online as well from various different, it might be related to like a HR system, but they will have different policies that you're allowed maybe 5 to download for free. I can probably I can link some of these resources to you. Yeah, that's helpful.
That'd be great. I'll share them in the chat, and also I will write up a blog after this talk as well and share that. But it was super, not boring at all. It's super useful to know.
Yeah, not like the most joyful of topics, but yeah, definitely. That's, I think really it creates. I think the thing that's important is around creating the cycle, physical and psychological safety at work, and everyone should have that right, but as women we definitely should as well.
Definitely. And definitely special shout out to ACAS, because they helped me personally a lot of years ago when I was freelance and I didn't get payment, so they really helped me get that. So yeah, had good dealings with ACAS.
Yeah, they're great. They're great for employers and employees. They are really, really helpful.
Yeah. Thank you for that. What have we got next?
So I think the other, this is the bill that's passing through the government at the minute, is that they definitely want more protections for menopause, which is brilliant. So the old, our previous Tory government, they rejected having menopause being added to the protected characteristics. I know, so this, I think it should be, menopause is something that 90% of women, all women go through, and 90% get symptoms. There's 35 million women in the UK. That's a lot, and it should be, there should be better protections for women. There are horrendous horrendous stories that you see of cases that come out of mistreatment of females going through this, and it's not always women who who are maybe deemed a bit later in life. It can happen to women in their 30s and their 40s, and this is typically the age, the age and the stage in your career when you have senior positions, when you have a lot of pressure and demands on you, and you should be entitled to those protections, something that we cannot help us women that we go through. So I think it's really good. And I think there's basically been a lack of care and understanding within the workplace. I think in the past maybe 5 years, there's definitely been a lot more. I think having a menopause policy is pretty standard these days. I think some training, a bit of education has started in some companies, but definitely it's not the law. And I think not having it added as a protected characteristic was a huge failing of our previous government, in my opinion. But I hope that we can get that in place with the hopefully, I think sometime next year, I think towards the end of the year, the new employment rights bill should be passed. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But I think what you can start doing now is putting steps in place. The new Labour, it's not really that new, but the Labour government are definitely more on the side of the employee, and definitely want to push more of the rights to make it, to have these protections in place. So as an employer, start putting these things in place, start having a policy, start understanding, especially if you're men, just have a Google. You can do it in private, understand what people go through. Start having having an open conversation. It's not a bad thing. It's not a dirty thing. It's not embarrassing. We cannot help it. And I think it's, again, providing that safe space to work, and that having a bit of flexibility and a bit of sensitivity will go a long way to retain some of your very talented female employees.
Yeah, massively. I mean, I've got to admit, I hope I'm not the only one, but I really didn't know much about menopause at all either until a couple of years ago. I knew that it existed, but I didn't know how it will eventually affect me and things like that. So yeah, it's largely because it hasn't really been a priority for many people in the world to talk about, but there's definitely a lot more documentaries and things out there available, isn't there? So yeah, it's a steep learning curve.
Definitely. I think I cannot remember what it's called, but there's a lot of coalitions of very famous women that have come together to promote this and have it out there, and that menopause, this is what it means. This is how you can protect people, and it is important. And I think I think I don't know what I Google more of, like symptoms that my pet could be ill, or is this a perimenopausal symptom, constantly. I think I'm in my 40s, so I'm always like, oh God, what is this? What's this ache? What's this pain? Why have I walked into this room and don't remember anything? And I'm like, oh no, is it this? And if you can, if you think that you can akin something to something factual and medical, it makes you feel better. You're like, oh God, it's not me going crazy, or it's not, it's not something I've got no control of. Actually, I know what this is, and there are steps in place. There's help out there, but be able to explain to your manager or your team, or to anyone who you work with, that where it's appropriate, that actually I need to go see the doctor today. Actually, I am about to start HRT, or I need to adjust something. I think if you're able to have those conversations, understand it should be no different than, I've got some antibiotics for tonsillitis. It should be normalized in the workplace, and the same protections and sensitivities given.
Yes, 100%. Thank you for that. That's a good one.
Yeah. One of the other big things on the employment bill is the right to disconnect, which I think, it's the government's way of addressing the plethora of mental health issues that a lot of people in employment face. There's a huge presenteeism issue, I think probably everywhere, but definitely in the UK. And I think the government are really looking for ways to reduce this. So I I really don't know how this one's going to play out in the practical sense. But what the government are trying to do is that you get your hours of 9 till 6. They're your hours. That's all you have to work. You can't be penalised for not working above and beyond those hours. You can't be held back or again penalised because you didn't go to an event after work. And you have the right. You can't be. You have that right to disconnect, and it can't be held against you. And if as an employer, if you are found to be making people work over their hours, on a consistent basis, then you have to pay them for it. Now, I know, obviously, in our industry, there are some studios that do pay overtime. Obviously, we have a lot of contractors and freelancers who can potentially bill more on an hourly rate, but that's not the case everywhere. Not the case if you're a permanent employee either. So I think that this is I really don't know how it's going to play out. But this is for the whole of the UK. There's so many different industries. But where I think that this is a good one for women in the workplace is 65% of primary caregivers are women. So whether that is probably primarily children, or it's any kind of dependence, or looking at where this sandwich generation now, I believe, of looking after children and parents, the chance of that being a woman, the chance that the person who does that is a woman. So being able to finish work and go home and be a mum, or go and be look after your elderly parents or whoever in your family or chosen family is really important. It's also really good to know that women already we already have this pay gap. Women face more barriers than men in the workplace. So it's really good to know that if we actually just want to go home and watch Real Housewives of Atlanta and just relax with a glass of wine, we can do that. We don't have to have a reason of saying, you don't have to have a reason for not working late, or having a reason for not attending an event that's going to keep you up until midnight, and that they're making you more tired, and then you have to start the day again. I think it's great that these protections are in place, because typically it's men who can go to these. It's typically men who can work later. They can go to these events with less responsibilities and then less repercussions in the workplace.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Just wondering, if I may, in the instance where someone knows that perhaps they're being disciplined or pushed out because they're not doing those extra hours, but perhaps the employer is putting them out on for a different reason, but the employee knows that it's because they're not doing those extra hours or going to those events. Is there a situation there where they have the right to sort of push back on that?
Yes, and I think a lot of it does, this is where I think a lot of it comes down to the culture of the organisation. That's where I think it can get dangerous, it can get tricky, where if there is a long working hours culture, if there is, this always on culture, then in a way it protects the employer, because it's everybody is subject to. If it's just your role or your department, then it could be deemed as unfair. If you're held to a different standard than another team, another department, another role, then that's where you've always got to look for where you're treated unfairly. So whether that's unfairly because it's literally just illegal and against the law, or if you are treated, if you're being treated less favorably than somebody else. So whether, does somebody else, are they allowed to do this and there's no problem? Why is it you? They're the things you always look for. Always look at policies. Again, it always goes back to this, and it's so boring, but I can tell you this every time I've gone to a lawyer with something, with when I've been working at places and they're like, what's your policy? I'm like, oh, let me see. If you're dusting off a policy from 1996, probably not going to be protecting you as an employer, and as an employee you also probably need to be questioning that too, because the policy is not doing what it's doing to protect and enhance your life at work.
Yes, good to know. Check those dates on the policies.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
On the 6th of April this year, so next month, the new law, and this issue's been talked about for quite a few years actually. I think quite a lot of employers have probably already put this in place, is there's a change to the law of neonatal leave and pay. So if you unfortunately have a baby who has to go into the neonatal intensive care unit, both parents are entitled to 12 weeks leave and pay for every week your child is in the NICU, which I think it's great because this is on top of any other parental leave that you might have. So I think this is great because, you know, if you're a parent and you've just given birth to a wonderful baby, the last thing you want to be worrying about who, you know, this like tiny human that's then had to go into, you know, the neonatal intensive care unit. I can't imagine what that's like, but then having to be worrying about filing different paperwork and letting your employer know, like, no, like you should be able to just go and deal with your family and work on the health of your child and your family, not worry about anything to do with work. And so I think this is a really, really great law, and I think we should be having employers should be putting these policies in place now and working on any kind of enhancements and pay. But yeah, I think this has been talked about a lot the past maybe 3 years. I know a lot of places I've worked with already had this as a policy in place anyway, but that doesn't mean to say that everywhere does. But yeah, I think it's a really good one, and again, really good for women because they're the ones who have, you know, we're the ones that have to give birth. Then you give birth, and then, you know, your body's gone through the trauma of birth, to then have the trauma of your baby going in the intensive care unit. It's, you know, it's another extra protection, and an extra protection for parents. You want your partner by your side when you're going through that. Neither of you should have to worry about bloody work when you're going through that.
Exactly. And that covers all mothers. So if an employee has a baby through surrogacy and that happens, that's the same, it's the same for everyone.
I believe so. It covers both parents. So, you know, whether you are the mum or the dad or the primary or secondary caregiver, it covers both parents. So I guess it would depend on your surrogacy policy, but I think so, because at that point I guess when the baby's been handed over from the surrogacy, obviously the surrogacy laws in the UK are a bit different to the US. I'm not 100% sure, but I guess when that baby is yours, and if it goes into the intensive care unit, you are the parent. So yeah, it should do.
Yeah.
Any lawyers out there, let us know.
That's good to know, because, you know, just all these things that you perhaps won't think about before you have a child in whatever way. So
but it should do, because it's on top of then any other parental leave.
Yeah, nice. And is this another new Labour law that's coming through?
Yeah, on the 6th of April it comes in.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, and then I think following our parental parental theme, the government's looking to extend further the redundancy protections. So these have already been extended numerous times over the past few years, but what the government are proposing is further protections around anybody who has, you know, is either on or come back from any parental leave. So whether that is primary or secondary caregiver, adoption, kinship, you know, any kind of parental leave, the government is proposing that it extends, you know, you can't be made redundant 18 months after the birth of, or, you know, adoption of a child, and 6 months after the employee has returned to work, which I think is great. And again, it's good for women. I don't know the statistics. I probably should have a look at them, but I'm not a betting woman, but I'll probably be willing to bet a decent amount of money that it's women who probably get made redundant more than men following returning to work or having a child. So I think that it's a really good protection. And actually the government are also looking to make flexible working more. It's already a day one right, but they're looking to push this further so that every employee can put in 2 requests a year, and they want to reduce the confirmation from 3 months to 2 months. Again, this is good for women because they're the ones, normally it's women who need more of the flexible working. So, like I said, 65% of primary caregivers are the women. They're the ones, generally speaking, who do more of the drop off and pick up. Or, if there is, if your child has any particular enhanced or special needs, it's normally the women who are ringing around the doctors and doing the doctor's appointment, hospital visits. So a bit of flexibility there, I think, is always, definitely benefits women for sure.
Definitely. I know from the talks I've had with women for International Women's Day, but with friends as well, it's always a bit of an anxiety to go away from your role for that whatever length of time, and wondering if you're going to have a job to go back to, and or if it's going to be different. So that must add an extra layer of I don't know, protection, and just put minds at ease a little bit more than before.
Yeah, I think so. And I think previously it was like, you could make anybody redundant. You just have to be prepared to pay. And some employers are willing to do that. I've had horrible conversations before with employers of, when we're looking at redundancies, and that some of them they're unethical and they're not right, the reasons for doing it. And I've seen it. I've seen it with with colleagues. I've seen it with friends. When they're panicking about going back to work, and I'm like, you shouldn't have to. Like, you've given everything. You're the only person who can go, and as women, we're the only ones who can have the babies. And that your job there should be these protections there for you, and it shouldn't be. I hate leaving my dog, so I can't imagine you're a child that you've given birth to and have kept alive for however many months of your maternity leave, to then have to leave them, have to deal with, I think, you hear the stories of, dropping your child in nursery for the first time and them crying and, got heart-wrenching feeling, to then worry about coming back to work, your confidence already knocked, and then worrying if you've even got a job, for having to go through all of that to then worry that you've got a job. It's not right. So I think this is there's definitely been some enhancements already on the protections to make returning parents redundant. But I think these ones are much better. And I think it protects, it's the 6 months after from returning, and then the 18 months after the birth of the child. I think it's really good protections there.
Sounds great. And when did you say that comes into effect?
That's one of the ones that's going through the law. It should hopefully come out next year.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah. Sorry, no, at the end of the year, at the end of this year.
End of 2025.
Yeah, I think so.
Awesome.
It could come out if the government agree on it. If they get unanimous agreement on it all. I think some of these could come out sooner, but there's hundreds of things going through there's hundreds of bills going through that the government needs to agree on. So yeah, let's see what happens. But again, it should work in the favour of the employee, which is, as an employee, it's great. As an employer, it's a lot to get your head wrapped around. There's definitely some costs in there. There's definitely a lot of work that you've got to do to make sure that you are putting these steps in place to protect people. If you don't want the tribunal fines, and then there's a lot of the laws now, if you break them, it's uncapped. So, or you can get 2 lots of fines then, and no one wants that.
Yeah. So employers need to get these in place as soon as everything is confirmed by the government. Yeah. They usually give a date to do it by the certain dates. And,
they definitely give a fair few months of advance warning.
Yeah. It sounds like you'll be busy when these things start coming through.
Yeah.
Awesome. Anything else that our viewers should know about?
No, I think they're the main changes that I think either have happened or should happen or will be happening that help women in the workplace and address some of the gender imbalances.
it's definitely nice to hear some good positive changes coming up instead of all the doom and gloom that we're subjected to on a daily basis. And thank you for all of that. I hope our viewers found it useful. I'm sure you did. And again, if you're not in the UK, hopefully it gives you a good head start to look for things that might be happening in your country as well. As you mentioned redundancy, and we've got a few minutes, I know this is a big topic in itself, but I know that you posted recently about this because you've been through it yourself with Axis, having lost your job along with everyone else last summer. With everything that's going on and Technicolor, etc., do you just have a sort of general advice just to get people, I mean, I'm sure everyone's really already on it and have found support in various ways, but yeah, anything that you can kind of wrap up on in terms of that, and perhaps we can do another talk another time with more information.
Yeah, I mean, God, my heart goes out to anybody going through this situation. I think, you know, having for the best part of 20 years been on the other side of those conversations, to then, you know, being thrown into the mix of, you know, when a company goes into administration, there's, you know, you get nothing, that it's insolvent, there's no money, it's bankrupt. So, you know, as a, you know, I think as an employee, you're always like, oh, I've got my, you know, my 3 months notice and I've got all these, you know, my contract protects you. That literally just disappears in any kind of administration process. So it's hard. It's really hard when you know, it's a shock that no one should have to go through the financial, you know, stress and worry and strain that it puts you and or your family through. It's awful. So my heart really does go out to these people. I think if it's anything like Axis, you know, this, you know, they'll have probably have been sat on, you know, maybe known about this for a couple of weeks, or, you know, a few communications have gone through. So I'm sure they have had all of that. I saw it was Interpath who were the administrators, who we had at Axis, and they were super helpful. You know, obviously we had to deal with Interpath as well from the HR side to provide all the correct information, so that when anybody just file for what they are owed for the statutory amounts, it's very clear, it's very helpful. So my only advice is, you know, make sure you get the letter, make sure they've got all your correct information, and apply, you know, fill in it's very easy to fill it out online, and my money did come a lot quicker than they said it would. I'm sure they said it would be like 6 weeks, and it came within about 10 days, 2 weeks. So it helps. It's something. When you have nothing, you'll take anything. It's good. But yeah, my heart does go out to them. I know there's other studios that are going through this too. And, you know, I think we're about to reach a 12-year high in the UK of redundancies, which is just wonderful. Oh, wow. So I'm sure other people will be going through this too, but I think it's just a case of, you know, making sure that you have had a fair procedure in a normal redundancy case. Make sure that, you know, you have been selected fairly, that it's been fair criteria that's applied to you, and that you have got a fair, you know, you've been paid everything that, you know, you legally should be paid. And, you know, I have been through this, and I have, you know, been on the receiving end, and I'm normally the person on the other side. So if anybody does any want any advice or wants to talk, you know, reach out to me. I'll always help people in this industry. It's tough right now. So yeah, I'm always happy to have a conversation with anybody if they just want some advice. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but just practical advice on what to do, and just be kind to yourself. Like, give yourself a couple of weeks and reach out to your network. I have, you know, and I will say, you know, I've been amazed by my network and how kind everybody's been to me, of which some amazing women from this industry have stepped up and helped me. And I, you know, I'm eternally grateful. I probably could have done without the life lesson, but I'm very grateful, and it's opened new doors. And, you know, the industry and the country and the economy are a bit of a mess at the moment. It does feel like doom and gloom out there. It really does. But, you know, this isn't our first rodeo, so to speak. You know, this happens. We've been through a couple of recessions now, I think. So it will get better. It doesn't help you right here, right now, I know, but just reach out to your network, think of, different ways, if you've been a lifelong employee, permanent employee, switch and think about being self-employed or setting yourself up as a limited company just to get some freelance work. That's what I had to do. Never have done it before, but it's definitely been a way to just get a bit of employment while the market picks up.
Yeah, solid advice there. And to echo your words, we really do have one of the best communities as an industry, just so supportive. And yeah, it's, I guess, one silver lining is that we do have this amazing network. And yeah, the industry as a whole has seen better days, but I've really just loved the chats that I've had with people and just seeing everyone that's come out and offered support and advice like yourself. So Emma, thank you so much. We'll stick around. We'll stick around and chat for a bit longer, but for now, thank you for watching, everyone. Again, if you have any questions, just drop them in the live chat. We'll follow up with some more information and links via a blog post. We'll share it on social media as well. But yes, thank you for watching, and thank you again, Emma.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Hi everyone, welcome back to our talks. I hope you're enjoying the day so far. I am very pleased to welcome two new special guests to our next talk on neurodiversity. So welcome to Katie Mitchell and Lauren McCallum. Lovely to have you here.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm really excited to talk about this topic.
What's your own experience with neurodiversity, especially when it comes to the workplace?
Yeah, No, that's a really good question, Hayley. So I am dyslexic and dyspraxic. It's something that I'm actually still familiarizing myself with, because originally when I got a diagnosis, it was very much in terms about reading and processing, going through education. And I'm realizing there's a lot more to it, because it counts as being neurodivergent, and it covers my neural pathways. There's a way of, I'll think differently to, let's say, the typical way of thinking and problem solving, and how we lead into like more the creativity side as well. So there's a lot more that I'm still realizing about how my brain processes information, and not just words, also more about like conversations, communication, and all of that jazz as well. So there's more challenges beyond reading that I'm now realizing as I get older. But so that's where I touch on with neurodiversity, as well as in my family, autism runs through my family. So I've always been a massive advocate and ally to help be a voice when and where possible, using the tools that I have, which is very technology driven, using like VR and immersive technology to help with the conversation, but not be the person that is basically saying, oh, this is exactly how someone on the spectrum might feel. I never want to be that person, because I'm not autistic myself, but I always want to use my expertise to help with that conversation and growth. So I've been a really massive advocate for autism throughout my whole life, and all of my career life especially. So I spend a lot of my time working in ways that we can make sensory friendly environments, neurodiversity friendly spaces, and the main focus originally was in autism, again, just to create more awareness about the topic. And it's something that it's always sat closely with me when growing up, and creating like workspaces, but also social spaces, stepping outside the day-to-day of the 9 to 5. It's also trying to make spaces more accessible, and create a higher sense of acceptance has always been my way of thinking. And through that journey, I found out with my dyslexia, again, there's more about, it's not just about reading and processing information. There's a lot more to it. So that was my way in of why the topic of being neurodivergent is very closely to me.
Thank you. And Lauren, how about you?
Yeah, thanks, Hayley. I'm dyslexic, and I've had an interesting journey with it. Sort of a high-performing student who hit a bit of a brick wall in certain areas. And I was really lucky to be diagnosed really early, so in my early teens. And I won a scholarship to a school that was developing a program specifically for sort of high-performing dyslexic kids, which was incredible, because it meant the sort of the dominoes of feeling like you're not smart enough. That narrative didn't take root. Because instead, though, I was so lucky to have teachers who would say, well, you have to be curious about how you think, right? You might not think like other people, but maybe that's a superpower. And I was so lucky, and really lent into learning how it could be an incredible tool. So it's something that I've used. I don't know, I've been working in VFX now for about 20 years. And I've noticed a real change from it being neurodiverse being something. Not only did we not have the term neurodiverse being used in a work lexicon at all, you'd have the odd creative you work with that might make reference to being dyslexic, but it would often, when I heard it in the workplace, it was used as I'm sorry, but. What I love now is it's used as, oh, I'm dyslexic. I can use my approach to the way you have this problem. I can help you with that. because I have a different approach. And I love when I find out that somebody's neurodivergent in my teams, because I will change my casting to account for it. And I think that's a massive sea change in the way we work now, that managers are given the opportunity and the skills to recognize that being neurodivergent can be an incredible skill. So I really like the fact that, you know, it's actively recognized as a skill, not as something to hold you back. I also think it puts a huge amount of responsibility on managers to make sure you are educated and you do know how to support your teams who are neurodivergent.
Definitely. Yeah, it seems like you were saying, there's a shift in thinking around it, where people growing up, perhaps they had, you know, they struggled at school because they weren't getting the sort of right focus, I guess, on how to work with neurodivergent students, for instance. And I've read so many biographies where stars, like I just finished Cher's book, and she struggled a lot at school, and then later found out that she was dyslexic, and she found out because her own child was put through tests in the 80s, I think it was. So it feels like there's been a real change and shift in identifying neurodiversity. So it sounds like you both were able to discover that quite early on in your lives. Do you think that that really helped you with your studies and then later on in your career to know that you had that neurodiverseness?
That's a really that's a good question. I think, well, I found out a bit later on in my education. I was always put into more of like classes. I always forget how they rate them. But it was more the lower tier classes that needed that extra help. But I never got the diagnosis of dyslexia or dyspraxia until I was at college. I just was given extra time throughout exams. But when I went to college, it was very interesting because it was very exam driven during the secondary school, and then college was coursework. And then I began to thrive. I went from being the bottom of the class from all of my memory at secondary school to then being at the top, because I found out a way that actually I can work better in more of a coursework driven practice rather than exam and memory focus, which was a really massive turning point actually in my education, then filtering through into my career, because then I went on to do more of a coursework university class rather than exam driven, which I feel gave me a really step up from that feeling of, oh gosh, I'm always at the bottom. Why am I always at the bottom of the class? I don't understand. I'm trying my hardest. I'm not slacking off or anything like that. My parents could generally see like, yeah, you're generally trying. To them shifting to the bottom of the class and my dad being like, oh, you got into university. Oh, like that's we didn't think you'd go to university type of thing, because I was struggling so much throughout school. So I think the turning point of being able to do a degree that was coursework focus really helped me then get a step into the industry, because it allowed me to take more of a creative course, but then allowed me to then use all those skill set that I learned to then find a job which was again more related to how I would work. And in the creative industry, I mean, so many people that I've met are neurodivergent. And same as what you were just saying earlier, Lauren, I love when I meet people who are neurodivergent, because I'm like, I understand from my experience how I can make this task a bit easier or a bit better for us to approach it in a different way. So I approach a lot of my work differently per task. It's so different depending on who I'm working with. And it teaches you a lot about, again, acceptance is key. Acceptance within comes first, so you can be more accepting throughout. And I think that just helps with, patience of being able to navigate things differently. I'm awful. When I have a time cap, someone says, I need this in 2 minutes, it's the most urgent thing. I'm like, no, you need to approach me so differently, because how my brain will process that won't get the best answers. So it's been a really interesting journey to, again, navigate that into the industry and how I would approach it with my teams and my other projects as well.
I think there is a huge responsibility as well when you are neurodiverse to make sure that you are taking responsibility for what you need as well. So I liked what you said, Katie. No, you need to approach me in a different way, right, to get what you need. I'll often, I provide feedback very readily and always have to anybody I work with if the way they're presenting information to me is presenting it in a way that I can't digest it. So I say to my team all the time, I imagine you want to get me to yes. Okay. So if you want to get me to yes, you're going to need to present something in a visual way. If you send me a big spreadsheet and it's just full of figures, I'm going to get sucked into it and completely distracted for quite a long time. So if you want to get me to yes, you need to do an executive summary. It needs to have no more than 3 bullet points, and I will be able to get back to you rapidly, because one of the ways my brain works is I can see holistically the connection between multiple things very, very quickly. And if you give me that view, my pace is probably faster than most people I work with. And so I think when you start working with folks, it's really important to engage in that conversation. I think people are often quite surprised when they start working with me. One of my first questions is, tell me how you learn. And quite often people will just go, I don't understand. And I was like, it's really simple. Do you learn practically? Do you need to, read and digest? Do you want to have a debate about something? Because I need to understand how I get you to being really effective as quickly as possible. So I think that curiosity, be curious about yourself, be curious about other people, and really recognize that being highly effective as a neurodivergent person is that you have to meet people where they're at, not where you want them to be. And it goes both ways. I think it's also super exciting when somebody says, I don't really know much about dyslexia or being neurodiverse. How do I do a better job of supporting with or working with folks in my team that have this? I love that conversation.
Yeah, I actually fully agree with that. I think when people are curious, I always find it's about a lot of different topics, but if we're just focusing on neurodiversity, it's the curiosity of it's okay to explore the conversation and find the language, because I find people are quite wary about what language can I use that isn't othering or patronizing. And I think I always approach it in a way of let's learn that in a collaborative way and together. Because I will correct you if I felt that was like a bit inappropriate or not the term we're really using these days, but you don't know what you don't know. And that's okay to slip up on language, slip up on a term, as long as you're open for someone to be like, actually, that's not quite right of how we speak about it. Let's try a different approach. So yeah, I back that. I back that, Lauren.
Yeah, and you both seem quite confident. Were you always quite confident in talking about it at work, or is this something that's grown as you've grown in your careers?
I mean, for my part, again, I'd credit my schooling and my parents with recognizing early that the way I think could be a really great thing. And even though I did well at school, I very quickly realized that I wanted to be practical in the way that I learn, because that's what works best for me. So I was lucky enough to get some work as a runner when I was 16. And it was a light bulb moment for me, because I thought, hang on, there are no books here. Like, don't get me wrong, I love to read, but I've learned that it's better for me, for instance, to listen to audiobooks, because it's a much more enjoyable experience for my dyslexic brain than, working through material like that. So the idea that there's this whole career path of being a runner, and you don't have to sit down and work your way through manuals, right? You need a couple of things. You need to be curious, you need to be kind, you need to be really, really just so willing to go above and beyond. And you can pretty much work your way through every different discipline if you want to. And that for me was this light bulb moment. And it reinforced for me that, well, dyslexia is my superpower here, because I would regularly say, figuring out what somebody needs. Reciprocity is a really important part of it, right? So I'd remember how people want their tea or their coffee. I'd remember whose kids have, an after school party that they need to get away for. And I'd make sure that I could help people do those things. And very quickly, folks would say to me, hey, what are you interested in? You'd be like, oh, wow, I'd really like to understand what you do. And that has seen me from runner through to vice president. So I think that agility in the way you learn and recognizing that there are very different ways to learn builds confidence in you very quickly. But I also think we are lucky to be, it sounds like both to have grown up in environments where neurodiversity was something we were educated in at an early stage, even if we then learned more about ourselves as we progressed. It's not everybody is so lucky, and I work with lots of folks who are late diagnosed neurodivergent, and I recognize my privilege in this moment talking about neurodiversity coming from a position where that was very well supported, and I think that breeds confidence. What do you think, Katie?
Yeah, some great points there. I think with me, I think it helped that my parents never put pressure on me. They didn't really expect me to leave my school being a doctor or engineer. They had a very much more of a just be happy, enjoy life type of thing, which I think really helps as a child. Like, I would be more upset getting a bad grade than my parents were. I'd have friends, if they got like a B, ooh, that's not great. If I got a B, my parents were like, whoa. And I think that really, really encouraged a lot of things. I think having my parents who, again, approached it in a really more of a kind way, even though I didn't get the diagnosis of dyslexia, they just knew I was a bit more, I guess, slow at processing things of how the education system was built, and they knew I struggled with that. I always remember on the day we were getting our GCSEs, I had my tonsils removed the day before, and I remember my mum coming into the room. She was like, okay, I've looked at your grades. You did your best. You did your absolute best. And she read my grades out, and I was just like, oh, knife to my heart. Some of them, it was just, I didn't get the grades that I wanted and needed and put the effort in. So I think, again, having that really kind approach that my family took, which again is quite a lucky thing. And I think having autism that runs through my family, they knew about, learning disabilities and approach to bringing up children in that sense. And then I think, again, it's very lucky to have parents that are very much wanting you to just to be happy. And then when I moved on to learn more about the coursework side of things, again, I started to excel, and then I began learning about how can I actually create awareness about this topic. And that's when my career also in virtual reality started really taking off, is how can I use VR as an educational platform and an education ecosystem. So I spend a lot of my time doing that, as well as working in film, where I'm creating those experiences for people to learn about neurodiversity in a holistic way, and not putting people in a confined box like, oh, you're autistic, you have to adapt to society, and you have to keep in this box, and you have to learn how to adapt to society. Whereas that's not my approach. My approach is very, why don't we change how supermarkets are in general? Why don't we actually make it not sensory overwhelming for everybody? Why don't we look at it as making everything accessible? Why does it have to be, oh, we have to make it accessible? I lost my track of thoughts. We have to, adapt it for this one person. It's like, no, just adapt it for everyone. There's a saying that we use quite a lot, is like a wheelchair ramp. That's also great for new parents with prams. It's great for people that, can't do the steps. It's incredible for everybody. It's such a simple thing that we might think about, but accessibility is super key, and taking the approach of teaching people to be more accepting and how they can use their voice to make change in workplaces, schools, football stadiums, like everywhere and anywhere. That's my approach constantly. And
Nice. And taking it back to the workplace, have you typically found that there is support readily available, or have you typically been the one to instigate things, or is it something that you've noticed has improved over the last few years in terms of support?
I am very lucky to work at Scanline and Netflix, where we actively work hard to create environments where we can bring different lived experiences and perspectives to a problem. And that means we solve them in really new ways. So we actively see it as an important part of how we manage our teams. We educate our managers and supervisors to make sure that they understand how to manage in the most inclusive way possible. So I feel very lucky to be in that environment.
That's
I
good.
think mine's slightly different. I think we've got quite a long way to go still in workplaces in general. I think, you know, the places that you just mentioned, Lauren, are pretty maybe notorious to be hot on those topics. But if we step out of that bubble, I think we've got quite a long way to go. I think with my own experience, you know, talking about these things was quite open. I think I feel that I have to direct some of those conversations and make those conversations happen and start making that change. I don't think there's workflows and there for everybody to then offboard and onboard their employees. So yeah, I think a little bit differently. And again, I think that's why I focus a lot of my time is building a system, like an educational platform where people can go to and they're like, oh, this is how I can make things, you know, just better in the workplace, because I feel that we're not there. And that's not dampening on the studios and the people that I've worked with. You know, they're very much curious about the conversation. I've had people come to me of like, what should we do to make this space a bit more inclusive? Which is a great way to start, but you know, I think that needs to also be filtered from, you know, the HR side of things, from getting people who are neurodiverse and people who are neurodivergent, and creating a workflow that actually starts teaching people more about it.
It's a good point. Yeah. Quite often the expectation is that the other needs to be the educator. And I think we're always, again, interested and excited to be part of that. But it is really good to have an organization that meets you there, right? And says, hey, we've already done this work. We're not expecting you to come and do it for us, because, you know, a lot of the time we're not, you know, moving into roles where we're specialists in these areas. We are specialists in our own areas, and this is part of what makes us great.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I was just wondering, with hybrid and remote working, I know it's very individual still, but for your own experience, has that helped with your day-to-day working, having your own space and having more of a choice really of how to set up your environment, your work environment?
I've got to say, it's been a game changer for me. There are so many tools I use to help me be really effective. Controlling my own space as somebody who can be very visually distracted is huge. That would be something that I would struggle with a lot. You know, when I was coming up and you're in very kind of open offices where there is such a volume all the time, it could be very difficult to focus in. Then I was lucky enough, you know, to have my own office and I'd have more control. But I think it's incredible to be able to use dictation tools and transcripts throughout the day to help you manage how you analyze and digest all the information that's coming at you. It's incredibly important. I also learn a lot visually from, you know, I read people's faces while I'm talking to them, and that's a key component of how I take in information. So video calls are fantastic for that. Conversely, it's really challenging when some folks don't have their camera on, because, you know, there's sort of a level of additional focus is hard for me sometimes. But again, I'm very vocal with people about it, and I'll say, oh, you know, I might not be able to be as swift or as effective as we both want me to be if your camera's not on. Don't get me wrong, I still love being in the office, and I'm lucky enough that with my job, I travel very regularly and get to spend time in offices. But to be able to use tools to help me be effective now that I have more control of my working space is it's been pretty transformational. And I know a lot of folks with ADHD in particular have found their energy management is entirely different, because they are able to get up and move about while they're on calls. They can, you know, really curate an environment that helps them do their best work, which is fantastic.
Amazing.
I fully agree. I remember when we started doing remote working, I all of a sudden was better than I have ever been at performing in my role. I remember changing jobs, I think maybe halfway through COVID, and I just like found my rhythm. And it really is about the controlled environment. It really is. I'm quite easily distracted. I go into the office. I like to chat to everybody. I'm there like, I go to the personal questions, you know, I want to know really, how are you doing? And I think also with, you know, being in the office, I think it's great for that kind of building the social side and really getting to know people. And you can gauge people of like, if they want to talk about anything or if they don't. But I find being at home, I'm able to get always a lot more done because I'm able to really have that control of my environment, earphones in or music, like lo-fi beats, study beats over there. And it really has been such a game changer. And I think I could speak for a couple of people I've spoken who are also neurodivergent, is having that environment where you can cater it to what you need and have the breaks when you need. You don't feel like a pressure to be like, I need to do meetings until midday and then have an hour break and then crack on, and I need to look like I'm working. It's like a necessary amount of pressure. Whereas, you know, after a meeting, you kind of want to be able to come down a little bit and get an idea of what just happened at that meeting and look at your notes. And I think that was something I really valued when it came to remote working. I was able to actually start thriving better, and I didn't realize any like that why and the what and the why until again recently, of realizing, you know, I am a bit sensitive to like noises in the office and like different tones changing. Like I know I have definitely some form of sensory processing that is different to, let's say, the neurotypical people. And you know, that's okay. There's only so much noise cancelling headphones can do. So I think the hybrid manner is really good because it allows people to choose when, you know, maybe when they go into the office and when they stay at home. And I think that's a really massive thing that we should never get away. I think it's so cool when I see jobs where it's like on site. I'm like, you're missing a whole audience. I will never work for a company that's just fully on site, because that I would not be able to thrive. I would not be able to be my best self, and they would not get the best results from me. I need my own time to process how I process, and I've been performing so much better since we've been able to do a hybrid setting and remote setting that I never thought I really needed until it happened. So I really do think it's great that some, you know, in workplaces we should create the spaces to cater for these needs. But for you to open that space, you need to be open to say you can work from home, because there's like emotional burnout. I find if I'm in the office Monday to Friday, it burns me out because you kind of, sometimes you have this mask on. I think everyone has that. You know, you've got your work voice and then your friend's voice of how you would talk to the girls and stuff. And, you know, they're completely different approaches of conversations, right? Whereas I find working in a remote setting allows me to like balance my battery level of how I use it, when I use it, how long I use it for. And yeah, I find the remote hybrid is definitely a game changer, especially for neurodivergent individuals.
Yeah, nice. And just going back to tools and resources, I am going to follow up in a blog after this talk with some links to some handy resources. But is there anything that you found particularly useful, either now or during your career, that you recommend for people to look up or use? You mentioned
I'm a massive fan of so I love going to SIGGRAPH. I absolutely love it, right? I love digesting these fantastic new ideas, but I can't read a white paper for love nor money. So I love tools that help me digest really complex ideas in a really effective way. So for me, the best way to do that is to move around while I'm taking in that information. So, text to speech tools are fantastic. Audible podcasts. We're so lucky that a lot of learning can happen in a way that really suits neurodiverse brains, which is amazing. So now this idea that you can pretty much go on to however you get your podcast or Substack and want to know more about an idea that could feel very dense and very difficult to get into. But for me, doing that via Audible or doing it via any audiobook or a podcast is just such a much more accessible way to digest information. I certainly know that I have a lot of colleagues who have kids who are neurodiverse and friends who are neurodiverse, and it's going to seem like a weird recommendation, but the fidget desks and fidget stools you can get now are transformational.
Fidget desk?
Yeah, so you can get a little bar that attaches to the bottom of your desk that moves backwards and forwards. And for kids with ADHD, for instance, it's incredible their difference of focus during lessons when they can move backwards and forwards jumps up. And you can get them also, for your home office, and they have different, there's like a main stool and then there's a swiveling attachment to it that you can put your knees on, and you can move around and be be much more active in how you engage with it. And, an extension of that is just a standing desk, right? These different ways. I think there are, the technology tools, and then there are just very practical abilities to control your own space. And what might previously have been seen as sort of fidgeting and something that might put off neurotypical folks that you work with in your own space, you're entirely in control of it. And I think that makes us very lucky.
I just Googled that. They look great.
Yeah.
I've actually never heard of a fidget desk. I'm actually going to Google that straight away. That sounds incredible.
Absolutely fantastic. I'll tell you, a friend of mine whose child, I think he's about 7, recently the school fitted the fidget desks, and he came back and said to his dad, "Daddy, I thought I was just stupid." And like that level of transformation, it gets you in the feels, right? But it doesn't just have to be for kids. Like I said, there are lots of folks who are being diagnosed neurodiverse in their 40s and their 50s. And there are all these tools available. And I think as colleagues and managers as well, we can help to share knowledge of what can help. So those are tools that for me have been pretty transformational.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
I've learned something there as well. I'm like, well, fidget desk. I think going off the standing desk, I think they are great. So I am a bit of a fidgeter, but I'm always trying to find new things, funny enough. And some things distract me too much. So then I think as basic as a stress ball would be, but like a foam one, I want to get one of those. I think that could just generally help. Otherwise, I use my earphone case in meetings, that magnet feeling, that's a go-to. But other tools in general that I would use, definitely the voice. I voice note a lot. Some like my middle brother hates it. He's like, I know you voice note, let's just jump on a call, because I love a voice note. And also, I think sometimes I get my text, especially when I'm reading more of a heavy read of a research paper, I will get it to read out to me, because there's no way. Otherwise, I don't know if you've ever felt this, Lauren, but sometimes when I'm reading on my computer, I would literally have to do this with my hands if I'm really I think if I'm on the higher end of being a bit overwhelmed or feel pressure, that comes from within. That sense that I bring on myself, and I start doing this because I just can't. It's not like the letters or anything are jumbling around. I just can't bring myself into that focal point. So I started using a lot more of audio speaking out to me, which is great. And podcasts are incredible. And just I also try and do a little bit of reading. I'm not the biggest reader just because of it's very time consuming for me. Some people can bash out a book in like 2 days. I'm like, I wish I could do that. So I'm very much of a visual learner. And then I think in terms of learning more about neurodiversity in general, I think one of the things that I think I've drawn into a little bit more is about sensory processing. And I think I draw into that a little bit because that comes into how people physically feel and mentally feel in that moment. So I explore that a lot more. And there's, I sound like such an old person. There's lots on the internet about that. You just get the browser, click away. But I think a lot of my readings at the moment is coming from a bit more of a heavier research background, just because of what I do with work as well. It's very much, if I'm there trying to create immersive experiences, I need to have a bit more of a research backed study, but they can be very hard. So that's when the audio recognition comes into play. Also, I don't want to be that person, but my good friend ChatGPT has been a bit of a game changer at times. It really does actually, how I prompt it really helps me, I think, summarize things a bit easier. And that also comes with papers that I'm reading. Obviously, there has to be like that fact checking involved in everything, but it's been such a great tool for me in terms of being able to just understand what I'm trying to say, because I kind of stumble over my words in my mind and I can't seem to sometimes form the correct sentence, and ChatGPT helps me form that correct sentence. And that has actually been such a weight off my shoulders, because usually, I still like text my friends at times, like, which there should I use? And I asked ChatGPT the other day that you could sit me down for an hour and teach me about there, there, and there. It's just something that I've just never been able to like fully grab. And ChatGPT helps me with things like that. Is like using the correct language, what type of literature that you should be using, and things like that. So yeah. I mean, is it a talk if you don't mention AI?
Thank you. And I'm sorry to lay this question on you. I may or may not be asking for myself, partly. But Lauren, you mentioned a lot of people are being diagnosed later in life, and I read that women, especially, are being diagnosed with ADHD around age 38. Have you had many people, friends, family come to you and say, how do I know if I'm neurodiverse? I have these traits, and who do I go to first? What do I do?
Why these talks that you're organizing are so important. So I want to say thank you for that as well, Hayley, because if you don't know somebody who's neurodiverse, it's really hard to know who to ask, right? So I'm a firm believer, and this goes for representation across the whole industry. If you can't see yourself reflected in the leaders around you, it's hard for you to project yourself into that position, right? So the more we talk about being neurodiverse at every single level, it's so important. What I've seen a lot is, yes, the more I talk about it, the more folks will come to me and say, is this a neurodivergent behavior? And I'll quite often say, listen, I pride myself on being a little bit neurospicy. And I think there are lots of behaviors, particularly around ADHD, for instance, which are very environmental. So you can, experience struggle focusing because of the deluge of environmental impacts that you have just stepping outside of your door, right? It's a very normal thing. But I think that there is most definitely now, through an increase in the conversation around neurodiversity, much more awareness that women in particular can quite often go well into their later life before anybody will even raise to them that this might be an issue. And I think, you know, Instagram and TikTok are amazing for this, because there have been this groundswell of people talking about their personal experiences that now have raised awareness around ADHD in particular in a way that just didn't exist before. And I think women, we so often have an imposter syndrome anyway. So we are less likely to bring forward and to talk about these behaviors. We sort of, you know, we think it should be hard anyway, so it's fine, you know, you crack on because that's what you do. But in reality, it means we quite often mask a lot and have very good coping mechanisms to deal with experiences. And remember, you know, I mean, I say remember, but you know, this is something we should talk about. ADHD in particular presents a huge breadth of different experiences for folks. There are different types of ADHD. There is a sort of an assumption, or maybe a generalization, that ADHD shows up as young boys who can't sit still, right? But I and my family have experienced as somebody with ADHD who learned to knit at a very young age. And that masked the fact that they had ADHD because they had found a stimulating way to be busy whenever they had to sit down. Right? We're ingenious the way we mask and find different ways of coping. But it's really, really good that now there's a wider understanding that absolutely women can have ADHD, just like, you know, you can go into much later life before you find out. But the reassuring part is there are tools available to you, there's support available to you. And I'd love to see more employers really recognizing their responsibility to provide spaces for people to explore that. You know, sometimes that means you're in a job you love, but that might not be the right job for you when you realize these things. And I've supported quite a few folks actually moving from different disciplines once they've been diagnosed with ADHD, and realizing that actually there's a different discipline that would really suit their style of learning, and they've really bloomed, which I think as a manager makes me feel very lucky to be able to help them do that.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
I think what you've just mentioned, I could have like clapped my hands, because I was like, yes, representation. It sounds like a word we say over and over, but it's so important. Representation in leadership, that goes with so much. That's not even just about neurodiversity. It's about like all the topics that fit under EDI. You know, it's representation is absolutely everything. And yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that, Lauren, because I think how you worded that, I was just like, I just wanted to click my fingers. I was like, yes, that is music to my ears. That's what I want to hear. That is so cool, and such a massive part to change. You know, having someone in a leadership role who is neurodivergent, it really is, that's where change begins, and that's so important. But I think yeah, in terms of, actually, I might have forgot the original question, Hayley. I was so absorbed into what you were saying, Lauren. I was like, yes, keep going. That's amazing.
It was if anyone had approached you, friends, family, colleagues, just thinking, I think I might be neurodiverse. Like, how do I find out? Have you become the fountain of knowledge for your friends and family?
Yeah, I mean, I've had people pop up to me about their kids being like, oh, I think my son or my daughter might have ADHD, autism. It's usually mainly about autism, because that's what I speak quite a lot about. And that's been an interesting one where I will send them research links, and especially about like sensory processing. Your young child it might be on the spectrum. Let's let's focus on their senses, like just being in the house, you know, that TV and radio on being on the same time, I'd be crying. That is overwhelming, you know. Let's try and like those levels that are heightened, let's lower them. So I've had a lot of conversations mainly about friends' children that are getting diagnoses. I'm finding a lot more people, especially women, are getting a diagnosis much later in life. It's so sad, but it's so true. And it's down to masking. I found in the past year, I feel like I've been becoming a bit more neurospicy. I love the term neurospicy. I get that tattooed on me. Neurospicy is such a great word to use. Makes the conversation a bit more fun. But I'm finding, I think, working remotely and being able to have an environment that I really enjoy has actually helped me take the mask off a little bit. And that's been a really interesting discovery / also coming to terms with a few things about my processing and how I approach things, and you know how I go about things. And that's been such a big learning curve in my journey. Is, you know, I said to, I think, one of my friends the other day, I just feel like I'm becoming, you know, more neurospicy as I get older. And then they said, maybe it's because you don't mask as much.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
You know,
me too.
I was at an event the other night, and it was super overwhelming, really, really noisy, so many people to see, and this real moment of a celebration at VES. And I was so grateful to be there. And I do this thing that, if you know me and know that I'm neurospicy, you know I do, which is around about every hour, I have to go and stand outside. And the reason I have to go and stand outside is because the sensory overload for me becomes so much that I can't really hear people anymore. Anyway, I went outside, and I thought it was hilarious because instead of seeing a group of, you know, folks outside smoking or drinking, there's this group, and I turned to somebody and I went, neurospicy, and they went, neurospicy. And we were standing there in the quiet, and then we all turned around and went back in. And that for me was this moment where I just wanted to, it was really emotional. I felt like that is fantastic because we're this creative, incredibly kind of committed, excited group of people. We want to do incredible work. But that was this moment of not masking, but also of real kind of like celebration and support, which for me just made me feel very, very seen, but also very grateful.
I love that. I'm actually going to tell people that story. That is such a, how times have changed though. And that's a really positive thing of how we're seeing society adapt and change, and especially maybe more so in the creative industry. I can't really speak for those in the banking world, but that's such a huge milestone in the neurospicy community. Can't stop saying neurospicy, the neurodivergent community. That's such a big moment there. I think that's a massive takeaway from this conversation. I think people being okay to talk about it, feeling okay to talk about it. You know, one of my family members that was diagnosed with autism, there's so much stigma when he got the diagnosis in the 80s, so much stigma, and I can still feel that weight on his shoulders. And that's why I'm such an advocate for speaking about these things, because, you know, he will say, I don't want people knowing that I'm autistic. I'm like, that's okay, that is so your choice, but let's talk about it more. But it's so ingrained from being in the 80s and growing up with those really tough conversations and not so much empathy and not so much acceptance. So I think that's such a great and amazing milestone to see just in that moment. And I hope to see more of that. When I step outside from an event or somewhere, I want to step out and be like, no spicy corner, let's go over there. You know, and also encourage people to step out. I go to so many, I've been to like a dinner the other day, and I could sense a few people around the table will all experience sensory overload. They weren't, you know, diagnosed with any sorts of neurodiversity, but I could sense that build up, and a lot of them, some of them were women, and it's just like, I'm not saying they are neurodivergent, but just sensory overload and processing, right? I think having a space just to step out and take a break, take that moment, take a breather, so important. I love that.
I totally agree. I'd love to keep talking, but I'm really sorry I have to go.
We're out of time. But I just wanted to say that I love this conversation, and thank you so much for spending the time today. And yeah, let's keep the conversation going. Let's not just do it for International Women's Day. Let's keep it going, and let's talk again throughout the year. So again, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
No, thank you, Hayley, and thank you, Katie. Have a good day.
Thank you both. You
Bye.
too. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for tuning into this panel. It's organized by us, Cinesight, in collaboration with World VFX Day's International Women's Day programming. We are here today to acknowledge the progress made towards gender equality, but also to frankly discuss and address the work that remains to ensure everyone, irrespective of gender or background, feels welcome and included in our industry. My name is Sarah Martin. I'm the Cinesight Group's EDI specialist, and I will moderate today's panel along with my colleague, Emily Chaillon-Fete, employer brand marketing specialist at Cinesight Montreal. And we are joined today by a wonderful group of panelists. If you don't mind giving a wave when I mention your name, Sarah Fernandez, VFX producer at Trickster. Estefania Franco, Associate Department Manager and Production at Cinesight. Emily Hirschberg, Marketing and PR Manager at Trickster. Valentina Marie Squirrel, Production Manager at Trickster, and Stephanie Roy, CG Supervisor at Cinesight. Thank you so much, everybody, for sitting down with us. Our panelists have gracefully agreed to share their stories and engage in open conversation to discuss the realities of women in our industry and explore ways to affect change and identify concrete steps that the industry leaders can take to dismantle barriers and cultivate a workplace where everyone can flourish. Great. Let's start with today's first question.
The first question today. So, do you feel like International Women's Day is still relevant today? And why or why not?
I can start for that question if that's okay. So I believe that it's really important, especially I'm a Latin American woman, and inside the VFX industry and animation industry in Latin America, there's still a lot of change to be done. So I believe that if studios, bigger studios, keep talking about the struggles and about how we can achieve equality, maybe that can follow in other countries and can be kind of like the norm in the world for the VFX and animation studios. So it's very important to keep these conversations going.
Thank you so much, Estefania. I totally agree with that perspective. I think sometimes International Women's Day can, be viewed as just another tick box. And it is evident that that comes with privilege as well. If you have the day and you just are like, kind of feeling a little bit mediocre about it, like I was, that is a privilege, Yeah, so thank you so much for sharing that perspective. Anybody else have any thoughts on that?
I can maybe jump on it. Like at the beginning, I think I told you that on the side in another conversation, but like I was kind of against putting women into a box. Like I didn't like that day and I didn't like panels that were just about women and things like that. But then the more I grew into it, the more I realized that, some people were telling me, oh, like it's inspiring to see you like being a supervisor, technical in a men's world because yeah, there was no other CG Soup girls and things like that. So I kind of realized that, yes, it's important to show and to give visibility that there are women and that we can be in all those roles and that it's not because we have a vagina that we got those roles. It's because we can do it. We have the skills to do it. And I think it's interesting to, yes, start talking about it and like show the world so that people that maybe don't think that it's possible will realize that it is. So I think it's very, very important to talk about it and to have a day to highlight it. Yeah.
Absolutely, especially in our industry, when we look just at students as well, we want to increase the number of women, the number of non-binary people in the cohorts in schools. So having those role models really impacts the next generation, I think. Valentina, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I definitely think it's necessary. And I used to also be like, well, I don't need permission to get into the room. Like that was kind of my attitude about it. And then as I started working and growing in my career, I realized that being in the room is the bare minimum. Like being allowed in the room is the first step. And of course, I didn't need permission for the bare minimum. And it's not like I need permission now. I think that the goal is not just to let women into the room. That is the first step. But we want to also create an environment in which women can perform in the same capacity as men do. And that is not something that exists right now. There's still a lot of biases, a lot of the times unconscious biases when it comes to working as a woman, especially in a tech, like in a field like ours where it's so male dominated, it's so technical. There's still a lot of preconceived notions around women and computers that we need to like overcome and push ahead. So yeah, of course, getting into the room was something that I thought that that's what these panels were for. But now I realize that it's also to prepare women to also face what they're going to face once they're inside that room, and to show them that they're not the only women in that room, and that someone in there will see you and will recognize what you're going through and can help guide you through it. So yeah, I do think it's necessary, as much as I wish it wasn't. I wish I could say we have achieved equality. Hurrah. But yeah, still a work in progress.
Yeah, that's such a great point. And I like what you said about preparing people. Because I think that that is something that is not talked about enough. A lot of people, myself included, go into a workforce and you kind of are lost a lot of the time. And even having, somebody to look up to that maybe you've never met before, but you see them on socials or you see them on panels like this, or they're in your organization or other organizations, and you can prepare for that. And people are talking about what the barriers they faced are.
And so you have always to make your case and be like, no, I feel it is happening, and put some line on it is even harder. So it's even more challenging than it used to be. And therefore, I think International Women's Day is even more relevant today.
Yeah, I totally agree. And that's, exactly why I think everyone besides Steph, which, one day you'll sign up soon, has taken the training for inclusive behaviors here. And we focus a lot on microaggressions because that is exactly it. People don't, it is unconscious a lot of the time. It's meant to be something that's said that's sweet or that's endearing or that's meant to bond you. But it oftentimes patronizes, harms, or puts you into a box. So yeah, people aren't going to go, to their superiors for those little small things because they sound on their own so small, and that's why they're called microaggressions. But really, they're macroaggressions. They're harm, and it's the accumulation of it. And when you're facing that every day, that is the problem is it's happening over and over. And I'm sure everyone here, especially people who are racialized or part of other marginalized communities, can relate to that.
Absolutely. And speaking about creating a new normal and wanting points of references to shift, are there changes, positive changes that you've seen in the industry since joining the industry?
I could start here because I have a very big one, if I may. I feel like we have transitioned away from the partying until 5 a.m. culture in offices. And I've always held it dear to my heart that this is a culture that harmed women. Women have a lower tolerance to alcohol already, which leaves you in a vulnerable position. And the late hours require that you either take an additional expense and take a cab, or that you risk walking home at night on your own. And I feel like when this party culture was super prevalent, it was one of those things where the people that would stay and would bond with their coworkers in this atmosphere would be looked at first when it came to promotions, when it came to opportunities, because it was seen as involvement with the company, involvement at the job, except that these kinds of gatherings exclude mothers, because mothers can't stay partying until 5 a.m. because they have a child at home that they need to take care of, or at least they weren't expected to. They were expected to leave by society, and then by proxy, they would then be looked over for these opportunities. But also people in lower positions, like people on entry levels that maybe cannot afford a taxi. They're now faced with this question of like, do I stay for the prospect of my career, or do I want to prioritize my own safety and walk home while I'm still in like a condition to do so? So I definitely think that studios shifting away, like pivoting away from this culture and starting to prepare things that are more like, maybe now it's not a party until 5 a.m. Now it's a barbecue where we eat and we bond over food over a table, or it's a paintball, or it's activities that allow sober bonding. Have helped women stay in the industry because it has made the industry safer for women. And it's still fun. We still bond. We still get to know each other. But you know, it doesn't come with an inherent bias on what are we going to do next.
I think you're touching on something as well that's really integral to inclusion, is that when you make something more inclusive for one group, you usually by proxy make it inclusive for a lot of different groups, you know, because a lot of people don't drink for religious reasons, for health reasons, or just don't want to. And that culture changing makes it more inclusive for different groups like these. So anyone else wants to jump in?
It's interesting to have your point of view, Valentina, because when I was in that culture, and I'm already looking back and I'm like, I'm happy that I lived it because I had a lot of fun and like I did not feel unsafe at all. I was walking home even when I was drunk. I did not feel unsafe, but maybe it was just because I don't know, like I'm like, woo. But I do realize looking back though that this was not a healthy culture. Like regardless of if I'm a woman or not, this was not a healthy culture because I was drunk like a lot of the time. And it was more than just a cheeky beer every month. Like it was really a culture that was like, oh, we're going like every other day to Rosewood or whatever, like the bar that was next door and things like that. And at some point, like it's interesting to also hear your point of view of like, you know, oh, maybe if you stay more, you're gonna like be the one looking at for promotions and things like that. I did not thought about this because for me, it actually was a bit the reverse. Sometimes I was called out by, oh, be careful, because when you're in those party, people are looking at you and you're supposed to be a boss. So be careful about that. Even though it's an event outside of work, I was still reprimanded and looking at down because it was like with colleagues and things like that.
Does anyone else have any pointed moments?
Yes, I would like to. So I think that my experience is a little bit different because I started in this industry in Mexico. So that was like my first, and I worked around 4 years in the industry there. So the biggest change for me was moving to Canada and see how an industry can be different. Very sadly, in Mexico, still the industry is very small and it's very, very male dominated. So it was for me, it was very clear that I had like a ceiling that I could not go over, because every time that a job opening happened, if it happened, a man was chosen every single time. So a lot of things seem very unattainable for me at the moment. For example, being a mother was impossible in that type of culture. I knew that if I wanted to have kids, I could not keep working in the industry. So I I kind of like shifted away from that. And then I moved, I'm very sorry. I moved to Canada, and these opportunities kind of like presented again, and it made me realize how ages away we are from like Mexican industry to Canadian industry, and it's really sad to have to move to another country to see a very big improvement, to kind of like have these possibilities of choosing what I want with my life, because at some point in Mexico, I felt like I did not have a choice. Like it was either work or be a mother, or, you know, like I had to choose, like I had to stick to one because I could not really choose for myself. So that's the biggest change I have seen right now. I believe that there is like a lot of movements happening in Latin American countries that have a very big industries, like Argentina, like Mexico, in which we have women, like the equivalent of women in animation, that strives to kind of like have more women being a part of the industry, to have more policies that allow women to keep growing. And I believe that that is really cool, especially after COVID. I believe that a lot of people realized how important feminism and how important having visibility on International Women's Day is, because the truth is we don't have the same opportunities. We don't have, if there's no policies that allow women to choose what they want with their life, we're never going to have the same opportunities as men. If we don't have maternity leave, if we don't have all of these things that allow us to keep growing, there's just that the feeling there that is not going to move, that is not going to allow you to keep moving forward.
100%. And I think one thing that shows up in the industry also is having more EDI roles, having more roles focused on culture. And I think that's a step forward in this industry as well. Like just sending out the message that we want to go in that direction, you know?
Yeah, totally agree. Sarah?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, if I may add to this, positive change for me is definitely, at least I cannot confirm this with data, but it's my personal feeling. So if Cinesite has data on this, I'll be really happy to see. But I feel like there are definitely more women in leadership positions than there used to be. Even though they are more filled in certain department like production, like mine, I feel more women in production rather than a CG supervisor, just as Stephanie said before, or a VFX supervisor or head of department. So there's still big gaps into the creative sides of things and more technical jobs. But I'm happy to see that there are strong women leaders in our company and in the industry that are also role models for us. I mean, don't want to this to come the wrong place, but we have at Trickster an amazing managing director, and I feel like since she's in place, things have changed for the better. And I'm not saying a guy wouldn't be able to do the same job, but she did, and she did brilliantly. And I think so far, at least, I wish her the best. But it's this happens, and I feel like there are more and more of those women leaders, and this is inspiring, definitely. So this is absolutely a positive thing. And I've been just working in this industry for 8 years, but this is what I feel at least is happening there. Those position opens up for them too.
Yeah. And another thing that you said that made me think of that is like, you know, when people who are on the margins by society who show up in those rooms. So if you have a woman who is in a leadership position, you know, hopefully that person is thinking of other women and other gender minorities and thinking, how can we make this space safer for them. So that, you know, when I do see women in leadership positions, I really hope that that's what they're thinking of, you know? So yeah, I totally agree. Are you talking about, oh, I guess we're not going to name any names, but I know who you're talking about. And yes, she is awesome. Emily, yeah, you have something to say?
Yeah, I mean, so I haven't been in the industry as long as some here. I've only been in VFX for just under 5 years. But I have been in some capacity over the last 10 years in tech companies. And this is the first time at Trickster, this is the first time that I have worked directly under a female managing director. And it's not only how amazing it is for our company just to have someone who brings that kind of energy to the role. But I also feel, at least in our case, having a female GM, she really puts a lot of focus on empowering women within the company as well. I feel like I have a lot more ability since that shift towards female leadership. I have a lot more ability to have my own voice heard, to be more vertically responsible, less micromanaging, because I feel that she has faith in the people that work for the company, and my gender plays no role in, you know, anymore. Whereas previously in other companies as well, if I've worked in tech for a really long time, including companies of 25 people where I've been the only woman on the team. And it's just been a very different dynamic before then. So this has been very eye-opening for me before. This has been very eye-opening to me, and definitely in the future, I feel like working for a company that has female leadership at the very top would be a very attractive job prospect for me after having this experience. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Emily. And that's a beautiful segue into our next question. So what are some ways that people in leadership positions can show up and act in allyship to be there for women and other minorities? So does anyone have any ideas of how leadership could show up?
Yeah, I can jump into that. I feel like I had an experience at Cinesite where a man stand up for me, like while I was not even in the room. And like I've overheard it from other people, and I was like, oh shit, like that's like I didn't even knew what was happening, but like there was some people talking about, you know, me being a bitch because I was telling someone to do his job. And like this guy was like just stand up and was like, no, you cannot call her a bitch. Like you, if she was a man telling you to do your job, you wouldn't even dare to say out loud in front of your team that this person is like a dick or whatever, right? So like he up front, like straight up cut that shit. and the fact that he did that and that he did that in front of everyone just reinforced the fact that it was not okay, you know? And like I think just standing up like that for people around you, like regardless of like if they're women or if they're other minorities and things like that, to me it's very, very important because it just reinforced to everyone that this behavior does not pass anymore. Like you need to stop. You look like a stupid and like uneducated person if you dare doing that. Like it's you that should be ashamed, not the person that you're pointing at. So I think that that is something that now I'm also doing, right? If I hear something that I think is unfair, I will not like take the person on the side. I'll immediately say it in front of everyone so that everyone understand this is not okay. Like we shouldn't accept that.
Yeah, I think. Oh, go ahead, Valentina.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I can wait.
No, I was just going to say that that is such a powerful move to do. Stand up to somebody and nip harm in the bud immediately, you know? And that's not a microaggression, calling somebody a slur like that. It's an aggression, and that should be spoken up about immediately. So I'm so happy that somebody was there to do that. And you're right, when leaders do that, they send the message, this is inappropriate. And the message is received to the people around them, right? And so if somebody in a higher position is doing that, it signals, oh, I can't act like that and I won't. So yeah, I just think that that is awesome, and we need people to do that in our industry and beyond.
Who notices those situations? They don't necessarily have the courage to stand up always, and I understand that. Sometimes I don't know how to find my voice in a group and how to be reactive to something without being the aggressive person in the room. But there have been a few men around, and they would recognize them if they watch this video, that are often telling me, Sarah, I noticed this. Are you okay? This was not, this situation was weird. I felt like there's something off. We shouldn't do it like that. And in some way that are really also feminist, as and they understand the problematic of women and what they're going through. And I love that. That's like this awareness has been really as Rose, at least around me, I've noticed it a few times that men are much more aware of those, like at least some men are more reactive to things, to those microaggressions when they happen, and they question it, and they're like, it wasn't okay. I don't like the way this was said. I don't like what happened. Do you need my support? And this is cool. This is really nice to witness. So.
Absolutely. And it shows that it doesn't take that much for a culture to shift and for a place to feel more inclusive and more safe for people, for marginalized people, for women. And I was curious to hear you as well, because we're talking about different examples. A lot of them are in person. So do you feel like shifting to working from home has impacted you in the workplace? Are there less microaggressions? Does it feel safer in some ways?
Yes. Yes, working from home has been revolutionary for me. I have struggled in the workplace my whole life previously to working from home, because I live with a form of neurodiversity, which makes things a little bit difficult sometimes. And not having to show up, and I think there's a certain expectation as a woman in the workplace that I show up with a face full of makeup and high heels, and maybe not so much in the VFX industry, but in other industries that I've worked in, it's very much expected that I show up and I be my sassy head to toe self. And that's fantastic if you have the option to do that. Sometimes you want to, it feels good, you feel powerful. But I realized at a certain point that I was just masking, and it was taking so much energy out of every single day, energy and time. And so having the shift to working from home means that a lot more of my work gets to show for itself. I don't have to be my own product. My work can be my product. I've worked in so many companies where it's expected that I show up looking real snazzy, and then my male counterparts are wearing t-shirt and trainers, with unbrushed hair, and somehow I'm just put in a different standard. And so for me, it's changed everything. It's really changed my whole approach to work. Like I said, this working remotely allows me to let my work speak for itself a lot more, versus having to show up and be a perfect, I don't know, versus me showing up and having to be perfect. I think that's the best way I can put it.
I really relate to that. I just want to say I relate to that so hard. I'm also neurodivergent. I stopped masking during the pandemic as well. And part of that masking was my appearance and, literally putting on the mask. Working from home has given me so much energy to not think about that in that way. And that's just one aspect of masking for me, and I'm sure Emily. So I totally relate to that. Does anyone else have any examples of how working from home has benefited them?
I realized, like, looking back, I did not, like, I was letting go a lot of like microaggression, like you were saying, right? Like about people commenting about my physique. So like, let's say, like, there was since COVID, right? There's only 2 times that we had to go back to work for like a full week as clients were in town. And those 2 times I had like one guy said in front of a table full of employees that I looked anorexic. And then another time a guy like made me swirl at a party because I was like about to leave and I passed in front of him and a client, and he made me swirl, and he said something like, "Oh, that girl, she's so nice. She's the first one that fucked me around at the studio." And I was like, what is happening? And he's like, "No, it's a joke. I wanted to say showed me around." And I was like, like, I don't want to live that anymore. And I remembered when those things happened that this was the case before. It's just we were laughed out. We were normalizing those kind of behavior by saying, oh, this is that type of person, right? We know this person. He's always like that. He's like the old drunk guy, like in a party at Christmas. And it is not okay. Like, I don't want to live that anymore. And I feel like with remote, I'm like removing all of this and I'm only concentrating of like doing work and, you know, talking with the people I want to talk to that I know are not going to flag anything that I don't want to hear and that they should even flag, because it's like, if you're concerned that I look anorexic or I'm sick, don't say that in front of a table full of people. You know what I mean? Like, just like go and talk to me privately. Like, I don't even know why this is something that is allowed to do anyway. So yeah, for me, remote, like, I don't want to go back to the studio. I'm gonna be very honest, I don't.
Yeah.
So yeah, it has changed for the better. Yeah.
I don't want to go either.
Oh, can I just say something, Tina, before you go in?
Yes.
Just as a PSA, please, let's stop commenting on other people's bodies, period. That's it. As a person in a larger body who was in a smaller body before, you know, it's not helpful at any stage of life. Yes, that's my PSA.
I will hop on that, and I will say that I have never had a negative reaction for asking, can I give you a compliment before I give it? This has never backfired
that.
on me, because I know that not everybody likes it. And if you, and sometimes people do, but sometimes, you know, so if I see something and I want to compliment it, I always ask, I'm like, hey, can I give you a compliment? And then it's like, yeah. And then I'm like, I love your shirt today. It looks awesome.
I can
And
say
then,
I've never been
and
asked
then
that
people,
in
well,
my
I
life.
always ask
I
because
love that.
I am someone who can't take compliments. Like, if I'm getting complimented, I'm like, no, stop, like, stop telling me things. I don't. So for me, because I have that, I have that reaction. I try to always ask, because I know that I am very awkward when I get compliments. I don't know what to do with myself.
As a woman and a mother, for me, it was also a revolution, because during my lunch break, I could prepare 1,000 stuff for the evening and the washing machine and this thing and this and multitask. I mean, it doesn't mean, obviously, I would say I get more efficient and I could free up some space for, it was maybe a challenge at the beginning, I would say, during COVID, to find the balance. I think we all struggle with that. Like, how much should I stay at my computer? How many times should I come back to it? When is it finished? But now I feel like, at least for me personally, I reached some kind of balance, and my work-life balance has improved. At first it didn't improve, and then it just like got all sorted, and I could figure out a lot more stuff, just working from home, like, and doing stuff from my break and preparing the rest of the whatever task there was to be done. So this was a huge improvement. And the second part was a bit in the same line as the interrupting. I mean, I always struggle a bit with communication, and I feel like if I was in a situation at work where I was getting really angry or really pissed, I couldn't filter it so much. So I would have to, and I was a bit clumsy in my way of communicating. And now that we're remote, I can take a bit of distance, cool down, write my angry email, wait for it, measure my reaction a little bit more. Not to say that I became more shy or shut down, but more like, okay, I can be a bit more measured in the way I react. And maybe at work in some situation, I would just be like in the heat of the moment and maybe a bit more loud and a bit more aggressive. And now I can a little bit step back and cool down before I address something. And this helped me a lot. This helped me a lot.
Absolutely.
That's an amazing point. That's helped me too.
And you touched on something really important. Obviously, we have mothers in the industry. And I was wondering, like, how do you all feel motherhood is viewed in the industry? And what should we put in place to support mothers and young parents better?
Then I guess I'll start.
Sure, go for it.
Well, unfortunately, I feel like motherhood is still loaded with bad representation, and there are also very few mother in the industry, in our company, in leadership or creative roles. And I almost don't have any role models as VFX producer and mother. And at first I was like, I'll be the role model. I'll show that it's possible. I have to admit, yeah, it's much more difficult than I thought it would be. I mean, I hear you, Estefania, where you come from. It's been a huge gap already, just changing country. And here am I being frustrated by my condition in Germany, where I have to say, I have the chance to be located in Germany and be protected by laws which allow me to work part-time and be there to pick up my son. And this, I'm really grateful for it, because I don't think it's the same in the US. I'm not sure how it is in Canada. But I feel like this is something my employers couldn't discuss, that they had to agree on it, because this is part of the law. So this is huge. But unfortunately, like, I still have to fight, not against just bad representation, like the mom who's gone again because the son is sick, or because, but also gender inequality in regards to parenthood. I feel like being a mom or a father in this industry is totally different. Like, a mom who goes pick up to a dad who goes pick up his son in a leadership role is a good dad. He's wow. And her
Father
mom
of
does,
the year.
a mom who does this and leave early from work to be there is like, she's gone early again. Is she gonna get her stuff done? And
something that is interesting, this is totally not related to our industry, but I had a friend who flew with her child, and then the child had to fly home with the father. And on the way there, she was getting looks, she was getting she could feel everybody annoyed by this baby. Nobody really offered to help her except for the flight staff. And then, she kind of just dealt with it and was like, ugh, thank God I'm here. I don't have to fly. Then when her husband flew home, he said, wow, it was like we were famous. Like, everyone was coming up to us and being like, oh my gosh, you're such a great dad, and giving all the help in the world, and, giving the child free things. And it was just like a whole celebration. And it was just such a very clear, like, double standard that I saw. And I was like, wow. And I think that's exactly what you're saying. Father goes to pick up the child, and it's just like, oh yeah, and I think that that's our own bias, and we really have to look at that. Yes, maybe we don't see a lot of that, father-child stuff in a plane or at work, but let's make it more normalized that we celebrate the women that are doing this, every single day. So thank you for that.
I think also, like, one thing to keep in mind, like we were saying earlier, is just standing up for people in those moments, like having an ally who says, like, yes, she's leaving early, and that's totally fair because this is the situation, and you don't have to comment on it or anything. So just normalizing that as well, having more allies in the workplace. Estefania, you wanted to add something?
Yes, I would like to come a little bit back to a point that Sarah mentioned about having role models, because that is one of the things that really made me realize I was in a different industry when I arrived, was seeing women in higher positions than me being mothers. That was a big shock for me, because that was not something I have seen before. Like, all of the women were in positions of more power did not have kids. That's why I thought that if I wanted to pursue this career, I could not be a mom. So the moment I came to Cinesight, especially, and I saw producers that were moms, and I saw
you give me the numbers.
But even 1-2 people, like, made me realize that it was possible, that it's something that you can do. So that's why I wanted to come back to this, like, how important it is to have role models, to have women in positions of power, whether it's about motherhood, whether it's about BIPOC representation, whether it's like all of these topics, just have women and role models. And I believe that is so important what you're doing, Sarah. It's just kind of like, I want to be here, I want to be present, and I want to keep doing this because it's inspiring.
But it's more like she needs a special schedule, and this is annoying. And the part of the discussion is not only I might need a special schedule as a mom, but maybe there are other people in the company that would need a special schedule to accommodate their needs, to accommodate their, which is not just about being parents, but I just wanted to open the discussion again. It's not because I'm a mom that I need a special. I mean, I do need a special in this schedule in this case, but this arranged schedule should be a possibility for anyone who feel like would need it to whatever their needs are. And the point is, if you give the opportunity to someone to, if you're flexible with people's hour and the way they work, they will give it back to you 100 times, like whatever the situation is, because they will be like, you trust me that I can achieve my work and my task within this work schedule, and I will prove it to you that I can do it, and I will prove it to you that you will not feel like I missed on it, like that I can just simply do my job with the schedule. And it applies, I think, for everyone.
100%.
Yeah,
You
I
just
totally
made
agree.
me sorry, you just made me think of something, Sarah, because I think that in this industry a lot of honor is put on how many hours you put in, and that is also affecting mothers. Because I don't have kids, but I feel guilty every time I have to take my dogs to the vet. And I can't imagine what the pressure would be, because like taking a dog to the vet is nowhere near like taking care of a kid. Like at worst I will have to hold them and drag them into the door, but it's like significantly easier. But I feel like every time I have to take time off or something like that, I feel the pressure of everyone else is working. And I do think that that is something that I wish would shift next in the industry, where people would prioritize their personal time and their families, and that includes men. I know someone who was working on a show, and the VFX soup was on like holidays and still like with a newborn and still like logging in for reviews and stuff. So he was like on holiday. I wish that people didn't do that. I wish that people would just take time off to be with their families, and that would be the expectation, rather than no, you need to like put your life here. Because I feel like that would allow the flexibility that you're asking for. Like then we would have to believe you first and then take measurements if it turns out that you can't do it all. But I wish that you would be believed first, and that they would give you a proper run first, and not assume that you're going to need more hours just because that's what we do. We do hours here. So, yeah.
And you bring up another great point about like, especially for neurodivergent people, and there's a higher number of neurodivergent people in this industry specifically, whether diagnosed or undiagnosed. It's like engineering. I worked in engineering at an engineering firm for 7 years before this, and it just, it's an industry that attracts a lot of neurodivergent folks because of the technical aspect to it. And I just wish we could normalize that people work in spurts. People have higher energy and lower energy at different times during the day. There's times when I'm really social and I like to take a lot of meetings, and then there's times where I just need to focus. And Valentina, to your point, I actually kind of like disagree with the people that log. Like, I am not, if I'm off, I'm off. I'm not checking my email. I'm not checking my chats. I used to do all of that, especially when I was an assistant. I was on 24/7. And, I'm just not that type of person. But some people are, like my wife, for example. She needs to log in and just kind of get a lay of where everything is. And that makes her feel chill. So whatever your work, whatever way you need to work, fine. But when people need to disconnect, that is not a character flaw. They're actually going to come back and be so much better. They're going to be able to have that energy to really knock it out the park, right? So yeah, like I think people work in so many different ways, and of course, apart from meetings and client meetings, but most of the time, a lot of work can be done creatively at different times of the day. We don't all have to be on the screen at the same time unless it is for a meeting or something like that. Yeah, that's just my opinion. Emily, were you going to add to that?
Yeah, I was just gonna say again, we show that being more inclusive to one group really makes a workplace more inclusive to all. And I feel like that would be something that leadership should think about more. The fact that they have the tools already to be more inclusive to one group. So taking those tools and applying them to everyone or to a larger group of people would just allow for more well-being, I would say, in the industry. But speaking about the well-being of multiple groups, I wanted to know if you had any ideas on how we could also make the workplace more inclusive for BIPOC women and non-binary people in the workplace. I myself, I'm biracial. I know that in different industries, I've often been the only person of color in the room. And I feel like, at least in this industry, there's a bit more representation, but I think we could go much more further than that. So yes, I'd love to hear you all about this.
So I believe that the very first thing is to give spaces to hear out BIPOC and non-binary people, because a lot of the times, for example, a lot of decisions and a lot of things are made still sadly in a group, like in a room full of white men mostly. So whenever you hear to these very different voices, and if you give them a space, you can see things that you didn't before because you just have one certain opinion. And I believe that also being very conscious about the microaggressions that happen. Yesterday, I was talking to a colleague about being confused. So, for example, I have been mistaken for other Mexican girl that we don't look anything alike, just because we have Mexican names. And the person I was talking with yesterday, she's Black, and she had me confused with another person just because of the color of her skin. And we were talking about that, and we were like, this doesn't feel right. Like, people should be aware, like, these type of things are very obviously racist, and you need to be very like conscious of what you're doing. So just give spaces, hear out their voices, and be conscious about your bias and your microaggressions. Can help out a lot.
Absolutely. Anyone else wants to add something?
So mandatory EDI training for everyone. I would say this, honestly, when I went through the list of questions, and this came back all the time, I was like, yeah, we should just make this mandatory, at least first for people in leadership roles, but extended to the whole employees, because this, myself included, like just having those discussions, this bring awareness to aspects that, wow, I was just like, I didn't have this on my radar. And I don't feel like I'm racist. I'm myself biracial. I have a Moroccan dad, a Spanish name. I'm French. It confuses everyone. When you have a Spanish name when you're French and your dad is from Morocco and you live in Germany, it's like, whoa, this already raised too many questions. But just to say, yeah, this brought so much awareness on so many aspects. Even when I feel and I consider myself informed, I keep learning from it, and I think a lot of people would benefit from it. So this is a place to make it also more inclusive. It's just to encourage those panels and discussions, because you always learn something new, and you always have to, watch out for what you say in many different ways, and be considerate of the people who have maybe, and give a voice to those people who usually don't have a space to speak. So
100%. And I feel like I did the trainings with Sarah, and as the only person of color in my team, it was really reassuring for me as well to hear them talk about EDI and to see them go through those discussions as well. You know, it makes a workplace more livable as a person of color, to know that my colleagues, the people I interact with the most, are aware of the realities of different groups, you know. I think, Emily, you wanted to add something?
I'm so sorry. Can I just say something quickly? I just wanted to say, when you said, Sarah, you consider yourself informed and yet you're still learning. And I think that that is such an important piece of this. I too consider myself informed, yet I am still a person that holds privilege in certain areas, who has made mistakes and continues to make mistakes. But I also, you know, am on the lookout for that. So if you do, it doesn't mean you're never going to make a mistake. It just means that you're going to be able to understand how to handle it, and handle it in a good way, right? And that's, I think that's a big misconception about diversity, equity, inclusion training, is that you have to be a perfect person. But really, this is about talking with each other and building community and learning about each other's realities, as Emily just said. And when you do that, you automatically create a space where you know, you can just say to somebody, hey, just so you know, you said that and it had this impact, and that person go, wow, I never thought of it like that, thank you. And that's it. That's it. That's as easy as it can be. Emily, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I have something kind of small to add. Obviously, I'm not a person of color, so I can't speak to what that's like at all. But I think there's also a topic of tokenization that needs to be thought of. So, you know, I work in marketing. I've always worked in marketing. And it's a really difficult call to make. Tokenization can come in so many different forms. I mean, like I said, I've previously worked in tech where I was the only woman. And even projects that had nothing to do with me, other parts of the company would be doing something, but they would pull me in to take the group photo. So investors think that a woman's involved, even though I wasn't being promoted and I was being paid a fraction what everyone else was, but they wanted it to look like there was a woman in the photo. So I have been the subject of tokenization, and to this day that really pisses me off. But it's a really hard line to know, because obviously, especially working in marketing, I really want to give a platform also to the outside world of all kinds of voices within our team. But I mean, there's an instance I can think of in a company I worked for, and there was a new hire who was a woman of color in a technical position, and she was incredibly beyond educated, overqualified for the company. She was amazing. But so she joined the company, and then someone, a very well-meaning man who was clearly trying to be an ally, but he wrote to me and said, well, why don't we do a profile on her for the social media so everyone knows about this? And then I said, well, we haven't done those profiles for anyone else, so why would we just make one? Just, are we virtue signaling to the world that, like, we've hired a woman of color in a high technical position? Like, it's a really hard line. And he was very well meaning, like this was obviously, and when I kind of mentioned that to him, he was like, okay, I hadn't thought of that. But it's really hard to, I think the answer is in giving more opportunities, and not just tokenization, just to show to the world, like, look at how diverse our company is, but actually making that woven into the fabric of how the company is set up. Yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
Sorry. I have two suggestions maybe. The first one would be having a way to know how to pronounce the name of people at the company would be amazing, because sometimes it's like, you know, you're in a meeting, you didn't at the time to ask before, and like sometimes I can feel bad because I don't want to mispronounce, and I feel like it's showing the light on, oh, it's another culture and I don't know how to like, I feel bad myself. I feel like I'm the one that should look ashamed, but it's like I also want to considerate that I don't want those, like, the person in front of me to like feel like, you know, like I'm showing the light on the fact that they are not from here or whatever. So I think this would really be helpful if like everyone could have like a way to very easily at least hear how the name is supposed to be pronounced, so like that they feel more included.
There's so many different cultural norms that we're all used to, and part of inclusivity training, is getting people to understand what's appropriate, like consent, Valentina, when you said, hey, can I give you a compliment? Like a lot of this can start off just asking somebody, for consent about something, or, hey, do you mind if I ask you a question? And then that person at least can say, no, I don't want to answer that question, It's just really simple things, but a lot of us don't get taught that. We don't have the same cultural norms. And at a company, when you do have those, when EDI training or any other kind of training that's aligned with that, you can give people guidelines that they very much didn't know that they needed, maybe. And they didn't, there's a lot of people don't want to make a mistake, but they don't know they've made it until they've made it. So preparing people with what's appropriate to ask certain types of people with different privileges is really important. It can go a long way in really giving people those guidelines and making them understand the culture.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, we're almost out of time, but to finish up on a positive note, I just wanted to ask you, if you had a magic wand and could change one thing about the industry, what would you change? Very quickly, rapid fire question.
Less companies closing down. But that's just right now. That's not a general thing. That's just right now. Weird times.
I know.
Yeah.
But I think
Oh, yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was bouncing on Emily's remark, like regarding this and what's happening on the context, not only political, but what's happening in the VFX world. Like, I also want to break the standard work until you die and be more accommodating and respectful of people's life, which is being more inclusive, and so that they can keep that balance and don't have to choose between staying in this industry or just like finding another job. And this would be huge already.
Yeah, absolutely. Estefania, sorry.
Can I go?
Yeah, go, Steph.
I was about to say the same, like normalizing the work-life balance. Like I told you a bit earlier, I think in another meeting, is like, for me, traveling the world is like something that I really want to do, because I learn more like about myself, about other people, and like I feel like I can bring back all of those experiences and be a better leader. And I feel like that would be important for people to realize, that to be better leaders, to be better employees, you need to have balance. You need to go find that inspiration somewhere else that is not linked to work. And like that makes you even better when you come back, and even more like refreshed, and you have like kind of a new energy to like bring back to the company. So focusing on that would be nice too. Yeah.
Great.
To prioritize mental health. I think that a lot of things that we have talked about, if we would prioritize mental health, that would mean we will prioritize the people over the shots, and happy people work better. Like healthy people work better. So I believe that just prioritizing mental health will be a huge, huge change.
Totally
Absolutely. Valentina, do you have a wish?
I think I'm gonna agree with the work-life balance thing. I think that we work in a field of very passionate people, and I love film, but I am not just my job. And I think that that range of things, that range of hobbies, that range of things that make me are also important. And I feel like I wish we were in an industry that is sustainable enough that we can all explore them without being stressed about it. It's my magic wand wish.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, everybody. I don't really have much to say, except this was a pure joy, and listening to all of your thoughts, ideas, I think it's also relevant now, and having these conversations really gave me gas in the tank for Women's Day. So I just want to say thank you. From the bottom of my heart, I can't even find better words than to say thank you. Emily, do you have anything else to say?
Going back to our very first point, I think International Women's Day is still relevant, as we said, just to find communities like these and really put forward more women and hear more women and just normalize having a workplace that is more positive towards women and more open towards all various groups that are marginalized today. So thank you all for participating today.
Yes, thank you, and happy Women's Day.
Hi everyone, welcome back to our talks for International Women's Day. Very happy to have some lovely women on this talk. This topic is on motherhood / parenting in visual effects and leadership roles. So we've got quite a wide range of questions. And if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the live chat and we'll get back to you after the talk. So without further ado, I would love to pass it over to our lovely panel, and I'll go clockwise from who I can see. So Elena, I'll start with you. Would you mind giving us a little quick intro to you and where you're working?
Hi, I'm Elena. I am Italian from origin. I live in Barcelona at the moment. I am a CG supervisor at DINAC at the moment, and I have 3 kids. One is 15, the other one is 11, and I have a 6-month-old turning 6 tomorrow. So it's quite full family.
Sounds busy. Bamboo?
Hi, I'm Bamboo. I'm a FX supervisor at the DINAC Animation, and I got 1 kid. He's 3 years old now. So, and I'm gonna pass on to.
Yeah, well, you can go to Nossi next.
Oh, okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Nosipo Maketo van den Bracht, but everybody in the industry calls me Nossi. I'm a mother of 3, a set of twins actually, who are 19, and my last born is 14 years old. I'm the CEO of Chocolate Tribe and also a founder of a social impact event called Avijosi. So yeah, that's my life, very full. Feels like when you've got a festival as well as a CEO position, you feel like you have like 10 kids, you know, it's crowd control time.
Crowd control, I love it. And last but not least, Lucy.
Hi, so I'm Lucy Ward. I'm a production executive at DINAC Animation. I have 3 children, 3 little girls, 9, 7, and one who just turned 3 yesterday. So.
Aww. Birthday week.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And just to full disclosure, I'm not a mother. I'm purely here to ask the questions. But it's going to be a really insightful talk for me too. So let's kick off with the first question. And forgive the workplace terminology, but since becoming a parent, what strategies have helped you the most in balancing your work with parenting responsibilities? Anyone wants to take that one first? Bamboo, perhaps we'll start with you.
Yeah, meal prep and food delivery. I mean, so I think for me, it's really when I came to DINAC Animation, I was 3 months pregnant, And I had a chat with my resource manager at that point, and she was also pregnant with her second kid. And I asked her how to balance your work and parenting life. And the answer she gave me still shakes my belief to this day. She's like, if you find anything you need to balance between family and the work, that means there's something wrong. Because in a correct ideal world, you shouldn't have those problems. So it's like, because your work hours dedicated to work, and after work it's your free hours. So as long as this 8 hours a day is guaranteed, and we have daycare, we have parental leave, we have all sort of resource to guarantee that work hours, and we have sick leaves, we have family obligation days. So there shouldn't be anything to balance from. The only thing is the after hours, how to make the meal quick, how to make playtime high quality. So yeah, so it's like I think it's also flexible work hours is a big asset. Sometimes I finish work a little bit early and make up the time in the end of the day, and also not doing any overtime, not giving anything, and offload a lot of duties to daddy.
Yeah, I think that sounds great. I guess bringing it back to visual effects, I guess, but depending on your role as well, it could be a lot easier said than done sometimes, with a lot of deadlines coming through on particular projects. But has anyone experienced that with quite tight deadlines, and how you sort of manage that between your life and your work life?
All the time.
Yeah.
But I think setting limits, and you need to be really strict with that. But just setting limits. What are you prepared to do? What are you not prepared to do? And just being, really not breaking those unless you absolutely have to. And rarely is there a deadline that is going to be massively affected by you stepping out the door to do a nursery pickup or a school pickup for a couple of hours and getting your children to bed. You might be working in the evening, you might have to get up early and do a bit more, but you can balance it. And my other, to your question before, Hayley, having support in place, I think that is absolutely critical. It took me a couple of years to get that set up properly, and it's not something that's a constant. It is a flexible thing. As your children grow, you'll have different support there. But in the last year, my husband and I decided to get an au pair, and having just somebody else in the house able to do that school pickup, or get some, if a child's not feeling very well, or they need that early school, or they've forgotten their violin or something like that. Just having support around you just makes a huge difference.
Mm-hmm. So if I can just jump in there, I definitely think it's about having a very strong support structure on both sides, so at home and in the workplace. And something somebody said to me was that what's important, it's not necessarily, what everybody says about work-life balance, it's about life-life balance, you know what I mean? Because when you're working, it is your life, and it's got to fulfill your life's goals and your family goals. So it has to have that balance on both sides. So a really strong structure at home is really important. And I must say, for us, if I'm being honest, we've been really blessed because my sister and mom live down the road. So if I need anything, and my nephew actually assists us as well. So there's a very strong family structure at home that helps us pick up, drop off kids. We've also got somebody that lives with us, a live-in nanny. And well, she's not a nanny anymore because, obviously the kids are a little bit older now, but there's somebody living with us to assist us. And I'm very open about that because I think a lot of mothers feel a sense of guilt having other people help them, because there's this sort of role as mothers that we're supposed to fulfill everything, or as women rather, you're supposed to be everything for everybody. So I think it's very important to have a very strong support structure on either side. At work as well, people who understand that, if you're unable to meet a deadline, somebody can step into that role and assist you. And maybe the last thing I can say is, being the CEO of the company and the owner of the company, I have to set the tone, and I have to make sure that everybody is validated, and the women in the group also are validated as mothers, and not just employees who have to deliver things. So I think it's about also setting the tone, if you are the woman in the group, to ensure that the other women are also nurtured, supported, and given the support at work as well as they are at home. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Elena, anything to add to that?
Well, to add is I second also what Lucy was saying, that for me helped a lot the flexible working hours. So a lot of time I have to do my duty as a mom. I learned to compartmentalize.
Compartmentalize. Yes.
Sorry, my son is teething, so that's why. Anyway, and it's like everything from 5 to 6 or 7 here. I am a mom, so I prepare dinner and everything, and then often I come back to work, and I'm being very honest. The school I share with my partner the responsibility a lot. So right now he works in the industry, and he works part-time. So, and he works, for example, 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon. So when I start, he can stay with the kids. So everything, because right now we are in Barcelona, so I don't have my support system that I built in the UK because we moved. And so that helped a lot. So we have to be flexible, but I'm finding working from home has been a blessing for me. So I can actually attend a school meeting, go to school run, pick up, also my son is older, so they help me sometimes.
Yeah, that's a good point. That must have been quite a game changer, and it's been a game changer for a lot of people in a lot of different ways. But for parenting, working from home, and I think Bamboo, you look like you're in the office right now, but perhaps working hybrid. And Lucy, actually, you look like you're in the office too. But what's it been like since the hybrid remote work has come in? Has it really changed your life, personal and work? Lucy?
For me, not so much, because I always kind of worked a bit flexibly, to be honest. Being in production, sometimes it made sense just to work from home to shut out the noise if I had to get a schedule out the door quickly, or working on a bid or something that just needed really head down focus time. So I've always been lucky in that regard, that I was able to kind of make a call as to, did it make more sense to sit, work from home or go into the office. I actually now, I'd say I prefer being in the office. It shuts out all the other noise for me. I frequently, if I'm working from home, a child will run in a meeting. Sometimes I'm having to deliver bad news to a partner or something, and it's tricky when you've got, a 3-year-old or a 6-year-old, screaming mummy, mummy, mummy in the background. I much prefer just to kind of be in the office, be, Lucy that's at work, versus being back at home with mummy and having to kind of split between the two. That said, I do appreciate, I like the flexibility, like Elena was saying, being able to go to the school meetings and the, all the other day-to-day things, when doctor's appointments and all that kind of stuff, with kids. It's constant, right? It's just a constant cycle. So
yeah, I can imagine. And talking of support again, but focusing on the workplace, how have you experienced general support in parenting? And I know that it's different depending on the country as well, the support that you get on that level, but generally, because I think we have people from South Africa, Canada, and London today, and I'm in New York, but I don't count, so I'm not a mother. But yeah, how's your experience been, both from a workplace policies point of view and perhaps the sort of wider government help that you would get, or policies that are in place where you are? Nossi, can we come to you first?
Yeah, so I think there's been a shift in the past sort of like 5-10 years in South Africa in terms of parental responsibility. For example, I think 2 years ago, fathers were able to get 10 days of paternity leave, whereas prior it was 3 days. So I think there's a growing consciousness around the fact that parenting is not mothers only, parenting, and it's the entire family's, circumstance. But South Africa is quite good at things like family responsibility days. There's about 4 days that you get every year as part of the family responsibility days, and that means if anything happens to your child or your partner, you can take those 4 days and they are paid. And then it also has parental leave in terms of fathers, and for moms as well, maternity leave and the like. So there's strong legal structures for that. I think it's more attitudes towards that, because when you're speaking about, oh, I have to look after my kid, or I have to run off to a parents' meeting, you still get a bit of, people looking at you like, are you sure you're doing that? So I think it's more a a feeling of unease for a lot of people to say that they are doing things with their children. And I'm seeing the growing consciousness around it, that it is part of your life. And as mentioned before, it's life balance. It's not, work and life. While at the same time, I do agree with, what Lucy was saying about, sort of like separating in a sense, and being able to, when you're at work, focus on your work and being able to engage fully with that. It's still part of our life. You know what I mean? It's like when you are at home, for you to have also like a full life, your career has to also be validated within that life. So it's a very delicate balance, and I see in terms of like legal structures that they are there in South Africa, but we don't necessarily have the extent that other countries have. For example, I know in other countries there's like, sometimes 3 years of, women being able to take leave and her job will be secure. We don't have those. I think a lot of them are really connected to sort of the economics of that country. And, the global South doesn't have as much sort of like economic stability. So it translates in terms of the rights for parents across the board. So there's certain things we have, but may not necessarily. And flexibility, like flexi hours, are not as common. There's still a fear that if you are not in the office fully, you might find yourself, without a job. So there's still quite, different attitudes in these parts around work and parenting. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think I have a list of the best parenting benefits per country, and Sweden comes out on top. Then Norway, Finland, Denmark, Germany, Canada, Iceland, France, Netherlands, and Japan. So Bamboo, I think you're in Canada, aren't you? What's it like in Canada, parental leave?
I do find it's a big blessing for me because I definitely think like Canada has one of the best support for parents. So I am currently in Quebec. In Quebec, it's like the government pays for doing the parental leave up to a certain percentage. Of course, some company they top up. Some company, for example, at DNEG, is like if your employment is longer than a year, they top up for the first 3 months. So, and the parental leave can be up to 75 weeks. That's almost like a year and a half shared between both you, so you can delegate, this partner and this partner each take some time off, or one take the entire time off, the other one just work. It depends on your financial situation, right? So for us, I took 5 months off, and the rest of the year was my partner. He took the rest of time off. And I remember my first day come back from maternity leave, I received a promotion letter from DNEG. So I was promoted to lead. And I think that in that sense, also, I feel also very blessing. It's not just the policy that's really supporting parental life. It's also the society. So work is usually the companies here, they are very understanding. and they promote on, they're usually very big on cooperate with parental life and make sure your career path still grows. And the co-worker too, they are also very understanding. Sometimes there's a couple of times I even bring my kid to the office was when the client was visiting, and the head of production helped me babysit for my kid for 20 minutes.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
So I think it's like it's a double. So the government, the policy is there. That's an asset, and I think the thing helped me the most is the environment. So it's like a very supporting, very collaborative environment. Also, it also helps. My daycare is just downstairs from work. So if I come to work, if I drop off the kid, I just drop him off downstairs and come upstairs to work. If I don't come to work, then just my partner do the pickup and the drop off rounds.
Yeah.
So that's
amazing.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think there's also 2 days a year for family obligation day. I think this varies in different provinces. So different provinces, also the parental leave policy also varies a little bit in different provinces.
Oh, thank you. Sounds very supportive over in Quebec. And to come back off of maternity leave with a promotion, I mean, that sounds amazing. I know that from speaking with friends, a big worry is while they're away that they're losing out on that progression. So I was wondering, as you've spoken about that, has anybody had that sort of fear during maternity, that you might not come back to the same, I don't know, progression that you had before leaving?
Well, considering I just came back from maternity, considering the state of the industry, yes, there is a big. So right now there is a big fear in my case. In Spain, there is just 16 weeks of maternity leave paid, and then because I can't afford to not to come back to work, basically, and I'm breastfeeding, so I have breastfeeding allowance, which is, and there is the fear of missing out for me right now with the state of the industry and thing technicolor, and all this sort of thing. So I feel this pressure, and plus I am because I think we need to be honest, it's not easy, and I fear I am underperforming because I'm tired, because in the night my baby doesn't sleep often, the whole 8 hour. So how am I going to compete with in this industry in this moment? So yeah, I'll tell you how it goes in a year probably, but right now I am feeling it, and so it becomes harder to set boundaries. It becomes harder not to put yourself in a position when you need to prove yourself. You need to prove that still you're valid, that you need, and say, okay, no, now I can't work overtime, because you feel like you need to prove that you're worth, even though you're tired, even though you're all these sort of things. So there is.
So for me, I feel like I'm speaking in two voices. One is obviously as a company owner, and as mentioned before, I must be the person that sort of like sets the tone. And so that's one part, and then the other part is obviously being a woman who has also come up in this industry, and was also seeing other women come up in this industry. So I think the one thing is we try and foster a very accommodating environment. We've got a very we've got a lot of junior staff who are getting married and having kids, and we encourage that. But at the same time, I think also being in sort of like the so-called global south, there's so many constraints, and a lot of the times we don't necessarily have all the sort of like assurities in terms of projects and work coming in. So there's a lot of pressure on that. And at the same time, we are also in communities where we're still trying to pull each other up in terms of VFX and animation across the board. So when it comes to, and we encourage women to come into the space, that's also like one of my biggest, pushes in the industry, particularly for South Africa. But I noticed that women do struggle, as you're saying, Elena. One of the ladies who recently had a baby, and she was under my leadership, and I could see that she was underperforming because she was tired. But I think it helped having a woman as her supervisor, because I could understand it, because I went through the same thing, and I'm going through the same thing, with teenagers and all of that. So I think it makes a lot more sense when there are other women in the team, which is why I guess it's very important to not only have women leaders in this space, but also, women supervisors who can empathize, because I fully understand, if your baby hasn't slept, there's no way that you're going to perform at your best. It's really difficult. And I think it's generally very hard for women anyway. I always have this thing. The reason why I mentioned about being a CEO is the fact that I always have this thing on my shoulders when, one of my junior staff members, and I was talking about how, for me, we can't fail. I can't fail. I'm in this position and I cannot fail, because if I do, I mess it up for women of color, I mess it up for women, I mess it up for Africa, I mess it up. So it's like this huge thing on my shoulders. And then she asked me, is it the world imposing that on you, or is it self-imposed? And I said, it's both, to be honest, it's both. It's self-imposed, it's also the dynamics of the world. So I do think that as women, there's so much that we need to contend with. If you are not a great mother who is rushing every time to go to a PTA meeting, to a soccer game, to whatever, then you are sort of like an unloving mother, and if you're doing that as well, you are not concentrating at work, so it's sometimes very difficult to balance that. And I think it's very important to have women in these positions as well, because we can sort of empathize with each other and we can help each other, and it makes it that much easier. And the VFX industry is very hard. It's always been quite a boys club and long hours, and you don't break, you keep going. The client wants this at 2 in the morning or wherever, whenever the time is, and you have to deliver. There's no way out of this. So I do think, having women in positions of power makes that much difference. So, yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. We need more women in leadership roles for just, representation, but also for understanding all these different backgrounds that we have. And diversity is just making the world a lot better for everybody. So we need that. So please, whoever's listening, help us achieve this.
I do want to add a point, because I think, to just echo what Elena said, don't put that much pressure on yourself, because I do think a lot of that, some of that does come when it plays words in our head, and this underperform. At first I question, maybe you're not underperforming and you think you are, and this underperforming and this tiredness just a phase, right? And I think I kept telling people, if you can employ a mother, you think an adult will be harder to manage than the kid. If you can employ someone can convince a 6-year-old to eat some broccoli, there's gonna be just much easier to convince the client to do whatever we want. So to have a working mother on the team is definitely an asset. These baby faces, whatever is breastfeeding or waking up at night, is temporary because kids grow up, but this team member you acquired is going to be an asset on the long run.
The best multitaskers.
Yes,
without a doubt. Without a doubt.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm totally in awe of all parents because I can barely pull myself together and it's just me. So yeah, I just think it's amazing, but obviously a very tough job as well. And we've spoken about support, but I think it ties in with us as an individual, because we are still individuals, whether we're a parent or not. And self-care is really important. And we do put a lot of pressure on ourselves to be the best. And, you know, there's extra pressure on us right now as an industry with everything that's happening. You know, you mentioned Technicolor earlier, which is absolutely devastating. So many people, so many more people out of work now. So, you know, a lot of people are worried about their roles as they are. So adding the sort of the pressure of parenthood on top of that, I can imagine is quite stressful. So in terms of self-care, do you have any resources to help you with that in general that might help some viewers watching today?
So just in terms of our company, one of the things that we've done is to get yoga mats for, you know, all staff members who want to do that, and we've created kind of like a space where, and every day the artists will stretch and the ability also to go for long walks and to eat together. So we've created like a little table where they can sit and eat. And I think those things are really important because, they can sort of get out of their heads from a creative perspective or a work perspective and just bond as humans. So I think that's really, really important. But also from a personal perspective, one of the things that I do every morning is to meditate. There's this app on, how to get into your alpha state when you get up in the morning. Like, don't touch your phone, which is something that I used to do because I'm like, I want to know what this client said. I want to know, when the next meeting is and all of that. And by the time I got to the office, I was so frazzled. I was just agitated. So I think like the first hour, I take it for myself, just listen to music, go jogging, go for a walk. And I know it's not sometimes it's not a gift that is given to all of us. You know what I mean? There's so many pressures in this industry. But I do advocate that even if it's 10 minutes of exercise, of, just being quiet and meditating and doing something, that's really important because then, you can also, breathe and just pull yourself towards yourself. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree with exercise. For me, that absolutely saves me. It just shuts out all the noises. I run most days, and finding it half an hour, you can find it. You can just, it makes such a difference. And just being strict about that as well. Even if you're super, super busy, taking just that time in the day to step out, might be a walk, might be a yoga stretch, it might be a run, whatever, but just having that time where you're not being hassled by anything, not by children, not by people at work, just phone away, have that time.
Yeah. Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes,
Well, I think
having
that's...
some definitely help. Oh, sorry, you go first.
Bamboo, you go first then.
Oh, okay. I think definitely having some me time is very important. It's definitely help. Like, for example, we used to have, it stopped now. We used to have this live drawing session at lunch hour at work. So once a week or once like in a couple of weeks. I find like before I go in, it's like it's a meditation for me. It's like before I go in, I was like all stressed from morning meetings. And when I go out, it just feels like my head is so empty. And also outside of work, what we do this with my partner. Like he goes to gym every Tuesday, Thursday. So Monday I do yoga, and Wednesday I usually do either it's a movie night with the girls, or I just go out for a walk. And so it's like we offset work days. So we always, each of us manage to have some like me time. I think that's very important for me to stay sane.
Thank you. Elena, anything Yeah, no, it was still across the same line, because when I was at my first child, I remember reading something about Barbara Hepworth, that was a British sculptor. She had 4 children, and she said that she was to manage everything, she would keep like 2 hours a day for her art, in her case. Well, right now, I always try to do 2 hours a day for myself, being like, I do photography, I tried. Right now is a bit hard, but I still manage, I'm very honest with my partner, and I'm lucky, because I tell him, I need to do, even now, I try to go Pilates, or maybe not 2 hours a day in this particular moment in my life, but 2 hours every 3 times a week is already a lot, and I can focus, and I can calm down, I can relax. Meditation helps as well a lot. Yeah. Nice, good answers there.
I think also singing in the shower is really great. I find that's like awesome, and I mean it, because one of the things that I must say, and it became like a point of resentment when I'm in the shower, the kids are coming in, my husband's coming in, I'm like, just give me a minute. So now, like, I have my shower routine where I even have radio, and I just do my thing in the shower, and it's very liberating. So I would advocate for karaoke in the shower.
Scream in the pillow, if that works as well.
Whatever works. Well, I've loved all of those answers. We're coming up to the end, but I just wanted to ask any viewers that we have today that aren't parents yet, but aim to be at some point, or they're about to be. It's a very broad question, but is there any advice that you could give to anyone worrying about how to manage being a parent and balancing work at the same time? Is there something that they can do in advance, like speak to their managers? Have you had supportive managers yourself in that respect? Is there a kind of a starting answer? I know that there's probably many answers to this, but how important is it to have a really good supporting manager when you're going through this, about to become a parent? Come to you first, Lucy.
Yeah, I think it's really important to have people around you that will help support you in the office, outside of the office as well. But I don't know if I think advice. I mean, don't overthink it.
Yeah,
like you'll figure it out, and it changes. Like Nasi was saying, her kids are teenagers. That's a different stage. I'm not there yet. I've still got a toddler and a teenager. She's almost she's getting towards that kind of stage. But like, I don't know what's around the corner, and I've had various, like I said before, various kind of childcare setups. Some worked, some didn't. I think you need to be true to yourself. Ultimately, you need to kind of, my husband would laugh. I'm very vocal if something's not working, and if I'm not happy with an arrangement, I'll say it, and I tend to take my stress out on him. He's used to it now. But you need to look after yourself, and you need to kind of when something's not working, and you can adapt. So I think don't overthink it. It'll work out in the end. The children aren't going anywhere. You figure it out with work. It's not like and it'll get easier in time, I think.
Oh, thank you. Bamboo?
Yeah, I think talk to someone. I think don't ever brew anything in your own mind, because it's only gonna be worse. Once you can, just the wording, like the wording, the thought out itself, you're gonna feel like it's become an action item. It become more achievable, and maybe you find solution just by talking out. So definitely talk to someone. Don't hold anything in. And also, it's like, don't be too hard. It's okay if they watch TV. Sometimes when the kid is sick, I have to work. My husband has to work. We see the kid in front of the TV for 3 hours. I'm not even guilty about it anymore. I've done that multiple times. Ordering out, McDonald's. They're all my friends. Don't be too hard on yourself. It's like if you talk to any parents, not even working parents, like a housewife, they've done that. If you talk to anyone, they definitely done that, and a lot of them feel guilty about it. But I just learned to not even feel guilty about it. It's normal. Don't be too hard. Whatever make life easier. Just that's totally okay.
Yeah, that sounds like good advice. Thank you. Nasia or Elena, anything to add?
I would say for me, a happy parent, it makes a happy child. So I think it's really also about you as the parent. You need to take care of yourself in order for you to be able to take care of someone else, including your kids. So I would say, new parents, look after yourself first, and I think you'll be a better parent that way. I mean, as Lucy is saying, it takes time. You kind of flow with the way it's going, and you need to learn to also let go and learn the lessons as they come along. So it's not in a textbook. All of us know this, that we didn't get a textbook when this happened. And even if you read all the books, you kind of realize that your child is, unique and doing their own thing. I had twins, and one would sleep, one would wake up, and it was just that game until, they were like, I don't know, 12 years old. And so it's really about, I feel, taking care of yourself as a parent in order to be able, you can't give from an empty cup. So I think you need to look after yourself to be able to look after your children. And yeah, that's the best advice. And enjoy it. I mean, I think it's such a wonderful journey. I'm learning a lot still now with them being a bit older, and the new lessons different and from the ones that I learned when they were like 2 years old or 7 years old. So just enjoy it. It's a wonderful journey.
Thank you.
I agree for the taking care of yourself. I think at some point we had some difficulties with my older son, and we took him to the therapist, and I was quite surprised because the first thing the therapist said to me, yeah, but you need to take care of yourself first. You are not going to be able to take care of your son if when they say, she gave the example of the plane, if one on the plane, first you have to put the mask on you, and then you put the mask on someone else. So, and this is very important for like a working mothers, for the pressure we put. And as I would say, we need to accept that we are not going to be perfect, as a mothers. When I first my son, I was like, oh, he's not going to watch TV. I never eat McDonald's. And they're like, please, can you watch TV and be quiet for that? So the first year didn't buy TV, and now like, okay, there's the remote. That's for you. At the same time, at some point, that's what you have to do. I'm not going to be perfect. I'm trying my best. And that's, I think, even my kids now, I'm not unfortunately, I don't know, I'm not the mom that is always to the parents meeting, not at the school, like the committee and all this sort of thing. I have to, but I always have dinner, lunch with them. I'm always there for them. I never missed a school play. I'm always there available, and I'm always there for them to talk. At least I try, And I'm honest with them. If I am struggling with something, I don't pretend that I'm perfect.
Yeah. Thank you. And I can't let you all go without this final question as we're wrapping up. But you all seem to be smashing your careers. You're in senior and leadership roles. Has becoming a parent made you look at your career differently? Or have you stayed on, did you always have a trajectory for your career and you've kind of, it's stuck to that? Or has becoming a parent changed that for you?
Really
big question. It wasn't on my list, so
it's
it's made me value my time a lot more. I think that was the biggest change for me, and really like question, what's the point in doing this? What's the next step? Like what do I gain from this? And that definitely helped my career, to be honest, because you know, when you know that you need to be out the door at a certain time, you do whiz through things. And you do really prioritize and really, you know, value the time that you've got to do it, I think.
Nice. When you asked that question, the first word that came out, you know, that was sort of on top of my my mind was just being honest. You know, I think kids make you honest. I mean, some of you may not necessarily, you know my background, but I started as a practicing attorney. And I think having kids kind of pushed me towards my passion and, you know, what I genuinely love, and that's working with people and that's advocating for artists and all of that. So I think kids make you honest, you know, you cut through all the noise. And I mean, to your point, Lucy, you really need to focus on your time management. And I think that's also part of that honesty, because there's no time to faff around and to do things that are going to waste your time. So I think, you know, kids make you honest, besides the things that they say, which keep you sometimes, you know, like, okay, didn't expect that coming out of your mouth, but that's just how they are. They say people who tell the truth are drunk people and kids, and that's what they do. Just keep you honest, and that's it. So yeah.
Love it. Thank you.
And
Elena?
patient as well. I don't know. For me, if I can manage my 15-year-old, I can manage everyone. So like, for me, like, for sure honest, for sure patient, and also I gain perspective. So before I used to have a lot more anxiety performance. And now, you know, when I started having kids, I don't know, I valued more other things, as Lucy was saying. And so if something doesn't work according to plans, it's not the end of the world, because my kids are safe and they are happy and they're healthy. So.
Thank you. And finally, Bamboo, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think it actually makes me more decisive, because before I was I have problem with making decisions. When I have options, I always like, what do I choose? But right now it's like, because it puts things in perspective a lot. I was like, because there's a limited solution, limited option of always like family, work, and everything else can be set aside. So it's making me more decisive, and it also it helps me with purpose, because after I got pregnant, I learned I was pregnant. I start to think of what I want for myself, and how can I set myself as an example. So I was like, I need to be happy. I need to be the best version of myself, and that actually helped me to pursue things more. And yeah.
Nice. I love those final answers. Thank you so much. We're out of time, but I just wanted to say I appreciate all of your time so much, and thank you for sharing today. And I hope the viewers enjoyed it too. If you have any questions, just drop it in the live chat. But for now, thank you everyone for joining.
Thank you, Haley.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll see you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
See you soon. Bye. Bye. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello everyone, my name is Whitney. I work at DNEG in feature animation. I work for the pipeline department in project management. I wish you all a very happy International Women's Day. Today, for the festivities, I'm very happy to have the opportunity to present to you a topic called nonviolent communication. Nonviolent communication is a communication framework based on empathy and compassion, communicating mutual needs in situations of tension and conflict to find mutually beneficial solutions. So without further ado, let's get started. I'm going to share my screen. There we go. So, what is nonviolent communication? Definitely nonviolent communication is not a concept that only applies to women, even though we're in International Women's Day, but I thought this would be a really good chance to disseminate this framework for you all, as it is extremely relevant and applicable both at work and at home and in our personal lives. So, nonviolent communication. Nonviolent communication is an approach to enhance communication, understanding, and connection based on the principles of nonviolence, empathy, and compassion. This was developed by clinical psychologist Marshall B. Rosenberg. Rosenberg started to develop the NVC, nonviolent communication model, in the 1960s while working on racial integration and reconciliation in schools in the southern United States. This communication model has had very wide application, not only in schools, but also war zones, organizational management, and also marriage counseling and family organizing. In situations of tension and disagreement, the NVC communication allows us to reframe how we express ourselves and how we hear others. Instead of habitual automatic reactions, our words can become conscious responses based firmly on awareness of what we're perceiving, feeling, and wanting. We are led to express ourselves with honesty and clarity while simultaneously paying others respectful and empathetic attention. So, what types of communication block our compassion and empathy? In NVC framework, we often use the images of two animals to express, number one, violent communication, and number two, nonviolent communication. So as you can see in this picture, we have a hyena. In this image, you can see that in the face of tension, conflict, or disagreement, the hyena is judging, diagnosing, aggressive, criticizing, dominating. I also really like this image of this cat that's been cornered. In this image, the cat is withdrawing, is defensive, is not open to an open communication with the person approaching her. This is what we call violent communication. In our daily life, unfortunately, we are both givers and receivers very often of violent communication in our workplaces, in our homes, and our personal lives. These forms of communication often judge, generalize, criticize, and dismiss others. Some examples: he is a bad person. She isn't a good artist. This person is toxic. Talking to you is like talking to a wall. These are all examples of violent communication that minimizes others. On the contrary, in nonviolent communication, we want to become like the giraffe. As you can see, the giraffe has a long neck and is approaching the zookeeper. In nonviolent communication, we are extremely attentive and we're quick to come to others and to be present with others. The giraffe has big ears, so you can tell he's quick to listen, and he has big eyes, so he can actually see what's going on and he can observe before jumping into judgments. This is what we want to achieve in nonviolent communication. So let's go over different types of communication that blocks compassion. So, and among some of the examples that I've just given, a lot of these are moralistic judgments. Moralistic judgments or snap judgments or reactions that arise when we see actions that conflict with our value systems. What actually is our value system? What is a value judgment? So in the framework of NVC, often we have things in our lives that we highly value, such as freedom, peace, autonomy, compassion, economic stability, social equality. However, when we see other people or we see situations where these values are not being realized or being violated, we are often quick to jump to snap judgments, characterizing other people that don't fit our worldview, idealized worldview, as good or bad, using generalizations, judging their intentions. These are examples of violent communication. Moralistic judgments often use who is what statements, classifying and judging others, which promotes violence. They say that in societies or communities where people often are encouraged to see morality in a binary view or seeing people as good or bad people, these are societies that promote violence. So some examples of violent communication using moralistic judgments. The rich are the oppressors of the rest of our society. She feels like talking to her husband is like talking to a wall. Oil companies are the killers of our ecosystem. Conservatives are religious lunatics. From what you can tell in these statements, they're all extremely broad and generalizing, and they often put people into very specific categories, and they often put people into negative or good categories in a very binary way. Another form of communication that's violent and blocks compassion is making demands instead of requests. We're going to discuss this more in depth later in our slides, but when we say making demands is a way of dominating others, making them do things our way. As you can see in the image, there is a dominant hyena yelling at his beta hyenas in the alpha-beta model. We often want other people to do things our way, to achieve our objectives, no matter what is the cost for them or where they might be coming from or their perspective. In the domination and submission model, the other person has no choice to either rebel against the power or to submit. However, in nonviolent communication, we are taught to make requests. Requests often sense the needs of both parties and gives a chance for both sides to express what they need and what they desire in order to find a mutually beneficial solution. However, sometimes we also encounter situations where a question is being asked or an action is being asked, but it is not clear if it is a demand or a request until one person says no. If the reaction is blame, guilt trip, you know this was a demand. If the response is empathy and compassion, you know that this is a request. We're going to find more examples of that later. So some examples of demands. Why can't you do as I say? A mom might say to her kid. Maybe a boss can say to his employee, get this done on time, or else everyone will be delayed because of you. So there's some blame there. Maybe a mom will tell her kid, stop crying or you'll be punished. So obviously there's a dominance and submission model here. So overall, this is the NVC framework. If you were to take anything away from today's talk, this is the screenshot you want to make. So observations, emotions, needs, and requests. So what are observations? Observations are the concrete things we see in our life, the things that we hear, experience, or see that tangibly affect our well-being, that tangibly undermine our needs. Emotions are how we feel in our hearts in relation to what we observe. Needs are values and desires that create our feelings. And lastly, requests, concrete actions that we want to request in order to enrich our lives according to what our values are. So in the NVC model, we point out our observations. We tell the other side how they make us feel with their actions. And we tell them, actually, in my life, I need this thing to enrich my life. And at the very end, we ask, could you do this specific thing instead so that my life can be made better? So let's go over the 4 components one by one. Let's start with observations. Observations are what we are seeing, hearing, touching that is affecting our sense of well-being. We want this to be non-biased specifically, so that we can see that this is just what's happening in our reality. When we combine our evaluation with our observations, people are likely to hear it as criticism and resist our message. Basically, what this means is if we mix in our judgment calls in our observations, people are quick to know that we are biased and they will resist our message. Quick note that nonviolent communication does not mandate that we remain completely objective and refrain from evaluation when we communicate. But what we must do is to keep our observations and evaluations separate and to present them separately and not to mix the two. Here are some examples from the book that show us how we can mix up the two and how we can keep it separate. Using the verb to be, adverbs, adjectives, without indication that a judgment call or an evaluation is being made, such as, you are too generous. Instead, if we wanted to point out a observation, we can say, when I see you give away all your money to people who panhandle, I think you are being too generous. So here, it's clear that they expressed an observation that is separate from an evaluation. Use of verbs with evaluative connotations. So sometimes we can use verbs that carry negative meaning, and we can imply that in the way we talk, such as Doug procrastinates. What we could say instead using facts is, I noticed Doug only starts his work the day before, even though he's been giving the work a week in advance. So this is an observation. Another type of evaluation is assuming other people's thoughts, feelings, or intentions. You can say, you never let me talk. Or you can say, instead, you have cut me off every time I've tried to speak with you this week. So being specific with your observation is helpful too. Number 4, failing to be specific about what you're referring to and making broad generalizations. So we see that quite a lot in societies these days for stereotypes, such as immigrants don't care for their property. Instead, you can be more specific on what you've seen in your life. So you can say, I have not seen the immigrant family at this specific address shuffle their sidewalk this month. Another one that's very, very common is confusion of prediction and current reality, such as, if you don't eat a balanced meal, you will impair your health. Whether or not the non-balanced meal will impair someone's health is actually more of an opinion. So in the observation, you can say, I see you eat fast food on a daily basis. From my perspective, I fear you may impair your health. So this is a very good way to keep observations and judgments or opinions separate. Next up, feelings. So the tricky thing about the English language is we have a lot of traps when it comes to expressing our feelings. We can often say, I feel insert blank and assume that this is expressing a feeling when in fact it is not. We often confuse our thoughts with our feelings. Examples of this trap are using words like as if, that. I feel you should know better. I feel like I'm living with a wall. I feel I am inadequate for this job. In all of these statements, the true heart feelings are not being expressed, but a lot of them are mixed in with our own judgments of others and ourselves. But we are trying to filter out the feelings that we are feeling. Another way of expressing feelings incorrectly is projecting off to other people, referring to other people by their name or pronouns. He, she, it, you. I feel what we're doing is useless. I feel you're not trying hard enough. I feel Amy doesn't care about what we're doing. So this is an example of how we can project our emotions onto other people, and we can assume, and we often make assumptions about how they're feeling and what their intentions are, when in fact, we don't have that information. We can only express feelings that are ours. So another example of this is using words like misunderstood, undervalued. Again, this assumes the intentions of others that do not belong to ourselves. I feel undervalued with the people I work. I feel ignored, underappreciated, unsupported, unwanted. So these are all words that deflect responsibility onto other people and make us the victim. So how can we express our feelings? How can we take ownership of our feelings? A really good tip from the book is we need to enrich our emotional vocabulary. We need to know how to express how we are feeling. One good thing that could help is instead of saying, I feel good, I feel bad, you can contextualize and be specific about how you feel and say, oh, I feel good that you came to my recital today. Instead of saying, I feel good, you can say, I feel encouraged. I feel excited. I feel joyful. This is a way that we can fully own our feelings. On the flip side, if something bad happened, you can say, maybe you would say, I feel bad that you missed our dinner today. But to be more specific, maybe you could use these words instead. I feel irritated. I feel bitter. I feel lonely. The fact that you missed our dinner today. So this is an example of how do we express. So we can do a little exercise. Which of these are feelings or thoughts? I can let you guys read through them for a minute or two. Okay, so among all of these statements, number 1 is a thought and not a feeling. Number 2 is a feeling. Number 3 is a feeling. Number 4 is a thought. Number 5 is a feeling. Number 6 is a thought. So as you can see, oftentimes when we project how we feel and assume how other people, what their intentions are when they treat us, this is often not of truly expressing our own feelings. However, if we address the situation and say, I'm scared with what you just said, that's a way of owning our emotions that have arisen from a situation that I have encountered. When you say, I feel he treats me like trash, this is very vague. And also it assumes that he treats me like trash, whereas in I don't have any access to all his thoughts and feelings. I cannot assume that he is actively viewing me as trash. Number 3, needs. So when we identify our needs, this is where our emotions arise. So when our needs are not being met or when they're being violated, that's when we feel our emotions. So we need to point back to the needs that is the source of our emotions. Our needs are the qualities we value in our lives. If we identify and express our specific needs in context, we increase the chances of having them met. So this is especially true because when we communicate our needs specifically and in context, other people can see our worldview. They can actually have empathy and put themselves in our shoes. This is the nonviolent communication framework. This is a non-exhaustive list of things that people need in their lives. Oftentimes our needs are not met simply because we don't know how to express what we need. Enriching our vocabulary of our values, what we want in our life, is a great way to actually have our needs met. Autonomy, interdependence, community, acceptance, physical nurture, food, sleep, protection from danger, integrity, authenticity, humor, and fun. If we are able to express exactly what we need in our life, we are more likely to get it. Oftentimes when we encounter violent communication, we can fully subscribe to what other people are saying about ourselves. When they say, you're not enough, you're trash, we can actually embody it into ourselves and blame ourselves. Another way people can react is they reject it fully and they deflect it onto others. Maybe you blame the person back. Maybe you blame it on your circumstances and deny responsibility. In NVC framework, nonviolent communication, we encourage us that when we find ourselves in tension or conflict or negative messaging, we can first of all express sense and express our own desires and needs. And also, while we're communicating our needs, we can also hear other people where they're at and where their needs are and desires are to find the source of the violent communication. This is a great way to cultivate empathy. expressing our needs. I feel sad that you're not coming for dinner because I was hoping we could spend time together. I feel frustrated when you come late to the movies, as I was hoping we could get front row seats for a better view. When you said that you would do this specific thing, but you didn't, I felt sad because I had hoped I could trust your words. These are all ways we can point out observation, our feelings, our needs, and make a specific request. Okay, last but not least, requests. So, when we make requests after identifying our needs, it's important to use positive action verbs. So basically, you don't want to say, I hope you don't do this. Instead, you should say, do this instead. This is because if we don't give someone a positive action to take and we say, stop bothering me or don't talk to me, it's very difficult for people to know what to do instead that would enrich your life and fulfill your needs. If we tell someone exactly to do a specific action, it's a very clear instruction for them to follow suit. Concrete actions that avoid ambiguous or vague phrasing. So the more specific and concrete we are in what we ask people to do, the more likely they're able to follow it without misinterpreting. So requests and demands, how can we differentiate the two? You can often observe if someone is giving a demand or request based on the action. If you say no, guilt trips, blame, dissatisfaction, as opposed to empathizing. Requests can sound like demands without the sufficient context of observation and needs, making requests based off the objective of relationships based off of honesty and empathy. So we used the Jane and Jack example earlier. As we make a request as an act of vulnerability, since the objective of MVC is to build relationships based on honesty and empathy, as we give our request, we also want to know, oh, I'm asking you to do this, but how do you feel from what I've said? I'm asking you to do this, but what do you think about what I said? Oh, I want you to ask this. I want you to do this specific thing. I've asked you to do this specific thing. What do you think? Is it feasible for you? Is this something you can actually carry out in your life? So basically, nonviolent communication is a two-way street. So let's go back to the framework and do a quick quiz at the end. So the nonviolent communication framework, when I observe something that might be undermining my way of life, my needs, I feel this emotion, that's my emotion, not other people's emotion, because I'm needing this. So needs, things I value in my life, like freedom, peace, a safe workplace, a tidy home. Would you be able to do this request? Would you able to talk to me without cutting me off? Would you be able to tidy the house every week? So the key is to be concrete and specific with all of the above. So let's end today with a quick example. I really like animated movies. I'm in a feature animation. Let's use Monsters Incorporated as a case study example. So in one of the scenes in the movie, Mike Wazowski has a confrontation with his coworker Roz. So Roz, as part of her daily duties at Monsters Incorporated, has to collect paperwork at the end of the day. She confronts Mike because he didn't hand in his paperwork on time, and they enter into a very passive-aggressive / aggressive exchange. Let's think of ways to how this interaction could go differently using nonviolent communication. So this is their exchange. Roz says, "Wazowski, you didn't file your paperwork last night." To which Mike says, "Oh, that darn paperwork. Wouldn't it be easier if it just blew away?" Roz says, "Don't let it happen again." Wazowski says in a nonchalant way, "Okay, yes, well, I'll try to be less careless." To which Roz says, "I'm watching you, Wazowski, always watching." As Mike walks away from Roz, he says under his breath, "Oof, she's nuts." So as we can see in this interaction, there's a lot of passive aggressiveness, there's a lot of moralistic judgments, there's a lot of denial of responsibility. How can we reenact the scene involving the two co-workers using nonviolent communication? What could Roz and Mike say to each other that could communicate their observations, feelings, and requests? So that might be the end of what I'm doing today. I'd like you to go home and do homework and reflect on either the case study I've given or your own life on how you can apply the observation, emotion, needs, and requests framework in both your workplace and in your personal life. This is the end of my presentation today. I wish you a very wonderful International Women's Day. And yeah, feel free to comment, make a comment, tell us what you think. Have a great rest of your day. Goodbye.
Hi everyone. This is our first attempt and hopefully last attempt at recording for International Women's Day, and just going to go around and quickly introduce ourselves. I'm Rose. I'm the executive producer in the visual effects department. I'm based in London, and I've been at Jellyfish for 6 months now.
I'm Sean, I'm head of people, and I've been at Jellyfish for 2.5 years.
Hi, I'm Jen. I'm the compositing supervisor in visual effects. I've been at Jellyfish for 2 years now.
Hello, my name is Oksana. I'm compositing artist. I'm based in London, in Kyiv, like sometimes. And I've been with Jellyfish Pictures for years, for almost 3 years.
Just to make everyone's lives easier, we asked the rest of the company if they had any questions for us as women working in visual effects, if we could answer anything. So I'd say let's give it a go at answering their questions. I'm just bringing them up. Okay, this question directed to the group. What do you think is the biggest barrier for women entering visual effects?
Okay, I'll go. I think the biggest barrier is probably having other people to talk to get into the industry. I think for me, I knew people that were in this industry and they helped me get into it. And I think a lot of it is knowing people, and there's less women overall in it. So there might be less role models that kind of help people into it.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my take.
Yeah, I completely agree. If breaking into the creative industry anyway, it's quite a divide with what you perceive it as and the reality, and having people help tell you how it really is or advise in any way is really helpful. And I think just although it's changing, maybe back in the past it was very male dominated, so just naturally you would hear it by word of mouth through men. And although I do believe that's changing, as companies progress with recruitment laws, that it shouldn't just be word of mouth, and it's nothing to do with genders or class, it's to do with the talent. So I do believe that's changing, but traditionally perhaps they haven't managed to find a way in if they didn't know many people to begin there.
Yeah, since I've been in this industry, I think exactly that. I think it has been male dominated, and with the word of mouth, it'll tend to follow that pattern, and then it just creates that cycle. But since I've been here, I have seen a rise of women networking and women championing women, and I love that whole uprising and just coming together and connecting. And I think the more that we do of that, the easier and better it would be for women to be recognized and to champion and bring other women up. Even since I've been here, we do speakers for schools. We make sure we go out there and have women in leadership roles going out and promoting that, hey, this is a pathway, because I don't think loads of women or girls in schools realize that there is a place for them in this industry, because if they don't see the role models that you talk about, they don't see it as a viable option for themselves. But the more that we are aware of it and the more that we take action on it, the change is going to happen soon, and I do think there's been a really good trend towards addressing that. But there's still work to be done. It's definitely still slanting a bit more to the other side, but we're trying to address the balance for sure.
Yeah, it just like you said, there's so many supportive groups about recognizing this barrier and gender disparity in the past that it is changing. I mean, just things like this. But what did I see? The women in animation, for example, I would love to see and read about it more, but their goal was 50-50 by 2025. Well, we're in 2025. That's why I'd like to see how that's coming about. But they're trying to make it equal, women and men in the industry. They had a quote that more than 70% of animation and art school students are women, but only 34% of the creative jobs are held by women. So there is still a gap for sure. So it's nice that people are trying to change that.
It's interesting to understand why the drop happens. To people, they're there. Like, why do the women who studied and worked hard for that decide it's not an option for them? It'd be interesting to understand that a bit more.
Okay, next question. Do you think women face higher expectations to prove themselves compared to men in similar roles?
I do. I definitely.
Me too.
Not at Jellyfish, but earlier in my career, because I've been doing this for nearly 20 years, but over 20 years now. And there's definitely, like, I had to ask more than the guys to get senior quality work, or like harder shots or more shots. I remember one example very early on in my career. I asked, I was doing a similar shot of a guy who had, like the shot after mine. And my shot was about to be taken away from me. And I went back and I said, why are you taking this shot off me? I don't have a lot of other shots to do. Can I keep it? And I had to put myself out there to keep that shot. And not only did I have to do that shot, in the end, I got the other guy's shot that didn't have to argue for his shot. And I had to fix his shot. And there, there are examples where, I think as a woman, if you're not confident enough to ask for what you want and to fight for it, and I think in general, women sometimes do tend to be a lot less likely to do that, just because of societal norms and pressures and how you're brought to be more polite and that kind of stuff. Whereas men really just ask for what they want, whether they're qualified or not. You do get into these examples where you do have to fight for what you want to be doing and argue and say, hey, look, I can do it too, and put yourself out there. And I think it has gotten better, to be honest, because there are more women now, and I think the results of all the women that started, that prove that yes, we're capable and we can do a good job, has helped other women be able to kind of go behind us and start doing it as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. And yeah, just with huge corporations, it's just a huge push to have women in executive and senior roles. And that's completely praised, as it should be, and it's just going to naturally hope that women don't have to prove themselves.
It's this whole expectation shift. I think it's just inherent from back, and in every industry, I feel, it's this expectation, and exactly what you said, Jen. Like, I think women are, and girls from when you're little, and this is where the change needs to take place, they're always taught that the girl, the kind of right feminine behavior is to keep quiet and just take what you're given. And it's not. You need to be more forthright, and the more that's being addressed from early on, it's and the recognition is there, the awareness is there now, and I think us being here and even talking about it is huge. And then this will ripple down, and it will kind of nip it in the bud, hopefully, from it just being a norm that women just sit there and just take what they're given. It's like, no, just like you're stepping up and actually taking more, and then it shifts the people who might not even mean to think, oh, it's just a female. It's just already programmed in. So it's that whole reprogramming that needs to take place. But yeah, I love the fact that we're challenging it constantly now. It's not going to, we're just going to keep pushing on for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can all agree women in leadership roles have and can have exactly the same skills as a man, whether that's typical masculine roles of being assertive and decision making and taking risks. I mean, we're just as capable, if not better.
But this is it. And women, I mean, it doesn't have to be, the like women. This is one thing that I think I feel strongly about, is that to get into those positions, I don't want to take on those masculine traits. I don't think it's almost like if you're not bolshy and bulldoze your way through, then you're not leadership material. And I think, no, there's room there, because even the other so-called feminine traits, they have great qualities and they have great results, and people respond so much better to them than being bulldozed over and told what to do. It's a different way of working now. And if you've got that EQ, you've got the actual understanding of how people work, that can be so much more powerful than just kind of almost dictating. And if people think that traditional way is the leadership style, I don't think that works much with people anymore.
No, and can I just say as well, like, because I've been a lead and a supervisor, and I know one of the things that like people surprisingly say to me when I'll ask them in the show, especially when we get into crunch time, like, how are you doing? Like, how's everything going? Just being personable. And a lot of times I've had surprise from artists saying like, oh, well, I've never had a supervisor that like, was asking about that and not just where the shot is. And that's one of those things, or saying, we have a shot. How do you think it's going? Can we get you more help? And much being more collaborative and saying, what shots do you want? What do you like to do? And instead of just saying, okay, we've got these number of shots, you take this many, you take this. And so I agree with you, Sharon. There's a lot of qualities, like, not that it has to be gendered necessarily, but there's a lot of qualities, softer qualities that we could put in there that maybe sometimes haven't been there. And that's because a lot of times women haven't always been in those roles to bring their toolbox of expertise into it.
Exactly. I love that. Exactly. You just being human, and sadly the surprise and shock of people is that, people can have brains and the skills and actually still be human too. You don't have to be robotic and order people around, and and that is the leadership style. Absolutely. I believe this way of working is much more productive and just decent as well. I think that really counts.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yes, like I would like to share a little bit of my experience about this on this question about like stereotype thinking about like woman how to say, ability to do some high intelligent tasks, and sometimes it goes not only like from men, and sometimes it quite often goes from woman, like against woman. And like I had this such experience when I started my career as compositor in Ukraine, and I tried to find internship in one Ukrainian studio, and I met producer of that studio. And because in Ukraine we don't have a lot of universities for artists, so every artist in Ukraine educate themselves, and just watching tutorials. And like I told this producer on that studio, and he was like so happy that they can get artists who want to work with them. Like, so he was like super happy, and he told me, yes, sure, like we would like to work with you, to hire you. But I need to talk with my with studio owner, like owner of that studio. And after he gave me call and told me sad news that studio owner didn't want me. And he told me that the studio owner didn't want me because it's woman, and she don't want woman working on
It's a
the studio.
female studio.
No, she was female. She was owner of that studio. Like it was her studio. Like he was how to say, like boss, like main boss on that studio.
Yeah.
And she didn't want any woman artist to work in her studio, like because she didn't believe that a woman artist can do such complicated job. So she hired only men. So, and for me, like it's quite old story. It was maybe 10 years ago. Now I believe things has changed in Ukraine a lot, but it just so sometimes this gaslighting can go not only like from men, sometimes it can go from woman against woman. So yeah, I just want to say that it's really so important to fight, not to fight, but to work with stereotypes such this, and to show like to raise awareness about women in industry, about women on leadership roles in our industry, just like because like
So sorry.
sometimes yes, maybe in some cases it can happen, like nowadays, like so it's very, and sometimes like I feel the same. Like for example, when I started to work with Jane, because I've never worked with women supervisors, and I was like, oh my God, she's like oh my God, she's woman and she's comp supervisor, and I was like, how it will go, like how might be, like I had some hesitations, like because it was so new for me, and I did the same as that studio owner did against to me, and like I was like, oh, like how could it be, like how can she do this? Like, but Jane is so amazing comp supervisor, like so she's like really brilliant, and Jane destroyed all my stereotypes about women on leadership roles in our industry. And now I'm working with Becky Graham, so she's the VFX sub, and now for me it's something usual, well, to work with a woman comp of VFX sub in our industry. So yes, I like, it's very important to do talks like this, just to like destroy stereotypes in our heads.
Yeah, Oksana, that's a really sad, sad experience that you had, and it's so surprising, isn't it? But it is surprising, and it's not, because there was a period where, like, even myself, when I worked, this is like out of this industry, and I went to work in an office, and it was all females. And I remember somebody saying to me, "Oh, good luck." Because there was this inherent thing about an office full of females, that it's going to be like people are going to be pitted against each other, like the females are against each other. And I know I was hesitant to go into that office, and this was just after uni, but they were just the best bunch of females ever. We had the best time ever. But that stereotype was there, that if you have an office full of females, oh, good luck. But the fact that it's so important that we build this sisterhood, we build this collaboration and picking each other and lifting each other up is even more important, because I think we've got to break that stereotype, and that's just a horrible way. And we've got lovely people like Jen who are in that role, and we'll ask you how you're doing and we'll lift you up. And I think it's just such a nice, place where you've come from to go to. But yeah, I hear you. Back in those days, God, I mean, it sounds so old, but it's true. That was very present then, and I'm hoping that's getting destroyed and chipped at, because I think where women weren't treated so fair, they become so defensive and felt so protective about their situation that they only felt safe if maybe they didn't let others up. I don't know. But it's so not the case. We realize it doesn't work. You've got to help your own up, and you've got to kind of just make the pathway, because it's not sustainable. It's not healthy.
And I'm just glad, Oksana, that your very first experience, you didn't let that affect you not doing what you want, because it could have happened. That could have really gotten you down. You could have thought, okay, well, maybe I just will do something else. But it was your perseverance to continue and push through it, to continue to do what you want. And you didn't let that one bad example ruin, being able to work in visual effects.
Yeah, that's why you get that 34%, I bet. You get a horrible pass and then forget it.
I'd love to see how she's doing now, and hopefully
Let's Google her afterwards, Oksana. We'll Google her.
No, but I can say that I'm very thankful to her for that reviews, because instead of that studio, I got to the biggest, the most coolest studio in Ukraine on that time, which worked. It was like Studio Terminal FX, which worked with Hollywood movies. So thanks. I'm very thankful to her. So because I got instead much better workplaces.
Yeah.
So.
True.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next question, just because I think we've only got maybe not too much longer left. Otherwise, I'll get told off for dominating. Okay, this is a nice question. What inspirational woman inspires you?
All right. I definitely, I think we touched on this a little bit, right? How especially mathematics and computers, we don't really hear a lot about women that intake those fields or are considered smart enough to do it, even though we are. And then Ada Lovelace, who was the first computer programmer who worked with Charles Babbage, who invented the computer, was central to how computer programming started and computers started. And she was the one that, for me, was very inspirational, because when Charles Babbage made the computer, he was only looking at it to do numbers and calculations. But it was Ada Lovelace herself who saw, the trajectory of how it could be used past that, and specifically into the arts. I mean, she concentrated more on music and poems, but now that's what we use it for, obviously, as visual effects artists. It's not just about calculations, it's about seeing our vision on the screen. And we forget that even from the beginning, women have been in the science and technological, structures, and they've just been forgotten. And really, we've been integral to the start of everything that's come so far. And without you know, having women in the computational field, we wouldn't have gotten to where we are. And we really should be raising those people up as being inspirational role models and remembering that they've been there from the start. It just hasn't been just men making it and women coming in after, because that's not been the case.
This is it. This is the whole point of that term, history. It's his story, and men have been writing the story of the past and just wiping out the women, you know, that have been instrumental in these amazing inventions and creations. And that's why then it creates this whole cycle that it's only the men that are at the forefront, and then the expectation of the women are lowered, and then it doesn't create more stronger women. Whereas if you were to show these amazing role models from day dot, we would be in a much different place right now.
Exactly. And the other thing with Ada Lovelace, so she was also a mother. Like when she was doing this, it wasn't before she had kids. Like she was a mother who was doing this and helping create, you know, these advances and programming and looking into mathematical statistical models and translating things from other languages so we could use it in English for Charles Babbage's computer and all that kind of stuff. You know, it just goes to show, like, even though back when she was creating that, there was a lot of gender norms about being a wife and a mother and stuff, she was still able to have like you know, an advancement into like what was going to be the future as a mom, which is quite incredible. So I think she has like 3 kids. Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
That's
they need to
awesome.
make a movie about this woman. This is such a phenomenal story that
And it's surprising that there hasn't been, right? Like it's surprising that not many people either they've heard about her or they don't know much about her. But you know, she was integral to the start of modern computing.
She's in my girls' book. You know, the Girl Rebel collection, the Girls Rebel. Yeah. I've seen her name. So when you say Ada Lovelace, I'm like, I've seen it. But you're right. It needs to be more, you know, more kind of celebration and kind of fanfare on these people.
Oksana, did you want to have a go, or I can think of an inspirational woman to me?
Apart from Jen, do you have another inspirational woman in your life?
me, obviously.
It's a very good question. I've never thought about this, to be honest. Because like my inspiration to go in film and VFX industry, it was Star Wars movie made by George Lucas. It's man. He's man.
I had Star Wars on a VHS tape when I was a kid. I had Star Wars mug like this. And I was a huge Star Wars fan. But Princess Leia, I mean, she had a gun and she was like helping escape and stuff. Like it wasn't just like she was a damsel in distress, was she? Like she was showing us a strong character that yes, she was being rescued, but she was always trying to get a plan and to get out anyway, you know. And it just so happened that she helped to utilize these guys who came along and get them out as well, because they made a lot of silly mistakes, didn't they? You know, she was always trying to like
just sort them out.
To do it. So I think that she was a very good like role model.
Yes, it's a good point of view.
We'll take that. I'm trying to think. My ones would just be, I've just met a few women along the way. And yeah, I don't have one, unfortunately, you know, I won't take too much time here, but I've just got a few along the way who have just, I suppose it might just, and they surprised me. I think that's why I find them inspirational. They've just surprised me because they changed my way of thinking, because I was kind of like, okay, on this path, but they would challenge me and say, well, why? Get out there. And they'd kind of, I suppose it's not very eloquent to put it this way, but they were just absolute kick butt. And they were just like, get out there, do this. And they would challenge me and just literally throw me in there, just say, deal with it. And as much as I didn't like them at that time, I am so grateful, because it makes you be resilient and just you really push yourself. Otherwise, you do kind of grow up in that societal norm and have that way of thinking. But when you realize that actually they're not living that way and they don't expect you to, then it really kind of makes you just push past that. And hopefully, I want to think that I will now project that onto other people as well, and other women especially.
Yeah, I mean, I would say just generally anyone I meet that, sorry, I need to cough, can you tell? Apologies, just recovering from cold. I would say any woman that I meet that I have lots of friends that are mothers, close friends, and that they have managed to succeed and excel in a career that they enjoy and be fantastic mothers and friends and still manage to look after themselves and eat well and have fun. I'm just in awe of these people, and it's very inspirational to know that you can do that. And you know, as challenging as life can get, other people somehow miraculously managed to excel, and I've no words for these people. So yeah. Okay, well, I think we have celebrated ourselves, but I'm just very grateful for you guys joining today. And you know what I'm going to ask you to do?
Yeah, I'm going to mess up which side it is though.
Okay, 1, 2. Yeah, 2025. Cool.
Yay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Rose, Jen, Oksana. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
Hi everyone, welcome to our talk on pitch to screen, navigating the creative process. I'm joined by some more awesome women today for International Women's Day. And without further ado, I'd like to ask them to introduce themselves in their own words. So Pamela, let's start with you.
Hi everyone. I'm Pam Nelson. I'm the managing director of a studio in Glasgow called Relevant. We do VFX, we do motion graphics, and we also do animated content. And yeah, it's a very exciting space, and it's lovely to be here.
Thank you, Becky.
Oh hi, I'm Becky Graham, and I am a vendor side VFX supervisor at Bello FX, and we do film and TV and immersive. Yeah, and my background's in sort of fine art, so I kind of come from that field. But yeah, I'm vendor side VFX super.
And where are you in the world right now?
I'm in Montreal, in lovely, sunny, very, very cold and very snowy Montreal.
Thank you. Maria?
Oh, hi everyone, my name is Maria Giron. I'm a VFX consultant and currently also working vendor side as head of production strategy for Wonder and Relate, which is a newly built studio here in Madrid. Focusing is high-end TV and feature for visual effects, and I specialize in script writing and pre-production.
Awesome, thank you. And last but not least, Emma.
Hi, I'm Emma Clifton Perry. I'm based down here in sunny New Zealand. I'm a production side visual effects supervisor and VFX consultant. So I work with producers worldwide and projects worldwide remotely, doing everything from breaking down scripts through to getting the final VFX on screen with vendors.
Awesome, thank you everybody. And I'm Hayley, I'm founder of World VFX Day, and today I'm in LA, and as you can see, the sun has come out. So Emma, we're going to come back to you, kicking off with going back to the start of a project. Collaboration, I assume, for all of your roles is super important, but how do you collaborate with directors, cinematographers, other production side, roles to ensure that the project aligns with their vision ultimately?
I think really sort of starting at the beginning with my roles, I tend to, on some projects, get involved even before a project is greenlit, and I meet the directors and sometimes even the script writers and the producers who are contemplating a project. And we really go through the script and we really analyze what the vision of the director is, and also what the expectations in terms of distribution are from the producers, because sometimes with ideas, you know, you read a script and you can start imagining the equivalent of Star Wars, really, in terms of sort of the intensity and the complexity of what you're reading. But it's really, really important to find the balance between what you're reading, what the producer's expectations are in terms of where they're hoping this project to end up, whether it's going to be a theatrical release, whether it's going to be broken up into sections and put in as an episodic, or whether it's going to be on a specialist streaming channel, perhaps a horror channel, as opposed to one of the main streaming platforms. Sort of the end audience is really imperative for you to be able to start gauging just how far you need to push things, and trying to balance that with the director and get into his headspace, his or her headspace, in order to really work out where the balance and where the scales need to sit in terms of complexity before you start involving vendors.
Nice. So in terms of communication between teams, is this something, you're all in senior roles, is this something that you've learned over the years from different people, or what skills do you think are sort of the most important when it comes to ensuring that everyone's on the same page? Emma,
listening.
Yeah.
I think listening is the most important thing. I'm sure you agree with this, Becky, like from a vendor's perspective, because again, you know, you guys can get sent breakdowns and shots, and you could probably create the equivalent of an atomic bomb, you know, when they say explosion, but do they just mean like a little dust fizz on the ground? You know, there's the two extremes of complexity there, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. And sort of as the vendor, we would get in such different stages. So in some instances, we can be involved very early on, which is great, as I said, before it's been shot and before it's been completely planned out. But then we also get instances where, okay, it's already been shot, and sort of they know what they want exactly, so the breakdown's kind of already done. So then it's working out, okay, how do we get this done for what they want? As you mentioned before, like, where is this going to be screened? Is this going to be television? Is it, you know, or is it going to be on a big screen? Is it going to be on IMAX? You know, these are the things that we have to think about. And then, you know, we would get breakdowns, work out how we would want to do it. But the same is like, you can go crazy with it. So then it's really important to sit with client side VFX supervisors or directors, depending on what stage you're at, to go, okay, well, what are we trying to get with this? Is this more of a sort of a character driven thing? Are we very much concentrating on the story of the characters? So it's an invisible VFX that we're looking for, you know, or are the VFX themselves, you know, magic and things like that? Are they full, you know, in front of our faces, and you know, everyone would know that that's a visual effect? But again, you know, it would need to look integrated into what needs to not take everyone out. but there's different complexities in them, and knowing it's all communication, I think, at the start, or just knowing what everyone's expecting and what everyone wants, and how we can deliver that idea back to clients then, really.
And if I can just add very quickly, it's also understanding your team and what they can bring to that particular director or that particular project. So sometimes you need to always understand what kind of show you're in, because being in a sci-fi show and being in a drama show and in a romantic comedy show or in a horror show, they're all completely different spectrums. And the easiest way to say it is let's talk about blood. So encasement of blood, and in all those different 4 categories, they are all shown differently and thought most likely differently as well. And from the vendor side, it's more about thinking what is the best fit of the creative person from that side to fit to the director. Because if you have a director that is doing a rom-com and you are providing a VFX supervisor that is more sci-fi driven, it's not that supervisor is not good, it's fantastic, but he will not understand 100% what the directors want, because maybe he wants quick, fast solutions, while maybe the VFX supervisor from the sci-fi thinks more about more granular, more detailing, more CG. So it's about understanding also the budget as well, and what the client expects from that, and what kind of show you have, and putting the best team up front at that time, so that the client feels 100% supported from their vision on that end.
I think that's a really, really good point. Something that I've actually sort of used the word throughout production all the way through to the end when we're doing vendors is the word casting. So casting begins when you're speaking to your director. It's your people, your actors on screen, but it's also your crew, and it's your vendors, and it's the crew at the vendors, because like you said, you have to cast the whole way through the project. So for example, I know this might be something that Hayley wanted to bring up later, but when you're selecting vendors for a project, it's a casting thing. It's not just about whether they can do the work, it's whether they're a good fit. And also looking, I have maybe it's a bad habit, I have a bit of a LinkedIn passion, in that even though, I know a vendor does amazing work, I have a look at who their crew is now, because there's an awful lot of turnover at vendors. And sometimes although people can do the work and can do amazing results, it's about who have they got on their team right now that could be a perfect fit for this project, so that you're not demanding a specific supervisor or a specific comp soup or CG soup, but you've kind of got the crew in your head on whether, do they have someone there who's a creature specialist who's just finished at one of the top studios? Whoa, I could potentially have that person on my team. So you're constantly casting and using the people as the tools, not just the software and not just the technology. It's the talent behind the companies that are what you really want to harness there.
Yeah, oh, that's really interesting. So it's not just a given that because you're perhaps a big studio that you're automatically going to get the work. You want to see the individual bios of the team and what their specialities are.
Well, the industry's been around for so long now. We've got, if you look at somebody's resume on LinkedIn, anyone who's been in the industry probably 15 to 25 years has probably worked for all of the big players. So even though they might be at a small company that you've not necessarily heard of, you can look at the roster for that company and be like, oh my gosh, I've got the former head of VFX for one of the top companies. I've got access to the head of creatures from that company. Oh my gosh, just because I've not seen that company do creatures and do big explosions, they've got the talent on board that know how to do that, right? So sometimes the smaller studios are actually worth a shot because they've got that talent on their team.
Yeah. That's encouraging to hear. So Pam, let's come to you for the next question on, I'm assuming you liaise with clients quite a lot as well, and one of your one of your roles is to keep them happy. But what sort of creative challenges do you have from your side?
I mean, I think we've touched on it already, as well as like kind of expectation. I think is massive. Because you are, like you said, Rebecca, that we can do anything. Anything is possible. And I think that that sometimes a lack of boundaries, in that space can be hugely challenging, because you are trying to kind of really dial down and work out what's important. And on the client side, I think it also comes down to, it is the key thing about any of it is empathy and understanding and listening and working out what is really important to them. Like what are the key aspects of this relationship that are going to be most important, and setting up that dialogue so that you have got this mutual trust with your client. Because at the end of the day, it's like we're, no matter what we kind of go into, you'll never have created that particular explosion before. We'll never have created that particular thing in this particular style for this client before. So there is going to be a bit of, creativity involved in the process, and to be able to do that really successfully, I think that you have to foster a relationship of trust, where you can actually have these candid conversations and say, right, we've got this team on it, here's how this has come out, we're not actually 100% happy with this, we'll let you see it, let's have a chat about it, here's some of the challenges that we're kind of experiencing, so you can have that that direct, candid conversation, because it is a collaboration, and it has to be, because each party has to come along in order for there to be a successful outcome at the end of it. That's it's really challenging. And I think at the moment, and especially with how things are progressing so quickly in technology, and the expectations are kind of growing, and budgets can get smaller, they are getting smaller, it's getting more challenging. And I think that the expectation thing also comes down to the expectation that things can be done quicker, faster, cheaper. And I do think that is quite a challenge that the whole creative industries are facing at the moment. I do worry that that it squeezes time, and it squeezes the ability for creative space, and even things like new talent coming through, and being given the ability to grow and and take on different roles, and maybe try things that they're not quite there yet, and all of that kind of stuff. But
yeah, definitely keeping everyone on board. And I guess this is a very big question, but it seems to be one of regular topics that come up as an industry, is the sort of the project that starts off maybe 100 shots and then evolves into more shots, but perhaps wanting the same budget for that. That's a big question. And I'm not looking to anyone in particular, but would anyone like to kind of just talk about that, and how to navigate that? Like, it seems like a difficult situation, because you don't want to annoy the clients by asking for more money, but how do you navigate that and keep them on board?
We have to deal with that sort of a fair bit, where either a change of scope, like even if the shot counts remain the same, something changed once it was shot, and then we've already bid it, but now something has changed. And so I think with what we tend to do is sort of, or what I tend to do is like, what are the hero shots and things, and is there anything that we can, any reuse available, anything like that, any way we can sort of amortize shots in a sense that, okay, we're looking at, say, another 5 shots in the sequence, but actually it's mostly the same creative stuff. So then it's thinking about how can we sort of utilize what we've done before to be able to kind of not have to like charge for that original shot again and again, charge the same for that original hero shot, for like if another 10 shots have suddenly come and in the same sequence, can we work out with the CG soup and the 2D soup, can we work out what's the best methodology here to get this looking great, get the same good result, but without, as you said, like then having to charge the client a lot more. It is tricky because you can't sort of completely not charge overages and things like that. You know, that's where sort of vendors go under, I suppose, isn't it? But yes, it's then looking again with the client, with the production side, it's then working out, okay, what do we need for this? Do we have a bit more time? Do we, you know, it's kind of what's the give and take, isn't it, of this, and how do we keep it moving forward, like this not becoming sort of a deadlock? And that's where I guess the whole team and cast mentality and making sure everyone sort of gets along with each other, production side and vendor side, that they do get along with each other, that the vendor sides are confident enough to speak up about, okay, we've got an issue, you know, with this additional work, this is either going to go further or we're going to need to potentially hire more people or something, you know, something like that to kind of get you what you need in time. It's just a lot of back and forth, and that's I think where both sides need to be a team, and at the end of the day, it's like everyone wants to get. We're all in the film industry because we love it, so everyone wants to get the best looking thing on the screen, don't they? You know, everyone wants the show to be finished, and that's kind of where I feel like sometimes it feels a bit like loggerheads between vendors and production side, but at the end of the day, everyone wants the best looking thing, and they want it, you know, they want it to look great and look great on all the companies involved as well, don't they?
I think it does have to be a collab. Oh, sorry, Maria, you speak. Yeah.
No, please.
No, you go first.
No, I just wanted to say, like, at the beginning of everything, because I'm just thinking, like, if it is 1, 2, 3, let's say 10 shots, I have no problem. But 100 shots, I will definitely speak up, because that's a completely new show. If I already had 100 shots and it's now 200 counts for exactly the same budget, I will most likely talk to my client very directly and let them know, I am sorry, but we need to discuss a change order right now. But the way that you approach this is what is important, and what you have built with that client and that rapport that you have with them from the beginning when you were pitching the show. Because something that really annoys to any client is then something unexpected comes in, and you are just doing multiple change orders over and over again for, let's say, an easy cleanup. Yeah. And then you're just being billed for stuff that is easily done by a company exactly in the same day that is done when they are just making sure that they're doing something proper. So I believe, like, when these situations happen, when there is 100 shots coming up, like it has happened to me right now. I've been in a script number 9 on a show that I've been preparing for already a year now. And still we are like changing over and over again the shot count, because we have to do reshoots and there are things that happen, but it's about communicating to the client what are the bandwidths, what you can do and what will be easier, and as well as also cooperating with them, maybe saying like, okay, if you are from the pre-production side, is actually pushing yourself as a vendor to go and say, can I be on set? Can I support you on this? Is there a way that I can see the dailies so that I can tell you, like, look, this camera is here, help me here? Is there a development that I can do beforehand? So all these kind of things that can help you prepare. And if it is at the down end, it's just like exactly like Rebecca said, like, where is your key shots, where I can see like similar things that I can utilize on it. And from the strategy point of view is, and this is a little bit on the inside of a studio management part, is, do I need to recruit this in a more efficient way? Do I need to think this in a different way? There may be a location base for tax rebates or XYG that it can also support my client. And also maybe this 100 shots are just compositing jobs. So maybe I can try to spread this across other kind of teams that will be a little bit more budget friendly to this. So it's a lot of like ways in here, but the key base for all this is having rapport and excellent communication with the client, because if not, like, you're going to be on a battle.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's the communication that I think is really, like, especially when it comes to edits that change and situations that change, it's that communication and that collaboration, and realizing that, you know, yes, some extra shots unfortunately have come from us and we're having to pass them downstream to a vendor, but the open lines of communication and the honest lines of communication, I think, are where you'll have the most successful outcome in that. Like, this sort of thing happens on huge projects. It also happens, like, I specialize in the independent film market, and it happens a lot in the independent film market too. But I think, especially when you're operating in the lower budget end of the film industry, so for example, in independents like myself, communication in a situation like this is absolutely essential, as is mutual respect. I do hear of projects where sometimes the production team sort of throw this at vendors and they expect magic to happen and there to be no consequence to it. And sometimes it's the unintended consequences that people forget. So having to add 10 more sort of compositing shots to sequence X, but it's the same final budget on the project, say it's a fixed bid or something like that. Are there any unintended consequences to any other aspect of the film that we're going to have to trim down in order to compensate for that shifting of people, that shifting of manpower, and that shifting of budget into this other area? And having those honest conversations as well of, you know, does this push, you know, does this mean that some of the targets that we were pushing you guys for next month, does this mean that potentially some of those might slip and that we might not get, you know, those other shots? Is there going to be sort of, you know, an extra 2 weeks added to the VFX sort of delivery schedule at the end? Like, what are the knock-on effects of this? And I think if you have a really good working relationship and really good communication strategy there, sometimes you can go back, the production team, we can all chat with the director, we can talk through and see whether we can potentially adjust our expectations, not necessarily by pulling those shots out of the film, but can we adjust our expectations and also speak with executives and speak with producers and see how we can get this to work so that not just the production and the end result is sort of less affected by it, but also the fiscal outcome for the vendor, because, you know, nobody wants to be the project that in the press at the end of the day has a whole stream of, you know, vendors who've been negatively impacted and artists are speaking out. Like, nobody, like, I know people say no press is bad press, but nobody really wants that association with themselves and with their project. So let's see if we can have a good financial outcome for both aspects. One of the things that I like to implement, and it doesn't always work, but something I like to implement on my shows is a really strict approval process on projects. I have what I call my 5 steps and my 5 stages, and I generally try and sit down with the director early on. I get the director to sign off on what the stages of approval are. And I like to run those past the producers and executive producers too, because sometimes you do have producers and executives that like to give a little bit of creative input. And unfortunately, sometimes by the time we show it to them, we've already passed the point of no return in a VFX shot, or we've passed a stage that where revisiting the creative could actually have a really big financial impact for us, let alone the VFX vendor. So it's just making sure that communication's happening on both sides, and it's important from a production perspective that we take ownership of that and ensure that our communications behind the scenes on our our side, not even in relation to the vendors, are transparent, and that everyone on our side is communicating effectively, so that we can try and mitigate and reduce the likelihood of these knock-on effects for vendors down the track.
Oh, awesome,
100%.
thanks.
I think it's so much.
Oh, sorry,
Oh,
Pam.
sorry. I was just going to say, I totally agree. I think it's so much about that kind of openness, transparency, and then just, you know, the solutions, being solutions orientated. Because I really think it's important, because when we're, you know, we do both sides. So, you know, we also employ vendors as well on certain projects that we've got kind of creative oversight over, and that's what we expect, you know, as well. You want, you know, your transparency. It's not you want to have that. You don't want to have that conversation like you would have with a dodgy plumber who comes round to tell you that, you know, that's awful, your bathroom needs, you know, £10,000 spent on it, and actually all it needs is a little like kind of twist. You know, because I think a lot of times, you know, people think it's a, you know, it's a dark art, and, you know, you can, you know, hide away things and all of that jazz, but it just can't be like that at all. It's just got to be kind of transparent, and everybody's got to be, you know, really kind of working to kind of get the solution. And I think if you do present that forward, and certainly when we get that from vendors, that's the vendors that we go back to time and time again, because you've just got to have that trust. You really do.
Yeah, thank you. And so just on the subject of communication, because that was going to be my next question anyway, but is there like a golden strategy for this when you, perhaps from a script stage, is most of the communication that happens at that stage most important? You're aligned right from the beginning, or is it just a given that things are going to change throughout the process when it comes to VFX planning?
I can start if everyone is okay.
Yeah.
So at the time when you're script breaking, at least from my end, like the first thing that I always recommend is create what is called a VFX spotting session, which is just like you're doing the script and you're just asking a gazillion of questions to the person that is reviewing your script break. So it can be the producer, the post-producer, even the director, if you are working directly with them. So what I like to do is just basically I create a massive table with all the extras, and it's like, are you envisioning to do this like that? Are you aiming to have this on location, or are we thinking about maybe blue screen here? Small props as well, like do you have this available? Like all this kind of stuff that you can just kind of like show the director, like all the constellations I have on that. And afterwards, like for example, there are shows, and this is also attached to your previous question about what is the most difficult creative part. For me, it's animation, because animation is subjective. Like character animation is very subjective. So everyone just thinks like how you front your like your eyebrow, or like how you move or walk. It's very subjective to the animator, and also is evaluated very subjectively from the director. So you always gonna have gazillion of times of like overview back and forward. So he's creating what Emma says in vendor side is called milestones. So making sure you set up those milestones very clearly, what it is included in it, and your production team needs to be very, very reassuring to the production side of the client, saying, hey, if at the asset stage, like you reviewed 3 times, you're already giving me model feedback, like let's talk about here, because your budget is already long gone. So it's about like keeping that conversation, but also allowing your VFX supervisor to shine. So it's more about like you just keeping these conversations closed door via email or on a call directly, but not interfering with that creative part. Of course, there is like stuff like, for example, I always usually have chats with the supervisor while we're on dailies, and I'm like, oh, change order, or no, like does that. So, but it's just between me and him, so not directly to the client. Then you just compile all that communication wise on an email. So it is about like, again, communicating clearly, but like making sure that that communication is also like very transparent, so that you are allowing them to like also see that and feedback you back, because they can say, look, I'm not interested on seeing assets, like just put them on the shot. And then you're like, okay, you didn't want to watch the asset, I gave you the opportunity, and now you're giving me feedback on that shot. So let's just talk about all these consequences that has for you not wanting to see all these things.
Yeah, and I like to where I can, like you saying as well, Emma Marie, like show my client side VFX stuff as early as I can, and also just even if there's something new that I want to get their eyes on, even if the rest of the shot's not looking great, as long as I can sort of caveat in my notes to them and discuss with them, okay, I just want you to have a little look at this. But at the start, I like to kind of make sure that my client side supervisor is happy with me sending grayscale stuff, or stuff that's like, maybe really early days, maybe along with some concept, just to kind of start whittling down, nailing down, so that you get the feedback you need to keep things moving, to refine and then, as I say, not get to the stage where you're past the point of no return, isn't it? So before directors or showrunners have seen stuff. So I quite like the like in the last couple of shows I've done, where the showrunner wants to see all the shots. So that's kind of like, okay, well, this is temps, this is great, because then as a vendor side, okay, we've pretty much got everything. Obviously they make a couple of notes on top there, but they've seen it at a certain point, and you just move ahead then and take it kind of to final. And that's like, I find that a really like smooth way of working, just kind of, it's really rough and ready at first, and as long as I can like caveat and talk why it looks so rough and ready, then hopefully the production side is open to that, because then I feel that gets kind of the creative process more and more refined in a smoother fashion. Everyone's seen it in multiple versions. Sorry. Everyone's seen it multiple times, have had their chance to make a say on it, and so then we can move forward and knowing that we're doing what's wanted.
Yeah. Thanks, Becky. One of the things that I like to do as well, and I think some of my vendors like it, some of them find it frustrating because they have to sort of piece things apart. But when I'm giving feedback or giving turnover notes or similar like that to a vendor, my turnover notes can sometimes be a little bit overly detailed, purely because I'm trying to make sure that they're not just getting a list of what's required in the shots. I'm also giving them a list of the wish lists of the director of, if he could have anything, these are what he would love to see. I'm very aware our budget's restrictive. On most of my shows, our budget is very restricted. But sometimes enabling the team to see what the nice to haves are, as well as the must haves, they can come up with unusual or creative solutions to help achieve some of those nice to haves, which means that it can actually be easier to get the shots through the director, to get the shots through the approval process all the way through, because people feel like they're getting that extra little bit of glitter, that extra little bit of secret sauce. In addition, when I see a shot at layout stage, it can be grayscale and the camera move, not quite there, but we're almost there. Sometimes even at that stage, I'll give my layout feedback, and I like to run it past the director and get him to buy off on the layout. But at the same time, I also will say, for future reference, I'll put that at the bottom, and I'll give them some ideas of where we're hoping to push it in terms of pomp, in terms of lighting, in terms of FX, so that as the shot develops over time, the artists and the VFX supervisor vendor side already has an idea of where we're wanting to push the shot and push the sequence, so that they're not just receiving lighting and comp notes sort of down the track. We don't always have access to concept artists, and we don't always have access, especially on lower budget productions, to detailed previs. So sometimes getting that information down on paper is the only way of ensuring that information's been relayed effectively, because you don't have those additional luxuries of the visual aids. I would love to have access to a personal concept artist on every single show. That honestly would be my dream, and I think it would. Like a talented concept artist just cannot be underrated here. Like they are just so beneficial to the creative project. And some of the projects I've worked on, even vendor side when I was an artist, some of the most successful outcomes we've had with directors and on projects are when we have, as artists, vendor side, received, this is what I want. Can you make that blobby render over there look like this stunning, beautiful visual feast for the eyes over here? You know what you're aiming for. You know what the goalpost is. When you don't have those, as much communication and as much written down content that the team can have as possible, I think is going to give you the best possible outcome, because everybody knows where you want to go.
I was just going to say, we're a big fan of, because we deal a lot more in a lot of the more subjective stuff. So, you know, animation, you know, CG animation, 2D animation. And we're a big fan of the vertical slice, because, you know, there are so many ways that you can go. And I think even if you do have, we do a lot of concept work as well. And, you know, a lot of our bigger projects are kind of fully concepted. But even when you've done that, we've always found that for our producers, they are big fans of just running a shot fully through the pipe and saying, this is what this is going to look like, because we are like dealing with, you know, a situation where you've got a client who really wants a unique look, you know, and it is a look that's maybe not created before. And we've had lots of creative conversations saying, we're going to bring in, you know, this lighting, it's going to have this style, it's going to, you know, the colors are going to look like this, the characters are going to look like this. But actually, it's like you say, Emma, you know, it's really, really difficult, you know, and the most successful things we've had are, and the happiest kind of productions that we've had are where there's been quite a very clear vision of what that piece is going to look like. And so we're big fans of, like, where we can is, you know, is putting the vertical slice like straight in the schedule to begin with. We are going to do this, you know, and it's going to, you know, it's going to be a shot fully through the pipe. It's going to show you how it's going to look. And then everybody's happy then. And if you can push it beyond that vertical slice, fantastic. You know, if you can put a wee bit more glitter on top of it, fantastic. But everybody knows that that's, you know, that's where we're, you know, ultimately heading, and everybody's agreed and everybody's happy with that. It works really well, we've found.
Thanks, everyone.
It's hard, isn't it? Like, you know, if you don't have a vision, then the kind of concept or even the writing down, but guiding, you know, if a director or someone it's got a rough idea, but really they need to be shown something, some sort of ideas. Otherwise, vendor side, if something's really ambiguous and it's left in that state, that's where, you end up on version 110 or something, and it's still not what the director wants, and so then, you know, you just have to keep going and going, and without that initial, okay, let's just stop for a minute and let's just find out exactly, you know, let's do a little bit of concept here to work out what they go in for, to lock things down.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really loved all those answers. There's clearly a lot involved to make a successful project, from pitch to screen. We're sadly running out of time. I do still have questions, but I need to let you get back to your wonderful jobs. But as it's International Women's Day coming up, I just wanted to ask you, did you have much inspiration or female role models when you first started out, and how has it changed today? Do you see more women in senior roles, perhaps?
I don't know if I see too many roles as visual effects supervisors. I do. I mean, there's definitely sort of a few. And I try not to look at it in that way. I try to just think more about how do I want to progress. However, I really enjoyed this talk because I quite like the sort of, you know, this is kind of a non-gender talk in a way. This is really about the creative process, and I love that we can, you know, we can get together and do that, and there's enough women to be able to now put these talks together, you know, in the industry high up, that we can put these talks together and have a proper discussion about it. I think that's good. But there's not too many, and especially sort of production side VFX supervisors. I don't think there's too many of them. I think last year there were some stats which were quite appalling.
Yeah, the Invisible in VFX report that states there's under 3% of women in supervisory roles, and less than 1% of those are women of colour. So that was from 2021. So I don't know if there's anything more recent, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the stats are like now. I'm sure it hasn't changed much, but yeah, I agree. It's wonderful to be able to talk to more women in the industry, and one day we won't have to have women in talks, but for now we do need to continue flying that flag and have that representation out there. So yeah, thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I am thinking kind of on sort of how I landed where I am. Like, I don't think I've ever I've never sort of looked towards like a specific supervisor who was a woman in terms of the role. I've found with my career, I've tried to draw upon inspiring people in general that I've met along the way, and I've looked at how they've supervised or how they've led a team or how they've done their work, you know, from an artist's perspective. And I've tried to kind of, when I'm sort of in my role now, is I think to myself, who were the supervisors that I didn't enjoy the feedback from? Who were the supervisors that I didn't enjoy the experience from? And which projects did I really enjoy working on? And I've been trying to kind of pick out the aspects of each of those individuals and try and shape how I portray myself to vendors and how I portray myself in the industry as well. So that I'm picking the aspects that I liked most to work with. Like, I want, when I approach a role, I want people to have enjoyed the experience working on the project. I want people to be proud of the work they've achieved. And I want to inspire and encourage people to kind of step outside of their comfort zones. And also I want people, when they come for the next project and they happen to see my name associated with, they're like, oh, I enjoyed working with her. I would love, and it's impossible to always achieve it, but I'd love people to have a positive memory of a show and end on a high note, so that next time in the industry, when they're at another vendor or they're in another role, they have a positive association with you as an individual. And I think that's something that we all can kind of adopt in whatever role we are in the industry. The industry is so migratory, and people swap around and swap roles and they swap companies, and people's last experience with you is what's they're going to hold with them into their next experience with you. And you want them to have positive associations with you, not negative. And I've met some very, very inspiring women in the industry who are CEOs or leaders at places like the Visual Effects Society. There's a really diverse range of people in that organization in leadership. And I just try to soak up through osmosis as much of the inspiring knowledge I can from those individuals, so that I can sort of shape myself in my role going forwards.
I can give a shout out, like big. I don't think she remembers me. I met her last year, but she was like my kind of like person. Inspired Sarah Bennett, who was the first female VFX supervisor winning an Oscar for Ex Machina. That for me, when I met her, I was like, just like me and a friend, we were just gushing about her. Like, we just met her on an Amazon event, and she was so inspiring. Also because she created a company as well, and she was very just like pushing the boundaries of like, hey, we are also here.
Yeah,
women can be also technical, women can do also sci-fi, women can also do animation, they can also be savvy. And that for me, that was a big change in the industry, because after her, a lot of conversations. And like, I'm going to give an example. I went to meet one of the big streamers, and one of the first questions is, how many female supervisors do you have in your team? Like, what is that? Like, that was the first thing, like, how many of you are available for us in our projects? And it's also a bigger and bigger conversation. And now we are like not going to the difference between a woman and a man. It's just a good artist. And we are not seeing that gender anymore. And I think that's the biggest change that I'm seeing right now in our industry, is like, we are not defining ourselves because of our gender. We're defining ourselves because of our skills and what we're good at. And also, if you guys pay attention, a lot of the big heads, SVPs, vice presidents, head of big studios are females in the VFX industry. So this also speaks a lot about like how this industry has opened up from being just a boys club to be just inclusive club.
Yeah.
It's the visibility as well, I think, because like when I look back on like the start of my career, and when I came out of university and went into factual television, and I remember working, she might not remember me, but I always remember her, and she was my production manager, and I went in as a production secretary. That was my job. I was right out of uni, as green as you like, terrified, and I just looked at her and I thought, you are amazing. And she was a production manager, and she was running this massive series for the BBC. Her name's Alison Todd. She was amazing, and I just thought, I want to do that. I want to do that. I saw her there, and I thought, I want to do that. And I thought, and I did, and I progressed, and I went up through the tree, and then did bigger stuff and all the rest of it. But without her presence, to have that say, well, look, she's there, she's doing it. I think that that's something that's really important, that that we're all visible, and that it's just a thing. Because I actually found it quite shocking initially when I came out of television, where I was just used to lots of female presence in all roles, or at least the project I was working on, there was female series producers, directors, execs, most of the big ones were females. And then when I came into visual effects and animation, CG, I was really shocked at this was an issue, and it was, and I thought, wow, it's it felt like such a step back. And the conversations that I had that were really like quite shocking conversations, about that kind of situation. I thought, no, this has to change, and it's really exciting to see that. I think things are changing. I think there's lots of areas where a lot more work needs to be done. A lot of the technical roles and specialities, I think there's a lot of work that kind of needs to be done. But I think the kind of visibility, I don't think you can underestimate that, because even if you don't realize it, just by being around someone else, like you say, Emma, is there going, oh, look, there, she's there doing that, I want to do that. And that's I think it's really important.
Yeah, we got to see it.
Yeah.
To be it.
We need to encourage each other too. We really need to encourage each other. It's not a competition. It's a collaboration. It's a dance. And if we don't promote and encourage each other, then someone will pass us by. Like it's so important that we encourage each other to do the best we can in this industry and not tear each other down.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah. Well, that's an awesome point to end on. For any viewers, please feel free to drop any comments or questions in the live chat. We'll stick around quickly after we sign out. But for now, Pam, Becky, Maria, and Emma, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, it's truly an honor to be here to talk about women empowerment, something that is very, very close to my heart. Hi, I am Aishwarya, the VFX producer from Select VFX Studio. The VFX industry is something that's very interactive, imaginative, and creative. We literally bring the scenes to life. But for a long time, there has been an invisible barrier which makes this industry to be more male oriented. Of course, women have been a part of this particular workforce. There's a lot of amazing women out there and a lot of super companies who are giving opportunities for women, but still it's a very small percentage. It is not because of the lack of talent or lack of imagination, but because of the lack of opportunities and the freedom to explore. However, times are changing. Women are stepping into all these positions with amazing josh and talent. One thing that I would like to tell here is VFX industry, it's not just about technical skills, but it is also about patience, creativity, problem solving, which women are masters at. Women bring a unique perspective to the table, attentive to details, creative solutions and suggestions that can literally elevate the quality of work. When women are part of the team, we see fresh changes, new ideas and approaches, and different way of handling challenges. Beyond creativity, we women bring balance. A diverse team means a stronger team, a stronger collaboration, more innovation, and a healthier work environment. Having more women in this industry, it isn't just about equality. It is also about uplifting the VFX industry because of the amazing things that women can actually offer at the table. Even today, many women hesitate to join this field because of a lot of stereotypical stuff, lack of mentorships, and the main difficulty, which is like the balancing both the work and, work life and their personal life. But there can be changes that can be made which will make everything go smoother. If only the companies could think about amazing ways to bring them in, like, give them some free time, give them flexible timing, give them a place to showcase their talents, equal opportunities, fair pay, leadership roles, and most importantly, respect. This industry must actually shift from just allowing women to uplifting women. At Select VFX, we actually find women from rural areas who have talent but have no experience in this VFX industry, but has, a genuine love and care and passion to do something brighter. We take them, we handpick them, and we train them so that they get the opportunities that they deserve. Of course, we have a wide variety of people out there, but we also make sure we at least handpick a certain people from this sector so everyone is empowered, right? We all know that talent lies everywhere, but it just needs the right platform. And as a request in this Women's Day, I request all the companies to come together and give a safe space to all the women so that we can all soar high in this particular VFX industry.
Hi everyone, welcome back to our talks for International Women's Day. I am super happy to have Catherine Brillhart join me today. We have lots to dive into about the world of virtual production, so I would love to hand it over to you, Catherine, and give us a bit of an insight into your background and how you got into VFX and virtual production.
Sure, awesome. So my deep background is actually in cinematography. That was sort of the passion that has driven me through my entertainment career, that and like directing my own short films. But when I went to film school in New York and then made the trek out to LA, mostly for weather reasons, like a lot of people. But on these earlier jobs as, a first AC in between kind of trying to DP and all that, I was on this dinosaur project. It was like Dinosaur Project 1.0 before this amazing BBC project that came out recently. It was sort of the same idea, CG dinosaurs in the real world and telling like a story about it. So being on set, I went to a very traditional film school where we were shooting on film. We weren't learning trick photography or like visual effects. We kind of learned animation techniques, but it was more, the program was more about ideas and finding truth in actors' performances. It was a totally different kind of program than going to like a USC or maybe a bigger school that just had a different structure. So in the field, when I was working, part of my responsibility was to collect metadata and like hold up like a dinosaur skin ball or a silver ball or a gray ball. And I started, I taught myself how to do HDRI photography because those were like little side things that I was supposed to do. And I was like, we never learned this in school. I didn't realize this was, something that would be part of camera. I'm not really sure where this data is going. This is way further than the camera notes that I'm used to taking. And it was a producer on that project that, this is one of my first jobs. So she's like, what if I said I could extend this project for 4 months if I taught you how to be a visual effects coordinator? You've already collected all the data. And so that summer, I ended up working with a team of amazing animators and kind of learning how to visual effects coordinate with an animation team. It was my first exposure to Maya and like, Nuke and like all these different pieces of software. And she would show me before and afters of like films or television shows that I had seen, and I just didn't realize that there were supporting visual effects or invisible effects in those projects. And it really helped me connect some mental dots, because I was like, one of my personal things that I really wanted to figure out as like a student or like a new professional was like, how do I take my cinematography to the next level? It really seems like people are doing more than just doing a color pass. Like, how are they doing this? And so once I kind of like saw what invisible visual effects were, like set extensions, paint outs, just different compositing tricks, and learned all these amazing stories from these animators who had worked with James Cameron on The Abyss or Nightmare Before Christmas, and kind of learned how photography was related to visual effects. It just really ignited a different level of passion for me in visual effects. So from that point on, I became like a visual effects coordinator and started my path in visual effects. So I kind of always had a parallel cinematography portfolio that I've built along with a visual effects track record. And at least in visual effects over the last 12 years, I've been able to go from coordinator to production manager to producer to visual effects supervisor on indie level projects. And then to tie it together, like a lot of these things paralleled each other over the same timeline, but around 2013 or 2012, I was exposed through visual effects project that I was on, virtual production, because in that timeline, game engines and real-time rendering was introduced on higher end projects. And so I got to play around with that technology and kind of see the future in a sense. And so it just started with an idea, like I think a lot of people at that time was like, I can't wait until technology and resources sort of merge, because it'll really bring cinematography and visual effects together in this moment. And I think, like we've kind of seen that play out in history. So that was sort of how I got into virtual production.
Yeah, amazing. And I love those moments where it's like, oh, this is really what I want to do now. And now you're a triple threat, because you're a cinematographer, director, producer, and your current title is virtual production supervisor. And you have a long list of amazing projects on your IMDb, as well as awards and press articles, etc. But you're currently working on a new project, which I want to hear much more about. And one of my questions for you was centered around how virtual production has evolved over the years. The Mandalorian that you've worked on is widely in the press as using virtual production, but it goes further back than that, doesn't it? So I'm going to sit back and listen to you give us a little history.
Oh yeah, sure, no problem. Yeah, I'll try to keep it short. Yeah, I feel so 2019 was a significant year in virtual production, but I'll rewind it a little bit. Because there are publications now that have really come out in writing about this very recently, like 2023, like a lot of us are putting these stories in writing and publishing. But it kind of goes as far back as the late 80s and 90s with the machinima kind of movement that was happening, where people were using game stations like PlayStation and other like Nintendos and stuff to kind of real-time render out real-time gameplay to put into previs, and that's kind of, it was like the sort of the beginning of what previs is now. All these things kind of came from these concepts, but and even Spielberg was kind of doing this in his film AI at the time, and had a partnership with Unreal Engine. So it really goes back pretty far into the early 2000s as well. You can track all of that, but those were kind of like the building blocks. And then 2009, when Avatar came out, Avatar was probably one of the most funded projects that really got to validate an entire virtual production pipeline. Because if you think about the definition, it's the introduction of real-time technology into the filmmaking process to allow you to render visual effects in real time and bring them on set so that everyone can kind of see what the final will look like, or as close to final, while you're doing it. So 2009 was actually one of the biggest landmarks, I would say, in virtual production. But when you fast forward 10 years, then you have Tintin, you have different films like Dawn of the Planet of the Apes that were proving out different pieces of the technology, like performance capture, which was really one of the first techniques that kind of pushed all of this forward with simulcam. But in 2019, it was a big historic deal because Disney, again, had, over like the last few years, but this was the year that they were released, published The Lion King, which was an advanced version of that Avatar style pipeline with a full CG output. It was unique because we've always had called those animated films, but it wasn't animated because they could prove that it was real-time performance capture. So it actually qualified in a live action category in the Oscars, and it was a game changer. And that's kind of what made Avatar 1 a game changer as well. So it was just like another case study to kind of add to that, the way that evolution of what live action filmmaking was. And then in that same year, it was so big, it was a big deal to have Lion King and The Mandalorian come out, because they proved that they could do it on a feature film budget, and they proved they could do it on an episodic budget. And I think that's what really generated a lot of press at that moment. They also proved out a different workflow. Like if you think of it, all the techniques as different ingredients to make one recipe or one workflow, a lot of the same techniques that were used in Lion King or Avatar were just reorganized with additional technology brought in, like LED walls, so that you could actually have digital set extensions in the project. So it proved out a different recipe or workflow with similar techniques and on a different budget. Hindsight, looking back, it was a pretty huge episodic budget. So they proved that you could do it on that schedule, really, I would say. And then the big boom from 2019 until now was kind of this perfect storm of technology really improving, GPUs, like NVIDIA kind of having this boom, this other additional layer of AI separately being a tool and its own art form that could be incorporated. So there's just like a lot of complex kind of things that were happening in this condensed time between 2019 and now. But it created the availability, or like the lower cost of some of this tech, created the possibility for entrepreneurs, possibly visual effects supervisors or cinematographers or other people who had really reached kind of a peak in their career could get funding and create a bunch of studios. So globally, really, there's a huge boom in LA specifically, but really across the US and then globally. There's just been a big boom in the accessibility of this technology. And the last 2 years has been a big push in developing AI tool sets that can enhance those workflows further. So it's just been this very accelerated improvement. Like every 4 months there's crazy developments. So that's kind of how we got to where we are now, I think.
Yeah, it must have been so, and still so exciting to be at the sort of helm of this as well. And when you first started working in it, it must have been a lot of learning on the job. I know there's a lot of courses now that people can do in virtual production, but was it a case of sort of learning as you go? And I assume that a lot of people that moved into virtual production had quite varied backgrounds and skills as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would say yes. Like a lot of us, like the first wave of people, I feel like I'm second wave really, because it's these founders or people that kind of worked with the big 5 film families. Like, you know, Glenn Derry is like a founder in this space. I'd say Ben Grossman's like a founder in this space. Founder meaning like maybe some of the first people who could claim a virtual production supervisor title, and maybe credited to like creating those roles, like Dan Gregoire and Chris Edwards and Sam Nicholson. Sam Nicholson's a DP and cinematographer who owns a visual effects company who drove a lot of this development on a small scale. Dan Gregoire, Chris Edwards, Previs, who own companies now, but actually since 2016, like Halon, for example, they drove a lot of development in just the suites of technology needed. You know, Magnopus is a big company. There are lots of independent companies that have kind of helped drive and Ben Grossman, that's his company. So I'm trying not to forget everybody, but like Kevin Bailey plays a role in that space as well. And so part of how I've navigated my career I was, like you said, learning on the job, and noticing which real-time elements were important to the workflow. So I did spend several years like leading a volumetric team at Gentle Giant Studios before transitioning into working with Halon, going into visualization, and kind of specialized myself in a couple different techniques, including performance capture, before going in to full-on supervision and heading up a department that curates a lot of these different techniques into one workflow, if that makes sense. And I think that's some of the confusion, I think, these days around the title virtual production supervisor, because you have a lot of independent businesses that might only have 1 or 2 techniques available at their company, like only LED walls with performance capture or tracking related to that space. Or you could have other companies that have that really specialize in like camera tracking. So, but each company might elevate their senior employee to being a virtual production supervisor. So I think there's now, like in 2019, you didn't have this difference, but in 2025, you have a virtual production supervisor that could be on a vendor side or a company side that's kind of full-time employed. And they might have a broad skill set, but chances are their skill set is very focused on what their company offers. And then I've modeled my career after those like Glenn or Ben Grossman, who really are project-based department head supervisors. So I might pull a bunch of different companies in to help solve our problem, but I end up being part of the director's creative team, breaking down the script, figuring out overall, how are we creatively going to do this? It's very tactical and it's very creative. And I get to work out the tactical and creative portions and then cast the players that are in those roles. So
yeah,
I don't know if that is still
yeah, definitely. And you mentioned, you know, there was the boom at a certain point, but and obviously the industry is still in turmoil at the moment, but how does it compare to that initial boom in terms of like take up with production side? Is it still seen as an exciting new tool? Are people still a little bit scared of it? What's the general consensus in your experience?
I honestly think that since 2019, like people are really into it. People are excited about it. I think they're excited about it and see the value of it from a studio level to like just being an independent entrepreneur, starting a company and building a business around this, these tool sets, especially because when you don't think about it as just in-camera visual effects or LED workflow, and you really see it for all these different techniques that it offers in real time, it couples and is interoperable, or like it works very well with Web3 platforms, like meaning that, for example, if you didn't want to go super in depth and learn Unreal Engine, for example, there are companies like Radical Motion, which are like Web3 based real-time rendering platforms online, that through this same way that we're doing this interview, you could direct a performance capture section and through that video gather pretty decent like rigging and bone data, performance capture data, apply that to a character rig, and then make your own Lion King style CG output, but real like live action project. You know, there's so many different combinations. So it just means that you can work together remotely, internationally. They're really cool tool sets for creatives. And I guess at least now I would say it's proven that even if you just want to use pieces of them, like let's say we just want to use virtual production in prep, it really helps to save money in production. Or now if there's certain really challenging problems in production, we might be able to apply this new tool to solve that. So I would say the crazy thing after the pandemic was the strike in Hollywood, because it impacted not only Los Angeles, but the entire country and some global markets. And we're still kind of waiting for everything to bounce back. It hasn't really fully bounced back from all that. So I would say like the spaces that I've seen this really accelerate, and to your point about like, you know, budget, it's like this has been, you know, reality TV, documentaries, commercials, people with all different types of budgets can use this, and indie filmmakers have been experimenting with it more. So I think what's exciting is like in the last 2 or 3 years, we have a ton of, because there's so many more business owners that can provide the service and they want to build their resumes, it's allowed a lot more directors or like independent voices who are creatives like experiment in that space, because there were more opportunities for partnership. Whereas before, from like, you know, 2001 to 2009 to 2019, it was really just feature films that could do it. So I think that's kind of one of the biggest exciting things. And you can watch YouTube all day watching people, even without an LED screen, like who might just have green screen, do simulcam and have a virtual environment that they're running in a game engine, and they can just capture it in their living room or make their living room look like a castle or like something totally different. So yeah, it's just kind of fascinating.
Yeah. I remember walking onto my first LED screen and just being absolutely blown away. And I'm sure you've had lots of those moments where directors, DOPs, and actors are experiencing it for the first time. What's the general sort of feedback from that initial use in your experience?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's really important to be very careful with how you introduce somebody to the technology, and like, you know, because I've seen it kind of not go very well. Like, for example, you don't want to just give somebody a sales pitch, you know, and then walk away. I think it helps to really understand a script or a creative idea and help develop that idea. And I feel like Fallout was such a good use case for that. It was really exciting because the director, showrunner, Jonah Nolan, he had a long-standing relationship with Magnopus through the production of Westworld, where they had kind of tested a few things, and there was some really cool work that they were doing in like season 3 and 4, but it was just kind of one episode here or like one scene there that was just done very well. And so Fallout, so to your point, that was a way to build a relationship with the director on a small scale and pitch concepts that could work and prove that they could work over time and build a relationship. so that when it came to the high stakes project of we're starting a new show and we'd like to apply the tech because it kind of makes sense in the world of the story, because Fallout is like all about like high tech. There's like all these different decades. It's like 50s meets the 80s meets where you have these computers and everything. So part of the creative challenge in that project was, and part of the world of that project was kind of enhancing that feel with the tools that we use to make it. So it's why they chose to shoot on film, because it's analog and kind of goes with that analog part of the story. And then applying real-time technology and real-time set extensions played into the actual story beats, you know, of some of the episodes where the world of the people in the vault was actually a projected reality that was going to burn and fall away. And so it was interesting to kind of create set extensions that were actually set extensions that the characters realized were set extensions. So there was a real artistic reason why we were doing a lot of stuff. So for example, Mandalorian, projects like that had proved that you could do this work on an episodic budget. And so one of the other, I would say that arguably Fallout also had a large budget, but it was not a Mandalorian budget. So I would still say that, you know, Fallout would be kind of an amazing evolution from Mandalorian, because not only were we able to create believable set extensions and do live what do you call it, cued like visual effects moments that we had, some were rendered in real time and some were pre-rendered, but we like also captured it on film, which really had not been done for an entire episodic show. So from a scheduling standpoint, from a budgetary standpoint, I would say we did a lot for the resources that we had on that project.
Yeah.
But I would say, like, you know, it is tricky. You need to have the director and the creative team on board with what you're doing. Even if there's one producer who's second guessing it, or just one person kind of at a higher level who doesn't understand the vision or how all the pieces work together, then it can just make it can increase the cost and make it more expensive to execute everything. But I think that's why the example of kind of how Fallout was put together over time and thoughtfully, kind of pulling everyone into the fold, you know, they definitely brought the writers in, and the writers got to be on set and be involved with the process. And once people get to see it and experience it, then, you know, they can write to the technology, and then it gets really exciting.
Yeah. Was the team on Fallout, was it their first experience, do you know, of using the technology?
The production crew?
Yeah.
I would say yes, for the most part. It was everyone's first time with the technology, other than probably the camera department had a bit of experience because they came over from the Westworld team. But there was enough lead-in time that we kind of all worked together. It was an exciting case study because it was a role where I was really, like, for the first time, really like the head of a department, where I was equally collaborating with the visual effects supervisor, the DP, the production designer, and Magnopus pulled me in to help lead their team as the virtual production department, which was really cool. So not only was this a very creative team, but they also were like half engineers, which made it kind of fun. So what I brought to the front end of that project was my visual effects producing and supervision experience, helping really helping our internal team who's used to an agile workflow understand maybe a visual effects workflow, translating that to production, because they weren't expecting having all those scheduled review sessions, let's say, before we went into production. So we had like a nice couple months of lead time into that. We were also commissioning the wall, building it and designing that from scratch. And so there was a project management sort of side to it, working with the studio, who's kind of the studio, and then the technical company that was providing the building and building the stage within the building. So there was like the third kind of layer that I was also helping supervise to make sure that as we understood the needs that we had, we were building all of that in, if that makes sense. You're kind of refining the details all the way into that project. So our team also ended up commissioning the stage and then making sure that was all up and running. I would say it was amazing to supervise. We had like our virtual production team probably did like 10% of like the visual effects for like our episodes, let's say. So the visual effects team was really doing the visual effects. But what was cool is like all the visual effects that we created virtually that made it into the set extensions, they remained in the final. So those were final visual effects shots that we helped do. So that was great. So part of it was like supervising those visual effects from creation into the shoot days, and that's when our shots became finalized, was the shoot days. And then I contributed the color management workflow, getting that organized, helping pull in a colorist DIT that worked extensively with the DP, who could help translate some needs for the DP on set, or just helping production understand what roles might be needed, just to get through that first, block of shooting. But yeah, I guess when you're running a department at that level, like a lot of what you're doing is making sure that your team is just running smoothly and they have no idea that, there are any challenges ahead. And so that was kind of my role. It's like, make sure that we can meet all of our goals. We're whiteboarding it all out and they have a clear path and they can accomplish everything. I'm also kind of prepping them to let them know like how to work with lighting engineers and other teams that we have to share this space with. And then also, because the schedule changes all the time, anyone who works with like a one-line schedule knows that like it's the schedule until it's not, and it could be the day before where everything changes. So helping, stabilize that internally with our team. And then also we were doing extensive previs, not just remotely like this, but we were in the game engine, but we were also doing previs in VR headsets. And so I was making sure that we had going out with our satellite teams to Brooklyn to host those reviews with the director and some other creatives as well. So it was just really fun, a lot of moving pieces. We had performance capture, we had volumetric capture, we had LED wall set extensions, VAD, lighting integration, full on shoot days, building a stage, color management. We had the whole shebang, but it such a fun show to work on.
Yeah, it sounds it. And I love that immersive experience that it allows for filmmakers and teams to kind of experience. And I guess that's a huge win for the VFX industry as a whole, because, instead of going through a larger process, the directors, DOPs, etc., have to wait to get these visuals back. It's more real time, and I imagine a lot of a deeper connection between the VFX side teams with production. So that must really help with communication and building those relationships.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think at this point too, just from a commercial standpoint or just case study standpoint, there's been enough case studies that have come out that have kind of proven that vehicle process shots, you actually do save money generally, you know, producing them this way with a volume. More comfort for the actors. It kind of depends obviously on the creative, but usually anything that's relatively like simple, that's like a vehicle process shot or like hyper creative, you can do in these spaces, and you just think outside the box like any other visual effects shot. You know, maybe you're moving the background to make it feel like the prop is moving, but yeah, those seem to be pretty simple to do.
Nice. So I imagine you don't have many working from home days, a lot of on-set days and being really hands-on.
Yeah, trying to boost those for sure. I would say like strikes have kind of made it crazy for everyone. I think we're just waiting for the big boom. But yes, commercials have been a good place to look to stay on set. So has documentary work actually, and some reality and broadcast. And the nice thing about not being in a pandemic is that live events are back. So that's been another way for people to build their skill set, because the game engine technology is also kind of crossed over into those spaces as well.
Yeah.
Yes,
very exciting. So you mentioned challenges earlier, and I wanted to touch on that again, and just look back at the evolution of virtual production. I'm sure there were a lot of things being tweaked over the last few years. What have you noticed has really improved since the early days? I know Unreal plays a huge part in virtual production, but there are other things that have really just gone through the roof and still evolving to this day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would say graphics cards, CPUs, like both the hardware and the graphics cards, I would say that's one thing that is just constantly improving, which means that the speed of your computer or the speed of the real time is getting better and faster constantly. And the thing that's been driving that really more than virtual production is just this AI movement, because it requires the same technology to be fully realized. I would say that like AI as a tool set has just accelerated everything in the last 2 years, from a utility standpoint, in that you can create AI-based tool sets that simplify processes that you do, you know, make them easier, or like automating workflows. But then there's also this generative AI component that's very creative that a lot of us are exploring. Certainly text to video, but really in the last year or so with the video to video or very, very visual tools that have come out that might allow you to, and I spoke with Kevin Bailey about this recently, because he and his team did an amazing job on the movie Here with Bob Zemeckis. But they were proving out some of those pipelines as well on that project, where let's say their VAD team had a certain amount of time to get, you know, their environment or their scene for their LED roll work. As a supervisor, if he was just like, we really need something else there, we only have, you know, 20, 30 minutes to do it, he could put that image into like a Kubrick or a Runway or whatever AI platform that they were using. I don't know what it was. And then intuitively maybe upscale certain areas, or needing to add more resolution in certain areas, or add in plants, you know, where they needed them. Getting the image quality that they needed, that might not have had to be final like photo real, but because it was a background element, kind of worked for their purpose. So those tool sets are kind of accelerating growth in this space as well, which is fascinating. So kind of, I've been doing a lot of work kind of trying to stay up to speed on that. And I would say volumetric capture is another area that crosses between virtual production and AI use cases. I would say 5 years ago, the world was sort of discovering photogrammetry, even though it's been around for 30 years or plus. But that kind of became popular. And then with the introduction of AI, you have two other technologies, NERFs and Gaussian splats, that have kind of been introduced, and they're Gaussian splats specifically, which are designed to be optimized in game engine, have been kind of being pulled into the virtual production space as well. Not to replace photogrammetry or virtual art department, but in instances like maybe the movie Here, for example, I don't know if they use this, I'm not saying that they use this technology, but a project like that could theoretically apply Gaussian splat in a similar way that you might just use a 2D background. So it's just, we have even more tool sets within this space to use.
Yeah.
Which is fascinating. So
yeah, never-ending learning. Well, I'm glad you brought up Kevin, because I actually interviewed him for World VFX Day in December, so check that out on our channels. But I know we're running out of time. I still have so many questions to ask you, but I really wanted to get an idea of what's next for you, both career-wise, what do you want to do in the future, any projects that you can talk about, but also I hear that you're working on a very interesting paper at the moment.
Oh, yes. I feel like for me, yeah, definitely continuing on a virtual production supervision route. Project-based work is really exciting for me. Being able to collaborate with like MSG and some of these new like, what do you call it, like venues are just really fascinating, and they use a lot of this these techniques as well. As a cinematographer, I'm super excited because I can also kind of pivot into that expertise as well. So I've been looking for projects that are interested in working with a DP that has an extensive visual effects background and a virtual production background as well, because we can really think outside the box about, you know, how we design shots and sequences, you know, around creative together. So I think that's another area that I'm interested to explore. Just recently I've been on, I can't really go into more detail than it being a space documentary, but this is where it's a really fun project because it's both tactical and creative, and, you know, devising plans for capturing a launch cinematically, you know, creates a lot of different interesting scenarios. So that's been a really cool project. And then, yes, I am in the middle of, I've written quite a long paper that's sort of outlining some of the major projects that I've worked on in the last 5 years, going into depth about creative processes, choices on those projects, because I really believe that sharing this knowledge is important. And some of it dives into some of the history that I shared in this interview as well, just because I'm passionate about it and I've been collecting and doing this research. And so I'm just working on kind of compiling all these thoughts so that I can release something in the next, like within the year, basically. So yeah, I'm excited about that.
Amazing. Well, I definitely want to read that, so sign me up. Well, I mean, I said I have so many other questions for you, but perhaps we can follow up with a part 2 at some point. But we'll stick around for a little bit and just have a quick chat. But for our viewers watching, if you have any questions or comments, just drop them in the live chat, and we'll get back to you. I hope you found this inspiring, and yeah, look out for our next talks coming up. But for now, Catherine, thank you so much for joining me today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This is so cool.
Awesome. And I'm really happy we had almost a little guest appearance.
Oh, yeah, you're back.
Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to International Women's Day. My name is Kate. I'm the marketing manager at Ingenuity Studios. We just wanted to say a quick thank you to the World VFX Day organization for creating these talks to celebrate this day and to have these important conversations. I'm excited to have 4 of our producers with us to talk about their experiences in this industry. So welcome Tara Aquesta, Juliana Watson, Liz Cristofero, and Rebecca Smith. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to have us jump right into the question, which is how does your perspective as women in this industry inform your approach to producing and influence your relationships with artists, leadership, and your clients?
It's such a big question. It's so layered. First part about being a woman in the industry, I would say it's a really, there's the film industry, television industry, and then there's the VFX industry. And I think that starting off, you know, when I started my kind of going through school and first parts of going through career and kind of learning more of the film and television side of things, you could feel how heavily male dominated it was. Like it was like every role, every position, even in school, it was like only a handful of us out of the class were, you know, women. And what I think is interesting is that when I transitioned into VFX, and maybe this is just my personal experience, so you guys may have something else, but I found that there was a lot of women in VFX, in production, producers, coordinators. I was lucky enough that my first executive producer was a woman. And it really helped me to kind of find how do women work together in that space. Like there's a different type of communication. I mean, not to say that like I don't communicate well with my male peers, but there was just kind of like an ease, a way of approaching leadership. So, you know, once I started getting teams underneath of me and, you know, going from a coordinator to a producer role, you start to have a different perspective on how you would want to work with your coordinator after being through that and like give them kind of the heads up about things to look for. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, I think that what you're saying, having like women above you is always nice because you kind of have like a champion on your corner. There's been so many times when I've like had women, you know, help push me up because they want to see, you know, another woman succeed in a male dominated industry. So that's always like a nice little thing to have.
Yeah, I think one of the things that really drew me to this industry is like not only like how diverse the cultures in our industry are, you know, like we're like a global industry and you see a lot of people from all over the world in this industry, but also being able to see women in leadership roles within the production realm that I am interested in being a part of was really inspiring to me. And I think having strong female leads who brought me up also like showed me that it's really important to bring up then the next women who are behind me. And, you know, it's like such a joyous thing when you see like someone who was your coordinator moving up to being a producer or even someone you were producing alongside of moving up to being an EP and everything. It's a really inspiring thing, especially when after all of our hard work, we get these really cool projects we get to watch at the end and see like literally our labor of love unfold on the big screen.
I've noticed that, yeah, production has a lot of female representation, and that's like a large part of like why we have so many of you guys on this call today. But why do you think that is? Why do you think production is so heavily influenced by female leadership?
I can take that one. I think a lot of it has to do with, I mean, the current fabric of it has to do with the fact that a lot of women and young girls specifically haven't always been encouraged to go into STEM roles where they're going into technical computer roles. A lot of, you know, the graphic artist side of visual effects is very tech heavy. And I know that women and girls are not always encouraged the same way to take on creative technical fields as necessarily as much, or if they haven't been in the past. I think that is changing a lot with a lot of the visual effects schools that have popped up and us seeing more women creeping into those technical roles as well. But I think it's just historically production has been looked at as sort of a administrative or a supportive or a secretarial position, almost tangentially related to the real work that gets done sometimes. And obviously we don't believe it actually works like that, but sometimes it's viewed like that, and that's something we sort of or combat every day or struggle with a little bit to change minds and ideas about that. But I think that is why women are overrepresented in production roles and underrepresented in technical roles, especially in leadership technical roles.
Do you think
It's
that
interesting how you
because
talk about like the oh sorry. I was say it's interesting how you talk about how like the up and coming seeing more women in STEM programs and that being diversified by gender more, where we, you know, in perspective, like we are, VFX especially is still a very young industry. So when it is been historically males working in these computer fields and learning these type of like tech things, it is such a young industry that I think now we see it being diversified a lot more, which is pretty exciting. I think in the
It's
last
also been
20 years,
democratized a lot more
VFX.
as well, right? Because
Yeah.
we've got, you know, compers now who are in their early 20s but have just as much visual effects experience as someone who's been working for 10 years, but it's because they started at home on their home computers with, you know, licenses and things that they can access for free and YouTube tutorials and all that kind of stuff. So that sort of access to technology and knowledge sharing has really democratized the space as well. For sure.
Do you think that because it's such a male-dominated industry at this time, do you see that as kind of an opportunity to explore how femininity can support visual effects, or do you see yourselves kind of replicating this masculine attitude towards leadership? Is it something that's necessary, or does it sort of evolve into this space where we can kind of push the envelope as far as representing women in this field?
I think that obviously the like classic, you know, feminine traits that people have, I think tend to help me in my role of support. But that being said, I think that's also personality types, you know, like I'm definitely influenced by my gender of how I, you know, go about the world. But I've never thought of it as a detriment to me. I think it's a, you know, an opportunity to, you know, I think as women, we tend, you know, generalization here, but we tend to be able to juggle a lot of personality types, a lot of egos, a lot of, you know, a little bit more of a gentle approach with things. And I think that that's really beneficial in when you are dealing with a lot of men and women, artist or client side, where, you know, you have a little bit more of a finesse of like being able to relay a note or relay a very technical piece of information to a client that might not be able to hear it. So while I think it's a benefit for me personally.
I would agree. I would also add that I think when you're starting out, and at least for me, and you're a little bit unsure, you tend to lean more on what's the established way. And so it is a lot more of like, you know, you really shouldn't be, you know, when I first started out, it was like they told me how to write my emails. They're like, you shouldn't put your personality in there. It was very like an East Coast mentality or masculine corporate mentality of like, just keep it to the facts, just keep it straight, and, you know, don't talk about, you know, different things with your coworkers, and, you know, just keep it to yourself. And so I think where I've started to grow, it was more of my personality coming through in the way that I deal with clients and the way that I deal with coworkers and the way that I deal with teams. And I know that my clients really like that, and that grows. And I just see that kind of walking this line between knowing that there's the professional established way, you always want to be respectful, but also adding your own element of how you know, like Juliana said, want to express yourself. And I think finding that balance, and then also in the teams that I've gotten to have and the coworkers, like people on this call, like we are able to share with each other our experiences of being producers of the workplace. Like I think there used to be a mentality of don't talk about stuff like, don't, and it takes your power away. And I think that we've really leaned into empowering each other and lifting other women up and being supportive and not just looking out for yourself. Because I think maybe in the past, there was a lot of pressure and there weren't a lot of women in roles that you felt like you had to fight for it yourself and you couldn't share and be team building. I don't know.
I kind of recall that being a early struggle for me too, of like learning the way to incorporate my personality, which I feel like Juliana was also saying, is like a huge asset to my clients liking me, my artists getting along with me, but also maybe taking 1 or 2 exclamation marks out of my emails or leading with a couple less emojis. But I do find that me utilizing my personality has been one of the biggest benefits to me going further in my career. Is like my clients don't just see a person in an email who's just sending them facts in an email. We care to catch up about their days and hear about their lives, and that is part of my job that I really love. But I also remember like early on hearing one of my first managing directors saying, "There's no crying in VFX," and I think as women, like we have a really strong ability to lead with compassion, and with that, it's like this is a job that we're all really passionate about, and these artists are passionate about, and we're all working really hard. There's going to be crying in VFX, and it's about the way that your team can support you, and that we can all work together to like build each other up as a community. And I think that a female perspective on the delicate situations like that, I think is a huge asset.
To bounce off exactly what you said, another thing is that like I think that as like a typical female trait is like empathy. And there's so many times when, you're dealing with an artist or a client who is, struggling or frustrated or angry or something, and like being able to like empathize with them is such an asset of, trying to understand where they're coming from, getting to the bottom of like, what is the issue right now? Are you overworked? Are you tired? Are you angry that we haven't hit this note? What's going on here? And like, being able to like understand emotions, which is not always, which is much more, especially in today's day and age, something celebrated by women are celebrating that more and more, that they understand emotions.
I could not agree more with that sentiment. And I think something that kind of follows with this is when you're navigating big personalities, big emotions, lots of things happening at once very quickly, how do you advocate for yourself in those situations, but also the teams of artists that you manage, or even for your clients who are trying to impart like whatever it is that they need for a particular shot? That advocacy becomes super, super important. How do you navigate that?
Honestly, I know this call is about women. I would say, though, one of the traits that I have picked up from my male counterparts has been advocating for myself and letting people know my boundaries and making sure that those are something that is conveyed, with grace, but also with a sense of sternness and with meaning, trying. But I think being able to utilize some of the strengths that my male counterparts have had in terms of setting boundaries and the ways that their communication style, I have found, has been very helpful in setting those lines. This is not the best way I could have said that, but
maybe sometimes there's this expectation on women that we just give and give and give and give and give. And, we'll always let our boundaries be railroaded or stepped over, but, not sort of giving into that trope or stereotype that we're difficult if we need to set boundaries on things, I think is important. I think it's like also important in maintaining like the health of our teams as well, just really sort of managing, you know, helping to maintain boundaries for them as well. In the project environment, I think is important. And you know, obviously boundaries are not something that only men have access to, but like I said, maybe it's something that, you know, we feel sometimes as women we can't assert as much without being thought of as difficult, or, you know, so I think just remembering that it's part of the job, and it actually helps us and our teams to thrive if we maintain healthy boundaries for our projects, I think is important.
Yeah, I know how many times like I have a conversation. I can't speak to everybody here, but with my like the amount of times I've had a conversation with my female friends where I say I'm so grateful for female friendships because we are constantly supporting each other. I think to go to the like boundaries thing is very much that, you know, it's so nice to have that support system built in. Like I have so many people around me that I can go to when I'm having a hard day. And that's definitely something that really helps me keep me level-headed, you know.
And just to kind of cap it out, I agree with everything that everybody said. And I would say that when it comes to advocating for yourself and advocating for your boundaries, you have to know, like, okay, this is my limit and this is how I'm going to communicate it. And it really is just flexing that muscle. And it's hard to do. And sometimes you need to get reminded, and sometimes you need to remind others because we care about each other. But the more you do it, the easier it becomes to be like, I'm going to step forward and talk to this person who is above me about the things that I need or what is going to make this project successful. And if you can just feel your own integrity and you know the reasons why behind why you're advocating for yourself, it makes it easier every time you do it. So it's, for me personally, it was a hard thing to learn, and I got stepped on a couple of times, or I got misinterpreted a couple of times, but eventually you figure it out and you go, okay, this is how we talk about what we need.
And it kind of feels like we can have the compassion that we've talked about earlier and the boundaries are like hand in hand. It's like someone expresses a need or something to us. We attack that with a compassionate spirit, and then we figure out what they need and then what their boundaries are. And if they've hit a boundary, then we need to course correct to figure out how to make our teams happy and comfortable. And I think using those hand in hand is really, really helpful.
Those are perfect statements. I feel like everybody needs to understand that their boundaries are respects for themselves and respect for their team members, and knowing those limitations is super important. I want to cap us off with one more question. This year's theme for International Women's Day is accelerate change. So I kind of want to hand the floor to you guys and ask, what is a change that you would most like to see in this industry or just in general that you feel you can help push towards?
I think in light of recent events, I would like for visual effects as a whole to be celebrated instead of put down. I think that right now it's very much we're in an environment where if something looks good, we don't talk about it. And if it looks bad, everybody's talking about it. And I think the value of visual effects currently is very on like an all-time low. And it would be nice to, you know, they're truly having worked in different parts of post-production, there's so many times that we see a project that there is no finished version of the product without visual effects. And it's really tough to be in today's day and age to see that there's not a lot of value behind that. Like people aren't recognizing the value of what the people that we, you know, work with and love do all the time. So I think that I would love to see that change in the near future.
I agree with that. I remember very recently I was listening to a podcast where someone was talking about how like it even takes a lot of work to make a bad movie and there is still respect in that. And it's like the same. It's like no matter what, like this is art that people have like spent a long time on and you know, necessarily not even always working on something that is their creative opinion. You know, we're creating somebody else's vision and bringing that to life. And yeah, to sometimes see that, you know, they want to portray that they have not used visual effects in their film when we all know that they have, or that everything was shot live, you know, when this is work that we're all really proud to do and we all spend a lot of time doing it. And I think we're such an important part of the movie industry. And yeah, I agree with Juliana. I would really love to see VFX get the respect it deserves on the when the thanks come out for the film wraps.
Yeah, for me, I think just speaking a little bit more internally to VFX, I think it would be nice to see a lot more women rise into VFX supervisory roles. There's it just doesn't really feel like there's an excuse for them to not be there anymore. It used to, you know, people used to throw around the line like, oh, well, there just isn't any with experience yet, give it a couple of years. And I just feel like that's so untrue now. So I would love to see more women getting promoted to supervising roles and once they're there, not feeling like they are then being held to a double standard where they have to be twice as good as their male counterparts to get the same amount of respect. It kind of feels like women like lead artists and supervisors I've worked with over time seem to be held to a higher standard. And you know, any slip up gets highlighted and underlined, whereas I don't necessarily feel like I've seen their male counterparts end up with the same amount of scrutiny on them, especially when they step into roles. So I would love for us all to be more supportive of women when they're starting in those roles as well, knowing that anyone new to that role, man or woman, is going to have a learning curve. And it's for production as well, honestly, as people move up the ranks. But I want to highlight the creative technical roles as well, because there's definitely an underrepresentation of women there. So yeah, that's sort of where I would like to see some change, just us being more supportive of women moving up into those roles in general, giving them space to air as well, just like everyone else gets.
Agreed. I think that would be so cool. I think earlier we had also talked about the idea of, you know, women we see, you know, in EP roles, but then once you go beyond that, there's not a whole lot that I've personally worked with in different companies that are in the really high up VP, president type roles. So I think VFX still has some work there. And maybe it is coupled with that, oh, you know, you have to go through this supervisory role where you have to be able, like, and the thing that people don't talk about a lot is there are some shows, videos, films where the producers are the final say. We just don't get the supervisory credit, but we are definitely looking at the work and supervising the work. So the technical skill is there, and I think that we can grow even more into some of these higher roles. And then to also echo about giving credit to VFX, I would say just the overall like credits in general too. Like you see everybody on set. I mean, everybody down to, you know, and I respect all the roles, but you're getting everyone. You're getting the driver, of the person, of the PA. And then when it comes to VFX, they're like, we can only take 5 people, sorry. And I'm like, there are so many people, so many people in so many different areas, in so many different departments. And they are working on it and they deserve the credit as well. So I think full credit list for everything, it kind of should happen.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to say sometimes, especially in the television world, you know, it could be 200 people touch the whole thing and the entire credit is additional visual effects by insert 3 different studio names and that's it. And meanwhile, everyone else gets their little screen time. But I think, yeah, it's just sort of like how little emphasis is put on visual effects in terms of the impact of the work we actually do, there's rarely a shot, especially in theatrical films, there's rarely a shot that doesn't have visual effects. And I think people don't realize that either. Even if it's not a shot that needs a background extension or a big CG fire, there's often touch-ups for beautification, which people don't really want to talk about, which
They get very
understand,
sensitive, yeah.
Yeah, there can be, makeup fixes, little things hanging out, boom mics, like just so many cleanups and everything that we really touch every pixel on so many projects. And yeah, it never ceases to surprise me how little people in general know about what we do to support the film industry, film and television industry.
There's a lot of times where you'll hear of a production schedule that is, a couple weeks, months at most, but we are on a project for a year. So, we'll have been on something for so much longer, and yet we get additional visual effects behind.
Yeah.
Plus, a lot of that is like what the credits, I feel like, is super helpful in fueling people's desire to continue on in the industry. It's just like a little perk that you get at the end of the project that is definitely underrepresented for the VFX folks. And I think, maybe if people saw how many people truly did touch a VFX project in the credits on movies where they're trying to claim that no VFX happened, maybe we could also turn the corner there and get a little bit more respect.
Give us our full credit list.
Yes, full credits list 2025.
We're quite involved right from the inception of a lot of projects, from, we'll do script breakdowns to sort of highlight, like, we, just by reading the script, these are the things that we think will need visual effects. And then once they start actually going into photography, there's usually a VFX supervisor there who's also informing them, and they're making decisions about how to film scenes based on the cost of the visual effects or the feasibility of doing it in camera or not. And then once they get into editing and cutting, again, we're informing every cut along the way, like, this is the budget for the visual effects on the shots you're calling out. We're seeing these things that weren't called out. So we work really closely with each stage of development to photography to post, to get the thing done. And it's something that doesn't really get publicized or understood.
Absolutely, conversations like this are super, super important as well, because the only way people learn about all of the elements that go into visual effects is to talk more about the visual effects. And organizations like World VFX Day are super important. Conversations where we're speaking to women about their experiences in this industry are super important. So I just want to give you guys a huge, huge thank you for turning up and talking about all of these things. It's important to hear directly from the source and know what your experiences have been like to help the industry keep moving forward and keep progressing towards what the ideal situation would be. So thank you guys again for joining us. We really appreciate it. And happy International Women's Day.
Yes,
Thanks
happy
for having us
International Women's Day.
Hello, we've come to the end of our International Women's Day series of talks. I really hope you enjoyed these talks, and if you were here for the entire thing, thank you so much. Please do drop a comment, any feedback, anything you like in the live chat. And as I said earlier, these talks will be available a few days after this ends, so you can come back and catch up on any that you've missed. The theme this year is Accelerate Action. We don't want to do more of these women in VFX, women in animation talks. We want to live in an equal society, but we have a hell of a long way to go. So we need to keep this going. But we don't want to limit it to once a year. So we will be running more of these talks throughout the year. So if you are interested and you have talk ideas, get in touch. For now, thank you so much. Bye.